and will be singing the national anthem. Joining us for the singing of the national anthem. These brilliant souls, they're all coming from 4 schools around our neighborhood, around Gauteng province. We're joined by Ziketeni Secondary School. We're joined by Tembisa School of Speciality. We're joined by St. Peter's College, as well as Boitumelong High School. The future belongs to them. As they proceed and lead us into the national anthem, we'll all get ready for that. Conductor, may you please proceed. Thank you very much to the young people of our country. They represent schools' democracy. May you please take your seats. These young learners, young South Africans, they represent schools' democracy program, which is one of the flagship initiatives of the Electoral Commission. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the national launch of the 2026 local government elections, themed Get Up, Show Up, Vote. A special welcome to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Mr. Velinkosi Hlabisa, Acting Minister of Police, Honorable Mr. Feroz Kachalia, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, Honorable Mr. Musa Chabani, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Masutu Myepia, Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Major Janet Love, Commissioner Mashinini, Commissioner Judge Pillay, and Commissioner Pizzo. From the Electoral Commission, the family of the Electoral Commission, allow me to further welcome Chief Electoral Officer Ntate Mamabolo, members of the Electoral Commission Executive and Management, former commissioners of the Electoral Commission, representative of government departments and entities, representatives of the National Party License Committee, members of the judiciary, representatives of Chapter 9 institutions, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of international organizations, leaders from business, academia, non-government organizations, as well as civil society. Also, members of the Fourth Estate, the media, have joined us en masse this morning. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, it is my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the national launch of the 2026 local government elections. Today marks an important milestone in our democratic calendar as the Commission formally launches preparations for 2026 local government elections. This occasion signifies not only the beginning of the electoral timetable and intensified voter mobilization efforts, but also affirms our collective commitment to safeguarding South Africa's constitutional democracy through free, fair, and credible elections. Your presence this morning reflects the shared responsibility carried by all sectors of our society in strengthening democratic participation in ensuring that every eligible citizen is empowered and will exercise their right to vote. Today's program will cover overview of the Commission's state of readiness for the 2026 local government elections. That will be led by our Chief Electoral Officer, Ntate Saima Mabolo, and that will be followed by a keynote address by the Chairperson of the IEC, Ntate Mosotho Moepya. We are honored by the attendance of leaders from government, oversight institutions, the diplomatic community, civil society, academia, business, and the media, whose continued support remains pivotal in advancing transparent, inclusive, and peaceful elections. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, another warm welcome as we proceed onto this event. CEO, without much ado, let me allow you to come to the podium and give us an update on where we are as a country in terms of preparations and readiness. Before that, before you come through, may I allow Ntate Commissioner Mashinini to come and welcome the guests and lead this program to ensure that all of us feel warmly received by the Electoral Commission. Ntate Mashinini.
Thank you, Program Director, distinguished ministers present here, the Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Hlabisa, together with the Honorable Minister or Acting Minister of Police, Mr. Kachalia, as well as our esteemed Chair of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, Mr. Chabane. Distinguished guests, let me align myself to the protocol as have already been observed by our Program Director. Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Moepya, and my fellow colleagues, it is indeed, ladies and gentlemen, both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the official launch of 2026 local government elections by the Electoral Commission of South Africa. This launch signifies an important commencement of a mass campaign by the Commission for citizen participation in the electoral process. It is one of the major milestones on the journey to November 4th, 2026 local government elections, a date that now has been announced by our head of state, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. Whereas the highlight of today's activity might be the launch of a television commercial promoting and encouraging all citizens to register on the 20th and the 21st of June 2026. But the the activities also that we are dealing with, they carry a deeper meaning to our nation, our country, and our values. Fundamentally, these activities, like such as today, they remind all of us as the citizens and patrons of our country that for our individual and that we have a collective and individual responsibilities to contribute to the constitutional project of our country and to our posterity. So the launch really reminds us that the constitutional covenant between our people of South Africa and those who will represent them in local municipality is one that has to be continuously renewed. Hence the importance of ensuring that the elections, they really fortify the legitimacy of those people who then are elected to represent the people in our country. And local government elections occupy a unique and deeply important place in our constitutional democracy. In fact, it is where democracy and its potential are best expressed because of how it manifests to everybody in our everyday life. The local government elections bring governance closest to our communities on a daily basis. Further, the local governments shape our the communities in which we live, where we work, where we raise families, and where we pursue our daily lives and our interests as a society. And for this reason, local government elections are not, as sometimes implied, secondary elections. Instead, they are the foundational to the health and the vitality of our democratic order that we as South Africa have embraced since the dawn of our democracy in 1994. And as we gather here, ladies and gentlemen, we do so with the full understanding that democracy does not create, sustain, or execute itself. It depends on all of us as citizens and voters to give meaning and essence to it. The price we must be willing, therefore, to pay for a viable democracy is being eternally vigilant and continuously invest into the democratic project. As the Electoral Commission, we have long maintained that elections do not belong to the Commission alone. They belong to all of us as South Africans. And as the Commission, we administer elections independently and impartially, as required by the Constitution, but the success and the legitimacy of elections depends on the collective contribution of many partners as well as stakeholders, in particular the political participants who are really our key stakeholders. In particular, political parties and candidates are indispensable participants in democracy. And civil society organizations, they continue to play an essential role in civic education, in voter mobilization, in election observation, and community leaders, faith-based organization, organized business, organized labor, and ordinary citizens all contribute to sustaining the democratic culture and public confidence in the electoral institutions and the electoral democracy that we have in our country. Today, it is meant to remind all of us that our key role is that of preserving and sustaining democracy. And the Electoral Commission, therefore, appeals upon all the stakeholders to continue to work collectively to preserve the integrity and credibility and peaceful character of our 2022 2026 local government election. In closing, allow me once again to thank all the stakeholders on behalf of the Electoral Commission and for their continued partnership, engagement, and commitment to the democratic governance in South Africa. We as the Commission, we look forward in seeing to it that we discharge this constitutional responsibility to the best of our ability and to the pride of our nation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Mashinini. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a very dynamic program that carries with it the spirit of the youth of our country. As the CEO prepares to brief the nation on all sorts of developments around 2026 local government elections, I'm going to, with respect, you know, I'm a respectful child. May I respectfully request commissioners to take the front seat of this room, as the CEO will be presenting a very dynamic presentation. So they need to see and enjoy it as well. Ntate Mamabolo, as we proceed.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable Minister of COGTA, Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa, Minister of Police, Professor Kachalia, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Mosotho Moepya, members of the Commission, distinguished heads of Chapter 9 institutions, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, Mr. Musa Chabane, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Ndi Mutibi, Chairperson of the Board of the SABC, Chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board, former commissioners of the Electoral Commission, members of the National Political Liaison Committee, representatives of civil society, distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege today to address you today as we launch the 2026 local government elections, marking the commencement of the mass awareness campaign towards Election Day on the 4th of November. We immediately wish to express our great gratitude to Minister Hlabisa for working tirelessly to secure this date. Siyabonga Bulawayo. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, the Electoral Commission has successfully delivered 5 local government elections, each marking a significant milestone in the evolution of local democracy and the consolidation of municipal councils as theaters for civic engagement. As the 6th installment, the 2026 local government elections take place during a notable change in domestic and global political landscape. Domestically, the country's political architecture is transitioning to governance by coalition arrangements. This change has come with a level of mixed public sentiment, with some being cautiously optimistic that this will enhance the quality of governance and accountability. For others, this change carries considerable risk of intractable deadlocks and instability that may impair the delivery of services to people. There is no gainsaying that the ongoing global conflicts and democratic recession have a direct impact on local democracy. In South Africa, as elsewhere in the world, the ongoing conflict negatively affects national and local government level supply chains, thereby hemorrhaging the propensity for efficient service delivery. Unmitigated, this could trigger citizen unrest, as we've already witnessed in some countries, where citizens are beginning to demonstrate against the rising fuel costs and other fiscal constraints, rather fiscal burdens. Cognizant of these realities and based on the recent HSRC voter participation survey findings, the Commission took a strategic decision to start early with its election communication campaign and to intensify stakeholder engagement. Hence, on 1st April this year, we revealed the election logo and our media campaign with the tagline, "Get up, show up, vote." This powerful call to action is aimed at motivating all eligible voters, particularly young people, to actively participate in the electoral process. As we previously indicated, the announcement of 4 November 2026 as election date by His Excellency President Ramaphosa provided the Commission and all electoral stakeholders with clarity and certainty for planning. This launch, therefore, it's a practical manifestation of that certainty and an assurance that plans are in the execution phase for the delivery of an election to the standard contemplated in our Constitution. This morning, we are sharing with all South Africans our communication campaign through which we hope to create awareness and enthusiasm about the importance of electoral participation. It is needless to state that electoral participation is an incontrovertible ingredient to deepening democracy. Therefore, the campaign we are launching today encourages every eligible voter to register and vote on 4 November, because it is no exaggeration that democratic vitality of our country is dependent on each voter marking a ballot on 4 November. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you the Commission's readiness following extensive planning, consultation, coordination with stakeholders to ensure free, fair, transparent, and credible elections. Today's launch marks the beginning of an intensified public awareness ahead of the voter registration weekend on 20th and 21st June. Just under 24,000 registration stations across 4,488 wards will open over 2 days to enable citizens to register, to verify personal details, and to ensure correct registrations. Preparations are well advanced, with the Department of Home Affairs ensuring that its offices will open countrywide to facilitate citizens' applications for identity documents, which are a prerequisite for registration. The Commission has deployed over 800 municipal outreach coordinators, including people with disabilities, throughout the country for voter education and awareness, and reinforcing inclusive participation ahead of these elections. Since the beginning of this year, we have conducted more than 62,000 community events across the country, reinforcing sustained voter education and public engagement. We also have completed a targeted door-to-door voter communication and registration campaign across 212 municipalities. This happened between the 11th and the 24th of March this year. The registration arising out of this effort amounts to 300,000 registrations. This campaign is meant to inform citizens of the recent municipal demarcation board's changes of some of the ward boundaries and the consequential revision of some of the voting districts. We wish to thank the Municipal Demarcation Board for their cooperation and for completing the ward delimitation and handing over final wards to the Commission. The Electoral Commission's voter education and registration program continue to yield strong results nationwide. The tertiary institution campaign has reached 97,000 students across 1,086 activations in all 9 provinces, with 45,000 students successfully registered, reflecting its impact in promoting youth participation in the electoral process. As a living testimony to our school's democracy program, some of our schools in Gauteng led us in the national anthem this morning, a beautiful rendition that they gave us. Thank you very much to them. The program, in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, continues to build youth awareness by educating learners on concepts of democracy, electoral processes, and encouraging eligible voters aged 16 years and older to register as voters. The Electoral Commission is also alive to the reality that the pervasive use of social media makes it a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gives voters more access to information, enhances active participation, and provides political parties and candidates wider and instantaneous reach beyond that which the traditional media can achieve. On the other hand, social media is prone to manipulation and the distortion of information, which could undermine information integrity. Information integrity is an indispensable component of a credible electoral process. We have previously mitigated the bane of disinformation through, amongst others, collaboration with civil society on flagging and reporting disinformation through the Real 411 platform. We are reinforcing the fight against the threat to information accuracy and electoral integrity through policy development. Based on the Constitution and other pertinent prescripts, the Commission will shortly issue a draft Code of Conduct on misinformation for public comment. The draft code will seek to embed specific protection against fraudulent and manipulated content with a view to preserving information integrity in the elections. Now, honorable ministers, the leaders of political parties, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, we want to present to you some innovations and interventions that we've put in place to enhance the credibility of the elections coming on the 4th of November. We start with the online registration. The online registration portal has improved the accuracy and stability of the voters' roll by enabling real-time updates and offsetting losses due to mortality. Between January and May this year, the portal recorded 376,000 new voter registrations, reflecting a strong uptake and confidence in the system. And most users of the portal are young South Africans, our primary target in this election campaign. So in consequence to the growing use of the portal, the total number of registered voters currently stands at 27.9 million South Africans. I was about to repeat it. 27.9 million, just shy of 28 million. This means that the online registration portal has directly contributed to the increase in the voters' roll. The size of the voters' roll now exceeds the figures as they stood at the time of the general elections in 2024. This novel achievement is realized despite an average loss of 34,000 voters per month due to mortality.
Registering to vote shouldn't have to be hard. Better yet, you should be able to do it from wherever you are, and here is how. Step 1. Get your SAID book or card ready and go to registertovote.elections.org.za. Step 2. Click Register to Vote Now and enter your personal details. Step 3. Enter the one-time PIN, OTP, sent to your cell phone and then search for your address. Or if you are at home, use the current location on your device. Step 4. Take a photo of your ID or submit a scan of your ID, and then you will receive an SMS within 24 hours confirming your successful registration. And that's it. You are registered and ready to vote in the upcoming elections.
We now youth-focused edutainment series. We are introducing a youth-focused program titled Beats for My Peeps. Developed in partnership with the SABC, this fresh and engaging program encourages young South Africans to register and vote in the forthcoming election. The program uses music, culture, and digital creators to address voter disengagement, dispel misinformation, and promote electoral participation. It will air on SABC 1 at 1600 hours from the 3rd of June 2026.
South Africa, our rhythm has always been our power.
Got some great news for you guys.
A new generation is taking the mic, fusing the hits of today with the legacy of tomorrow. Digital content. It's about participation and reclaiming our public spaces. From viral moments to verified voices, it's time to flip the script and rewrite our story.
Taking back the power as the youth.
And it's conversations that we need to have. Why Fanisi vote?
Beats for my peeps. Your voice is loud. Your vote is louder. Starts 3 June every Wednesday at 6 p.m. on SABC 1. Brought to you by SABC Education and the IEC. Get up, show up, and vote.
I'm on your vote. Love you.
Now we turn to the IEC podcast. The Commission launched the podcast in April 2026 to reach citizens real time at their convenience through mobile devices and other accessible modern formats suited to contemporary audiences. The podcast is available on all official Electoral Commission YouTube channel and all other social media platforms. We have also developed a media app for ease of accreditation of members of the media. This app will enable interaction and interview scheduling, as well as responses to frequently asked questions by members of the Fourth Estate. The media app will also enable the media to view the Commission's announcements, watch and upload IEC podcasts, submit queries, while receiving up-to-date media statements and information. Some journalists here present have already been onboarded onto this new media app platform. We now turn to the contact center. A total of 64,000 citizen interactions across voice, email, live chat, and social media channels have been realized. This level of engagement would not have been possible under the previous model of periodic activation. Over the years, the IC's contact center has evolved from a conventional call center to a multi-channel service offering offering voice, live chat, social media support, and email. A milestone worth noting is that in 2024, live chat on the IC's website surpassed voice as the most used channel, a clear signal of how citizens' communication preferences are shifting. Again, as a novelty, the contact center remained operational in the period between the 2024 elections and this registration process. This was not a decision taken lightly. It reflected sustained demand from voters seeking assistance on voter registration, by-elections, and questions about service opportunities. Today, the contact center is fully capacitated to assist thousands of South Africans with election-related information in all 11 official languages. Again, for the first time, we are deploying a multi-channel AI agent called Vota. Vota is trained to learn from our experienced human agents and will extend services after hours and to augment capacity during peak periods. Where the AI agent called Vota cannot assist, the caller is seamlessly routed to a trained human agent. The AI agent is currently trained on voter registration queries and will be updated progressively as the election period unfolds through to voting day. Dear ladies and gentlemen, these interventions speak to a simple but fundamental truth. The Electoral Commission operates on twin currencies. One, trust, and the other, responsiveness. Every channel we open, every language we serve, and every query we resolve is an expression of that commitment. We now turn to the Atlas of Results. The Electoral Commission is publishing the Atlas of Results for the 2024 national and provincial elections. This atlas is a comprehensive geospatial analysis of the previous elections, which presents the voters' roll and election results in an interactive and map-based format. This atlas will enable citizens, political parties, researchers, and other stakeholders to better understand the registration and voting patterns. Publishing the atlas well ahead of the elections makes it a vital planning tool for political parties and candidates.
IEC's award-winning Atlas of Results is a cutting-edge, interactive, map-based platform that provides a comprehensive geospatial analysis of every South African election since 1999, from voter registration and turnout to party support and demographic trends. Everything is mapped with GIS across every one of South Africa's voting districts. With granular district performance at your fingertips, the Atlas makes electoral information accessible and visible, strengthening public confidence in the integrity of our elections. With a wide range of data that can be easily extracted in various formats, take this opportunity to zoom in district by district and see how South Africa voted. Explore the latest award-winning Atlas of National and Provincial Elections 2024 at atlas.elections.org.za.
We aim to hold successful elections this year, not only by launching this election campaign today, but by ensuring collective responsibility, vigilance, and action by all electoral stakeholders. This is more so in the face of rising misinformation and disinformation. To ensure accurate reporting, the media remains central to ensuring credible electoral information. The Commission is collaborating with SANEF, SALGA, the Media Development and Diversity Agency, Africa Check, Moxie Africa, in training over 500 journalists in all the 9 provinces. From today, the Commission will roll out a national campaign across multiple channels, including television, radio, digital, and social media. This is to ensure broad reach and accessibility, as well as reinforce the importance of civic responsibility and electoral participation. We therefore hope to get the support of all stakeholders, including government, business, civil society, community organizations, the media, in amplifying the call to citizens: get up, show up, vote. In conclusion, our ambition is to provide South Africans with an efficient service on the 4th of November. This means the optimal functioning of voter management devices. This means properly trained presiding officers. And this means no unmanageable queues at voting stations. In this regard, we dare not fail. Ke a leboga.
Hambani your voter, that's the 2026 municipal elections. It's all about bips for my peeps. If you don't have bips, you won't have peeps. So as a result, the youth of South Africa are definitely on the front row. Thank you so much, Ntate Mamabolo, on those details and ensuring us that we're on the right lane. In case you're not sure about your voter registration status, SMS your ID number to 32810. If you're not sure about what you need to do about voter registration, you can comfortably call our contact center number 0800 11 8000. Just Nje, never keeps. We've got our WhatsApp number. You can just say hi to us and then we'll definitely respond. The number is 060 88 0000. So we've got you. Any which way you want to look, IC is there. Sora Itebohela Ntate Mamabolo. And the other thing that is important for us for these particular elections, the Electoral Commission is on the floor of South Africa. Our officials are conducting civic and voter education, so we are definitely on and on and on. And by the way, somewhere towards the end of the program, Ntate Mamabolo, we're going to have a show-up moment. We'll talk about it later on, but there is a show-up coming. So on that note, I'm going to just get our young people. I get the honest of young people. Let's get our choir to vibe us a bit, and then after that, Nduna, the big one, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Ntate Mosotho Moepia, will be taking South Africans into where we are when we leave this hall. Definitely, we're registering, we're voting. Young people, give us a bit of a vibe as we continue on our program.
Baholo barile haribo fetsaladipo. Baholo barile haribo fetsaladipo.
There we have it, the elections of young people. A massive, massive round of applause. I'm not sure where you are sitting, where you stand on things, ne? Me, I'm a township girl. I'm sure about these elections. Young people, CEO, they're breaking the record of voter registrations. So, and let's go on a run, ne? Let's batch. Young people are breaking the record. Thank you so much to the young people of our country. Thank you very, very much. We call him the father of the house, ne? Commissioner Mosotho Miepia, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. May you please proceed and brief the nation on preparations for these elections. Thank you, Ndati.
Our guests in the house today, fellow South Africans, wherever you might be, we thank you for the time you have given to us this morning to share this important message for our nation. Let me stand on the protocol so eloquently laid out by the Chief Electoral Officer. But I must also acknowledge former commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa that are here with us this morning, and those who have sent us messages of support from around the country, those who are not able to be with us, and those who at this moment are standing with us. You are true friends of this commission. Distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, it is an honor to address you at this pivotal moment, the official launch of the Electoral Commission's communication campaign for the 2026 local government elections scheduled for 4 November 2026. At the outset, I must say to you, when I listened to the Chief Electoral Officer, when I heard the young people speak to us in song, I had renewed hope. I knew that although the Chief Electoral Officer spoke like a person who's not under pressure, this is who we are. South Africans, all of us, rise up to the moment when we are called up to rise up. And this is such a moment. Chief Electoral Officer, your staff, and everyone that has been involved or continues to be involved in the work that we do, our political parties, civil society organizations, creative minds, everyone in this nation, thank you for the work you continue to do. It is inspirational. The work we unveil today transcends marketing. It is a vital exercise in democratic consolidation. In his seminal treatise on institutional trust, political scientist Robert Putnam argued that democratic institutions require robust civic education and engagement. And he calls this the social capital, which is necessary to function optimally at a time such as this. This campaign is designed precisely to build that capital, reminding every South African that an election management body can only build the arena. It is the active participation of citizens that animates democracy itself. When our Chief Electoral Officer detailed the extensive technical, infrastructural, and digital upgrades that underpin our operational readiness, we sat back and listened attentively. These innovations reflect an institution that recognizes what scholars described as a hybrid media system. Information no longer flows linearly from state institutions to a passive public. We operate within a decentralized network of real-time digital interactions, of social media discourse, and peer-to-peer communication. For the Commission, this means we have to adapt to this shifting landscape in a manner that is second to none, in a manner that we have not done before. Our new initiatives seek to transform communication from a periodic information broadcast into a continuous national dialogue. I was very pleased when I saw the podcast and noted that citizens will not miss anything, and they will get all the information they need at the time they need to get that information. Our strategic focus is clearly directed at young people. Political sociologists have long warned of a global trend towards cognitive disengagement among young voters, who often view formal political rituals as an abstract or performative act. Our goal is to counter this alienation by embedding democratic education into the daily digital and cultural realities of young South Africans, demonstrating that local democracy is a practical lever for immediate community change. Distinguished guests, friends of this institution, ladies and gentlemen, while digital connectivity expands our reach, it simultaneously exposes our electoral ecosystem to severe vulnerabilities. We are operating in an era defined by what the World Economic Forum classifies as a premier global risk. That is, the proliferation of systemic misinformation and disinformation. Empirical research establishes that targeted disinformation does not merely mislead. It systematically erodes institutional legitimacy, it exacerbates political polarization, it diminishes overall public faith in democratic processes, and it causes a state where hope can also be diminished. Mine is renewed when I hear young people say it is the time where bulls must do what bulls must do. I get excited. Barry adirore dipo adirore. This reminds us that we as South Africans have come this far, not because it has always been easy. We have come this far because we've always been equal to the task. The past may be difficult, but the future is something we work at every day. And these elections remind us that the time has come for all of us to renew that resolve. In response, the Electoral Commission continues to invest heavily in proactive truth-telling mechanisms and agile digital tracking architectures. However, academic consensus dictates that defending the integrity of an election cannot be the sole burden of an electoral management body. It requires an expansive network of electoral integrity. It requires political parties, their leaders, their candidates to adhere to ethical communication, to resist the opportunistic urge to weaponize unsubstantiated claims for transient electoral advantages. It requires the media to maintain rigorous fact-checking standards and fair reporting at all times. It calls upon civil society to serve as analytical watchdogs and educators. Our democracy has taught us a lot. Watchdogs, civil societies, and media, political parties, and citizens that are engaged truly provide a hygienic democratic environment. Unfounded attacks on the integrity of our processes do not merely damage individual or institutional reputations. They inflict lasting injury on our constitutional fabric. The Commission welcomes robust public scrutiny, rigorous oversight, and constructive critique, and it does so transparently. In the work we do, there will always be something we want you to know and want you to see, and we want you to help us deal with as may be appropriate. Indeed, such feedback is vital for our ambition of remaining a global leader in electoral administration. But public discourse must remain anchored in empirical facts. It must be embedded in the truth, and it must respect our shared values, Ubuntu, and forge ahead for our work to continue in the manner that all South Africans would want us to be a proud nation. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, local government elections represent the coalface of our constitutional democracy. It is within our municipalities that the grand promises of the Constitution are translated into tangible human dignity through the provision of clean water, dependable sanitation, safe roads, electricity, and local economic opportunities. Local government is where the citizen encounters the state most directly. Consequently, voter turnout in these elections matters and matters profoundly. Political theorists Benjamin Barber, amongst others, noted that local democracy is the foundational school of citizenship. It is so. South Africans know it. When citizens retreat into voter apathy or indifference, they create a dangerous deficit in local accountability. Therefore, the Commission urgently calls on all eligible South Africans, particularly first-time voters, to participate in our National Voter Registration Weekend on 20 and 21 June 2026. Whether you need to register for the first time, update your registration details following a relocation, or verify your status on the voters' roll, use this window to secure your constitutional voice. It is that important, but it is so easy to do. No democracy is flawless. It is a continuous generational project of refinement. It never stops. It never will. Yet the institutionalized mechanism of the secret ballot remains the most stable. It is the most peaceful, and it is the most legitimate instrument ever devised for resolving societal disputes and allocating political authority. Protecting it is our collective duty. It does not only lie as a responsibility of the Electoral Commission. Each one of us is called to do so. Program Director, I am increasingly aware that I occupy the least enviable slot on today's agenda. I stand directly between a highly expectant audience and the true centerpiece of this morning, the unveiling of our new television commercial. If I speak much longer, my prolonged remarks may trigger a constitutional point of order from the floor. Therefore, in the interest of maintaining democratic goodwill and administrative harmony, I draw my remarks to a close. I urge you all, do not merely watch this commercial. Disseminate it. Spark conversations about its themes as you break bread together, as you spend time with your family on WhatsApp groups, as you spend time on social media channels, and as you speak to one another and engage in institutions of higher learning, and within your civic and community spaces, in your traditional authorities, with faith institutions, in your stokvels, and in your sporting events. There are many places we want you to talk about this. The Commission will continue to build world-class technologies and their platforms, and secure administrative systems that work and serve this nation. But the ultimate resilience of South Africa's democracy rests, as it always has, upon the active participation of all South Africans who are responsible and want to see our democracy advance. South Africa is a beautiful country. South Africa is a nation we all cherish. It is one we all have to get to work. May the Lord bless this nation. God bless our nation, as we say in our anthem. I want to thank you and wish you well. Thank you indeed.
Country, we are pulling up, we are lining up, we're standing up, because the democracy is not just a word in a headline.
It's a heartbeat. It's the courage to show face, to choose a path, to choose a future. So don't sleep, don't sit back. Show up and register to vote.
Okay. All right. And then when that function was taken away from the Chief Internal Audit Executive, where did the forensic report to then? To whom? Which function? Not a person, just which function?
It moved to the office of the MM.
Okay, so it is in the office of the municipal manager. Okay, what was the logic given for that, if I may ask?
Chair, the issue was we realized that there was no improvement in terms of the audit outcomes. We felt that the responsibility of the internal audit unit is to advise the municipality, actually is to say to us, these are the red flags, attend to them. Now, the focus of the unit then was mainly not on advising council, but mainly focusing on forensic investigations. Now, there was no balance. Of course, it was up to the accounting officer to capacitate the unit, and I'm just saying this because we had a discussion. He could have just decided to capacitate the unit more, but instead he came with a proposal to separate the functions. It is unfortunate then that there's no incumbent since then who is responsible now for forensic investigations. We have been using external service providers in the main to conduct that. Hence, we approached both the district municipality and the provincial government. And it's very late now that we are receiving which I would say a positive response, like as the MM says, he only received a call last week. Yesterday, that it is now being looked at favorably, but that did not stop.
So we're gonna come to the now. I'm just working through the history now. So just please walk slowly with me and please help me. We need to untangle the thing. So I need to understand whose suggestion was it that internal audit be no longer has a responsibility for forensic investigations?
It was the municipal manager.
At the time?
At that time, of course, not this municipal manager, but he is the accounting officer, so, yeah.
No, I get that. Can you just enlighten us in terms of the reporting line? So the internal audit executive has to be independent, right? Are we together? Okay. So the internal audit executive is accountable to council, correct? Okay, so what then happens? What then happens when the municipal manager, not this one, any municipal manager needs to be investigated?
Of course, hence the internal audit unit is independent.
No, but that independence doesn't matter if the forensic capacity has been taken away. It counts not anymore. Because it's been, so remember, you've got this independent unit that is accountable to council primarily. And it's now been put under, so you take this critical arm, you put it under the control of the executive. And there would be instances where the same executives now need to be investigated, which means the wolf is in charge of the chicken coop. That's what happens in effect. You understand, institutionally, it's a problem. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's very clear, Honorable Chair. Yeah.
Okay. So were you mayor at the time?
Yes.
You were mayor. So this was discussed with you, in essence.
Indeed.
Okay. Why did you agree to it? Did you have this conversation about how to resolve this conflict at the time?
Of course, at the time we did not have that. Hence, when there was a time to do that investigation, we opted to go out because, yes, immediately after that decision was taken, there was a reason to investigate the municipal manager, and I believe that's when all of us realized, well, okay, this maybe shouldn't have happened in the first place.
So why didn't you simply take the function back to internal audit?
To the same unit. No, I think the MM is working on that one, hence
No, I mean at the point when you realized that this is a problem, why didn't you simply reverse the decision? If you can take a decision to exit this way, you can take a decision to exit with this door.
Okay, no, I get that, Chair. Unfortunately, that was a council resolution. Probably we would have advised council to reverse the decision. It really did not come to. Yeah.
Did this decision go to council at all?
Yes.
That this is going to be taken. Was there a discussion in council about reversing the decision in light of what? So let me not make this conversation long. Let me tell you what my suspicion is, and I will tell you it's written right here. The members can see it. Okay. It appears that the reason that was taken away was to kill accountability. You know why? Because of what is written on here, okay? And what the municipal manager said just now. Council continues to ignore this forensic investigation such that consequences cannot happen. It's in that presentation. The problem, it appears to me, was never the lack of improvement in audit outcomes, which are, in any event, are not the responsibility of the internal audit executive. They are the responsibility of the accounting officer, the chief financial officer, MPEC, and so on. Those are the people that are responsible. So at the time, the council in its wisdom decides that the person to hold responsible for audit outcomes that are not happening is the internal audit executive, not anyone else. And then this function is removed and placed under the municipal manager, and then council proceeds to ignore forensic investigations. And the fact that this matter has taken this long says to me, politically in the council, there are politicians who do not want these matters to advance. And it goes against what you said earlier, that we can't even tell that it's a hung municipality. It feels to me that, in fact, the fact that it's a hung municipality is hampering governance in this way. Because people simply don't put up their hands in council to advance accountability. That's what it appears to me, and I need you to convince me otherwise, because that's what I now believe.
Chair, you will see that the forensic reports or any reports from the investigations have not been dealt with only from December 2025 to now. Yes, it's a cause for concern. But note the period we are in now, which then, of course, will mean that there will always, because the fact that whenever we are to deal with forensic investigations, then council degenerates. There will be a council meeting. Until that point when we are to deal with this, there will always be a reason where council will then degenerate. But
why does council degenerate? What is the bone of contention? But I'm trying to see how what I'm saying is contradicted, because I noticed that. So when these matters come up, they cause council to degenerate, which says to me there are people in council that are implicated by these forensic reports, or they are friends outside.
Chair.
So what's the bone of contention in council? So about these forensic reports, why does council degenerate?
Of course, at times, there will be probably councillors that were being investigated, and I'm just saying that there are a few times. One, the issue of no-go areas that were mentioned here. There is a councillor, and we are happy that the political party that the councillor represented then removed the councillor from office, where it was the councillor who was instigating the community not to allow our officials to do the investigations. There is a case of a councillor who was investigated for fraud, which the report is concluded now. It just needs to come to council, and anytime you want to discuss that, councillors will look out. I'm just making that example, but there is also an issue where a skills audit was performed, and the incumbent now in the internal audit's qualifications were somehow questioned. And councillors will use that, and Chair, I'm sure the MM will come back and give assurance to this committee in terms of the qualifications of that individual. But now the council, like I said, it's unfortunate that the time now it's election. We are in the elections mode, which is why from December onwards, it is a bit difficult to discuss those reports, because people will just question that the credibility of the reports coming from someone that is being questioned whether he is suitably qualified for the position or not. And it has got nothing to do with the content of the reports that are being produced, but it's the issue of whether that incumbent is qualified or not, which then has prohibited us, like I'm saying, for the past 5 months, to take reports that really need to be referred to MPEC. You end up not referring all those reports into that one. I think I've gone to a little bit detail, of course, without really mentioning the names of the councillors or, yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, so in terms of the Powers and Privileges Act, Parliament can summon any person or document. I will ask the committee to resolve to summon those reports to be sent to us here. Thank you very much. I don't want to eat into Honorable Taibosh's time. Honorable Mende, you've got an issue?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon. It's still morning. Good afternoon, comrades. No. The mayor must be honest. The matter of this forensic report was even raised by the EFF and you debated in council sometime last year. The coalition of Msunduzi public representatives voted against exactly this thing of a wolf being in charge of the chicken coop. It must not be new today. You voted against removing this function from a person who's not supposed to be heading it. That's what you should be telling us today. Thank you, Chair. It's not new, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable Taibor, your time will start now.
Thank you, Chair. And if we can just add on to that, it seems like this wolf was not even qualified when we go through his qualifications. We never got to see those when it was asked for. But let's continue, Chair. Chair, I'm going to start with irregular expenditure. Irregular expenditure totaling 68.7 million, of which 62.4 million is current, mainly due to non-compliance with supply chain management policies and bylaws. Council wrote off 87 million of that in 24-25. The question that we're asking is no mention of any consequence management, all right? There's delay in the investigation of the irregular expenditure amount, and it dates back to 2008 and 2009. All right, in amounting to 522 million. Maybe MPEC, if MPEC can shed some light on that for us. What's happening? Are these investigations ongoing? Are the consequence management ongoing? Or are we just happy to write these amounts off? Because that seems to be the normal thing happening these days.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Greetings to you, Chair, and fellow House. I think some of the expenditures there were investigated, and some of them are investigated. I think the current ones are affected by the situation that we are on now for us to proceed with them so that we clear up issue for us to go on consequence management for the current ones.
So the current one is the majority. It's at 62.4 million out of the 68. So out of the 68, only 6.6 million was investigated. And in those 6 million, was there consequence management? Was there any decisions of people losing their jobs and people going to jail and those kind of things? I hate using those words, but yeah, when people do the wrong thing, they need to be punished.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Head of SCM, can you respond to this one?
Through you, Chair, maybe let me clarify in terms of the irregular expenditure. The bulk of it concerning the investigation that was done by SIU. So it's still in our books. Mm-hmm. So the majority of it comes from that security contract that the council, they dealt with the reports. They started consequence management, but it was not implemented fully. Hence now it's still in the books. If it was implemented fully, we should have by now written it off and reduce greatly our irregular expenditure. With the current irregular expenditure that was incurred during 24-25 financial year, we have submitted from my side as supply chain management, I have submitted a request from the accounting officer to ensure that this amount is investigated urgently so that we deal with the issues. But from the side of the service provider, we immediately successfully terminated the contract. That means we are no longer incurring the contract. Why I'm saying successfully, we did not want to delay the issues by means of the service provider going to court and all of that. But we sat down, negotiated the terms, and allow the investigation to proceed so that in the meantime, the service delivery is not affected. That means the municipality is able to appoint a new service provider while this matter is being dealt with. So the majority is from previous years. Last year, all the ones that are written off, they were investigated. The reports are there. They were dealt with by MPEG, full council, and some of them are currently at the disciplinary board. I know that because the security one, which is the current contract, the 3 service providers that I mentioned earlier, they are with the disciplinary board. They report. So the ones that were written off, the investigations were carried out and they were considered. The current one, it cannot carry on because there is this vacuum in terms of forensic, which is your 24-25 investigation. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you. All right, moving on to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 24-25 year equals 114 million, nearly 5 times more than it was in the previous year. And this is due to interest charge on late payments to creditors. All right, the AGSA, the Auditor General, material finding revealed that there were no reasonable steps that were taken by the municipality to prevent this. If we can just find out why does it take up to 191 days, more than 6 months, to pay your creditors? That's the SIU report or the AGSA report saying that takes the average time it takes for you guys to pay your creditors is 191 days. And if you look at the interest that is caused, 114 million. Can I get an explanation on that, please? What it says they also by the AGSA that the material finding reveals that no reasonable steps were taken by the municipality to prevent this.
Chair, if I can respond, the bulk of the interest, Chair, if you take all our creditors, in terms of our creditors' age analysis, if you take out to Eskom and Umgen, all our creditors are within 30 days. We've tested that. So a challenge that we have, we're trying to get a payment plan with Umgeni and Eskom so that it doesn't affect us in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Be as it may, that interest, it's for Eskom and Umgeni. You will recall, Chair, that for Eskom, there has been a debt relief that started, I think, 2 or 3 years back. We've benefited for the first write-off. Now we are struggling to get the second write-off in terms of the debt relief for Eskom. With regards to Umgeni, we are still negotiating
in terms of the write-off for interest that has been accrued for number of years, of which on the AG side they are not prepared to budge. Hence, we had to declare that as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So those are the only amounts that are big, other than the suspended employees that we have spoken about, and the small amounts for council tenders. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I just can go back into that, out of that 114 million is made up. There's 87 million for one service provider, and it's not Eskom or what you call it. Then 10 million was for Royal AM. The Royal AM, you covered it, but you mentioned a court case. But the interest amounted to 10 million. It was that's what your report says, or the report of the. I can just mention it here on the. I've got it on the report. I didn't take it out of my thumb. And then there was the 6 million overpaying of and you said it's councillors, but the report says it was for senior management and a municipal manager. You mentioned it's councillors. Okay, the overpayment of 6 million to officials. I didn't want to bring it in then because the chairs warned us that we have a time to bring it in later. So this wasn't for council payment. It was for senior management, and it was for municipal manager. So it wasn't for councillors, the 6 million that we mentioned earlier on. So yeah, I'm going to need a better answer on that one, Chair. Sorry. It's not answering my question, but let me carry on. When we go to deviations, you got a 25 million deviation on repairs to motor vehicles. 25 million rand on repairs to motor vehicles. Now, this is supposedly due to exceptional cases where the municipality deemed it impractical or impossible to follow the official procurement processes. Now, that's a lot of money. 28 million. Okay? Can we get an explanation on that, please? Because it says that you found it impractical or impossible to follow official procurement processes. All right. Then the AGSA also raised material losses incurred in 2024-25 on, this is the second point. Maybe I should just wait for you to answer that one first. Then I can go on to the next one. Let me not rush this.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I think the first one, which relates to, that was covered by CFO, that relates to councillors' overpayment, is on slide, I'm trying to get through the slide now.
Give it to you now.
It's on slide number 21. That one relates to the payment of councillors. Perhaps the other colleagues will cover the ones that relates to senior managers. The one that is included on slide 22, it was incurred in terms of the councillors' overpayment of their allowances. Then in terms of the motor repairs and the issue that was raised, the expenditure that is incurred is in terms of the policy. It's also coming there in terms of section 36 of our policy, where we have included the issues of OEM, where the manufacturer is responsible to look after or maintain the equipment that was manufactured for them. So in terms of vehicles whereby we are unable to do a quotation where we send a vehicle because there is no diagnosis. So what is required there is the process of stripping and coating, Once we have stripped a vehicle, you cannot then take it to the next person to also strip and coat. So that is where we are in terms of the motor vehicles. But what we have done from our side in terms of the side of the management is we have currently a contract whereby we are being supplied with space in terms of the maintenance of vehicles, because we do have an in-house mechanical workshop. So we have that contract that is currently implemented where we are buying space, but whereby there is a complicated, or depending on the complexity of the job, then they will take it out in terms of the local mechanics. Over and above that contract, we have now gone out again, which has just closed. We have gone out to secure or solicit all service providers that are able to maintain the municipal vehicles in terms of the old ones where there are no warranties to worry about. So we have gone out so that we can ensure that we do have people that we are in contract with that can then manage all the repairs of the municipality. Whereby we still have motor plans, those ones will go to where they were purchased. But the current ones that are old and out of motor vehicle plans, then they will be done by those service providers. So that is how we have then look at this issue in terms of management. I must also say that the issue was also discussed with Audit Committee and MPEC in terms of saying, let us come up with other ways where we can ensure that we are reducing the issues of deviations and come up with a plan of having to ensure that there is a contract. We have also looked in terms of the National Treasury contract, which is a transversal contract, and looked at the suppliers. We do not have much suppliers that are coming from our area. Hence, now we have gone out in our own independent contracts that will then see to it that we are maintaining those contracts. So we will run the two contracts simultaneously, the one for space, so that the internal staff can also be gainfully employed, and also the one for the service providers. Thank you, Chair.
I'll accept that, Chair. Just want to take you back to the 6 million. It is not the same. I'm talking about page 150 of the Auditor General's report. All right. That's where the 6 million for overpaid senior managers and municipal managers appear. All right. Thank you. I want to continue. The AGSC also raised material losses incurred in 24-25 on electricity amounting to 715 million, 23% of your total electricity purchased. And at the same time, a total of 166 million, 20% of water purchased, all right, for various reasons. Can we, you know, it's a lot of, I don't know, we call it wasteful or whatever. I understand the issue about the maintenance and all the pipe bursts and stuff like that, but can we just justify that that is part of what the gentleman explained in terms of wasteful expenditure, in terms of water lossages, and in terms of electricity that's stolen by meters and stuff like that?
Can I? I'll actually respond to the electricity losses. Indeed, the electricity losses are sitting at 23.32%, which is actually high. It should be actually at least half of that. The norm is about 12%. I'm just going to give you the what you call the statistics of what it is during the last what we call 3 years, and then so that you can actually see where we are coming from and also indicate what is the plan to actually reduce that. 2021, 2022, it was 25%. 2022, 2023, it was 24%. 23, 24, it was 17.78%. As indicated, last year was 23.32%. And as of 30th of what we call April 2026, it's actually sitting at 18.21%. We've got actually a 5-year plan where we actually want to deal with it, which is the baseline is our 23.32%, which is last year. And for this current financial year, our plan is sitting at 20%. And then the next year financial year is we are planning to reduce it to 16%. The third year 14%, fourth year 12%, and then on the fifth year to be below 10%. And then, as I've indicated, this current financial year, we are planning to keep it at 20% or below, as it is sitting at 18.21. We believe it's going to sit below 18% or below by the end of the financial year. So what is it that we have done in order to deal with that? During the last 2 years, we actually established a strategy of using 80-20 rule, which is 20% of customers that are bringing in 80% of revenue, and 80% of revenue, 80% of number of customers that are bringing in 20%. So we've actually started implementing that 80-20 rule. We've actually completed the large power user audits, which is actually bringing in about 60% of our revenue. Last year we finished that one, that last financial year. This current financial year we are busy with the small power users and medium and what we call domestic customers, which will constitute the full 20% of customers bringing in 80% of revenue. So we've actually established a number of projects that we are actually embarking on. Number one, we are vigorously dealing with the illegal connections, in particular in the informal settlements area. And whilst we are dealing with those disconnections, we are also, as I've presented the report, where we are electrifying those areas. We are also disconnecting illegally connected areas. We recently disconnected an area of about 1,200 households that illegally connected themselves. It was actually a township where they installed their own infrastructure and everything, tapping from ourselves. So we actually disconnected that area, saving probably in the region of about 30 million rands per annum. As I've indicated, we've conducted the installation audits amongst the large power SPUs and the high-end domestic customers which are completing this financial year. Then we are actually what we call established also a failed transformer procedure, where in the areas where they are not paying for electricity, when the transformer fails or a low voltage cabling fail, we actually do not replace that transformer until we audit all the customers in that zone, and then we replace the meters, and then they start paying. We are also doing ad hoc audits in areas where we are not yet there in terms of the medium end domestic customers and low end domestic customers. We also introduce load reduction in areas where they are not paying what we call for electricity, between 5 and actually 9, as Eskom is actually doing. And we received probably what we call a grant in kind from National Treasury to actually install smart meters. So we are going to be starting from the low end areas where we're going to be replacing their meters and with smart meters, so that we'll be able to do load reduction without switching them off, as well as what we call monitoring their consumption and purchases. We are also doing what we call I've indicated that we are dealing with what we call installing what we call ad hoc meter replacement. So all this is actually being done, and we believe if we continue with this, and then we actually make sure that the situation does not go out of hand as it has been, we would be able to actually reduce the numbers. As I've indicated, if you note also there, I've indicated that the 22-23 we are sitting at 24, and then the 23-24 we dropped to 17.78. It was because that was what was already started, what I'm presenting. Unfortunately, the process actually stalled. It actually didn't continue until we actually started again this financial year, so that we can actually what we call sort it out. So we believe with all these programs that we are establishing, they are going to assist in actually reducing the losses, and the impact of that you can actually see, as I've indicated, as at this financial year we are sitting at 18%. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I just want to reiterate my request for succinct answers. Do you know how long you spoke for? 7 minutes. And Honorable Taibosh is out of time. He's 8 minutes over. I'll still grant him one more question. So all I'm asking, again, respectfully, if the member feels that they still need more information, they must ask, right? And they must ask me for more time. But when we give a very long answer, then it becomes difficult. Honorable Taibosh, I have one more.
Thanks, Chair. I have one more question, but I just want to say something in response to what the gentleman answered. The Auditor General says your failure to implement credit control and debt control policies. All right? No disconnection or restriction of services or arrangement to collect debt. In fact, the municipality are still supplying services to consumers that does not adhere to paying or to all these measures that you are saying. So I hear what you're saying. It all sounds good and well. But it seems like there are still people that you should, at this stage, just cut off, but you're still supplying services. Whether it's knowingly or unknowingly, I don't know. All right. Then finally, Chair, my final question is something that I found very interesting, and I don't know if it's still in operation. I don't know who can answer this, but it's the payment of the scarce skills allowance. Is that still in operation? If so, apparently there is no policy backing that up. If there is, then I'll be very happy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, on the issue of the payment of scarce skills allowance, it has since been stopped. However, I want to indicate that both SAMO and IMATO have lodged a dispute through the bargaining council. The matter is sitting at the bargaining council level. Indeed, we do not have a policy with regards to the payment of a scarcity allowance, so we don't pay it as we speak. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to break in a few minutes. I just want to follow up on something that Honorable Taibosh said. So I noticed, I'm looking at your annual financial statements, and so that we are all on the same page. I'm on between 278 and 279. You know that section in terms of your debtors. It's under. I think it's under the revenue section. Property rates, it starts with property rates, and there's consumer debtors, it goes on, and then I have noted on page 278 of the
too low cannot sustain infrastructure. If we set them too high, the residents cannot afford the services. Then non-payment rises and the revenue base then ends up collapsing. Getting this balance right is the discipline of responsible municipal finance. Madam Speaker, we do not take tariffs lightly, but neither have we forgotten that we have the most vulnerable. The first 300,000 of residential property value remains exempt from rates. Pensioners whose gross monthly household income is lower than 13.519 and the property value up to 1.5 million
they receive 100% rebate. Every household receives the first 6 kiloliters of water free of charge. Indigent households of the expanded social package receive 15 kiloliters of water and 50 kiloliters hours of free electricity each month. More than 145,000 households are now registered on the expanded social package, up to 124,000 in 2015. This is a demonstration of a caring ANC-led government of local unity. For 2026-27, tariff increases are driven primarily by the cost administered and the input cost increase from Eskom and Rand Water, and they are largely outside the city's control because they are also compounded by inflation and the operating pressure. Electricity tariffs, City Power proposes an overall average tariff increase of 9.1%. This is consistent with Eskom's bulk purchase cost increase following the NERSA's approval on the 4th of March 2026. By limiting increases to residential customers below the 9.1 rate, the effective average household increase is brought down to 8.63%. City Power's cost of supply study confirms that reducing energy losses from approximately 27% to 15% would alone generate an additional revenue of up to 3.5 billion without further tariff increase. This is why the trading services reforms program I spoke about earlier is central to the to City Power's financial sustainability. On affordability, the residential prepaid low tariff for registered indigent customers remains exempt from services and the network capacity charges. City Power's average indigent tariff at 350 kilowatts per hour per month is lower than Eskom. A 2% surcharge applies to businesses and large power users in order to support the network and sustain the network. On water and sanitation tariffs, Johannesburg Water's increases are driven by the 11% bulk purchase cost increase from Rand Water. Combined water and waste revenue is projected at 21.5 billion. Water tariffs use an increased block model, and the first 6 kiloliters per month is free. Sanitation tariffs on multi-dwelling units with ERV size of 300 to 1,000 square meters have 0% increase, providing interim relief while alternative structure, and we restructure a model for 2027-2028. For indigent households, through the expanded social package, free water allocation, as mentioned earlier, and a 100% rebate on sanitation charges. A water demand management levy of 107.74 cents per month, domestic connection covers the fixed network and availability costs. Pick It Up's tariffs increased by 6.2%, below the increase in water and electricity, reflecting the mandate to keep waste management accessible while advancing financial sustainability. Property rates increased by 3.6%. This is the lowest increase of any service charge, deliberately set to balance budgetary requirements with affordability. The rebate structure projects pensioners, persons with disabilities, child-headed households, and other vulnerable groups. Every rand of the rates rebate granted is a deliberate investment in the well-being of our residents. And a balanced, affordable tariffs are how we invest today in a city that works for everyone together. Madam Speaker, alongside this budget, we are tabling a financial turnaround framework which will need to be approved by Council. Financial recovery alone will not be achieved through revenue collection alone. It requires simultaneous action and expenditure control, trading services reform, audit remediation, entity stabilization, capital discipline, labor management stability, and stronger oversight. The framework is organized around 6 pillars: financial recovery, revenue enhancement, expenditure containment, creditor and liquidity reform, governance and compliance, and labor stability. The framework is supported by the hybrid model of sweeping arrangements reform and a phased revenue sharing agreement commencing with Joburg Water on the 1st of July 2026. The immediate test is implementation discipline. Johannesburg has significant plans and diagnostic reports. The problem is not the absence of plans, but the persistent failure to convert them into measurable outcomes. The city manager, as the accounting officer, in terms of the Municipal Systems Act and Finance Management Act, must and should assist in leading an integrated implementation model and align departments and entities' service delivery priorities through measurable outcomes, monthly reporting with the CEOs, MDs, and all department heads implementing in their respective areas. It is of no use if we continue to have the plans and work, but then the implementation falls short. Council must therefore mandate the city manager through a city-led implementation architecture with a single tracker, reporting against measurable dashboard and the agreements of performance aligned to the framework. Council must continue to support efforts by the Gauteng provincial government, COCTA turnaround strategy, which was launched by the Gauteng Premier, overseen by MEC Mamambulo, as it complements the financial turnaround framework we are tabling today. Madam Speaker, there can be no service delivery without revenue. There can be no infrastructure recovery without collaboration. There can be no investment without financial credibility. This budget strengthens revenue recovery through the revenue war room enforcement in line with Section 118 in terms of how we seek to move. The debt relief program remains an important intervention for residents genuinely unable to pay. But we must be honest, a city cannot function if those who can afford to pay refuse to pay. Non-payment weakens service delivery, it delays maintenance, and it punishes the poor. The social contract is clear. The city must bill correctly, deliver services and respond to complaints, and residents and businesses, and make sure that all government departments, national and provincial, they pay the city. This is what it means to build Johannesburg together. While we are taking decisive action to strengthen the city's finances, we are equally committed to ensuring that our recovery efforts remain centered and compassionate. Financial sustainability cannot come at the expense of those residents and institutions which demonstrate that they are willing to pay, but they need historic challenges resolved. To date, more than 9,000 residents, faith-based organizations, small businesses and enterprises, NGOs have already applied for our debt relief program. We are encouraged by those who have applied. And these qualifying individuals are an indication that the organization stands to benefit from meaningful financial relief, these organizations. And as part of this intervention, the city anticipates implementing the write-off of up to 50% of debt on qualifying accounts across Johannesburg before the 30th of June 2026. This program is intended not only to alleviate financial burdens, but also to restore accounts to being manageable and create a sustainable foundation for future revenue collection. The program remains open, and we encourage our residents, businesses, faith-based organizations, and institutions, pensioners to come forward and apply for the debt rehabilitation program, which will close at the end of November 2026. We want to work with you in our communities, because rebuilding the financial health of our city is a shared responsibility and a collective journey. Together, Through disciplined partnerships and shared commitment, we can place our city towards a path of recovery. Madam Speaker, our workforce is our most valuable resource and must be adequately compensated. Equally, we want a professional workforce, reliable, efficient, and productive in service of our people. The politically facilitated agreement budget allocation addresses historic legacy salary disparities. The ANC-led government of local unity has demonstrated its commitment to ensuring that workers receive fair compensation with the intention of accelerating service delivery, strengthen revenue collection, and improve interface through a motivated and a skilled workforce. Madam Speaker, much has been said about the PFA, and the strong anti-workforce sentiments have found itself amongst opposition benches. With the responsibility of incumbency that is upon us, we have and we will always act with reason, diligence, and accountability. In this regard, as led by the Executive Mayor, we will continue our engagements with National Treasury and Minister Enoch Gondongwana. We are committed to ensure that we maintain fiscal discipline and integrity of the city, whilst meeting our obligations, which were approved by Council. Financial recovery is not an end in itself. It is what makes it possible to keep building Johannesburg together. Trade-offs and discipline of a funded budget, and this council deserves honesty about them and the structural choices embedded in this budget. Madam Speaker, not every request can be possibly funded. Not every political priority can be accommodated. And I want to name the key trade-offs plainly. Conditionality versus political priority projects. The capital program draws approximately 5 billion national conditional grants. The urban settlements development grant, public transport network grant, urban development financing grant, urban informal settlement partnership. Each of these, they are ring-fenced for specific purposes. And this is the discipline and the understanding to ensure that when something is ring-fenced, it is utilized specifically for that. They cannot be redirected to any other function at an infrastructure ward level. Where community requests fall outside grant definitions, projects can only be funded from the city's own cash or borrowing. Both severely constrained with the cash cost coverage ratio of only 9.8 days against a benchmark of 30 to 90 days. The rule is simple. Every capital commitment must have a named, available, and compliant funding source before it can enter the program. Trade-off 2 is the loans that we have, which account to 3.5 billion, which is 39.9% of the capital budget. Every rand borrowed must be serviced from operating revenue. Interest and loans redemption represent approximately 7% of the total operating expenditure within the acceptable benchmark, but only if our borrowing remains disciplined. Under the Metro Trading Services reform, loan-funded projects in trading services areas must demonstrate improved revenue generation or reduced operational losses. Trade-off 3, ring-fencing versus cross-subsidization. For years, trading service surpluses have cross-subsidized roads, public safety, administration, and entity subsidies. The Metro Trading Services reform progressively requires that we end this model. Non-trading functions must increasingly be funded from property rates, the equitable share, and our own source of revenue. This structural shift intensifies in this medium-term period. The deliberate decision to protect and grow the service sustainable service cluster allocation by 9.7% is precisely to stabilize the revenue base on which all other services depend. The last trade-off being Eskom and Rand Water creditor settlements, which impose a capital direct constraint on new capital. Every rand collected to creditor repayments is unavailable for new infrastructure. This is the right trade-off. Unresolved obligations would damage the city's credit standing, risk supply interruptions, and undermine investor confidence. Some communities may not see new capital investments now because the city is honoring obligations that protect the system that serve them daily. This is an honest but a difficult message, and National Treasury's funding assessment required adjustment through natural attrition of salary savings, customer collection level, alignment and contracted services reductions. These are not discretionary choices. They are the conditions of a funded budget. They are the conditions that enable us to say that we are presenting a funded budget for the city of Johannesburg. Every commitment has a funding source. Every project has a compliant justification. This is what a funded budget looks like. Discipline today is the investment that makes tomorrow possible. This is how we build Johannesburg together. Madam Speaker, the executive mayor in the state of the city was very clear. The city of Johannesburg will not win the battle of backlogs alone. The scale of our infrastructure challenges is going to require innovating funding models. This budget supports all these funding, alternative funding models through multilateral development banks, development finance institutions, national grants, provincial partnerships, public-private partnerships, as well as private sector co-investment. Critically, the budget must also show commitment to maintenance of repairs and of the existing infrastructure, and must align to National Treasury's guidelines on percentage of maintenance expenditure against revenue. As the city of Joburg, we're increasing the budget for maintenance and repairs from 7% to 8%, to ensure that we have adequate resources towards critical day-to-day maintenance, as well as deal with our water and sanitation in line with the trading services reform efforts. In the State of the City address, the executive mayor recorded 26.6 billion in investment that was attracted and approximately 2 billion in economic activity from the international events, including the U20 and G20 on the African continent, which was hosted under his leadership. And this is a demonstration that Johannesburg is open for tourism. This includes 27 billion in the foreign direct investments and 5.4 billion Microsoft data center, 7 billion waste to energy partnerships, and the 760 million Midrand bulk water storage facility. These investments show that Johannesburg is still investable. And investor confidence survives on implementation of a stable governance, and a city does not invest attract investment only by wishing. It is through deliberate programs, international events that I have indicated we hosted. It attracts investments by adhering to the highest standard of good governance and predictability, and lastly, consistent improvements to infrastructure. Every partnership forged is a commitment to investing today so that Johannesburg can thrive tomorrow. The City Power turnaround strategy that I spoke about earlier centers on 5 pillars: infrastructure investment to rehabilitate the distribution network, revenue enhancement and billing accuracy, loss reduction through smart metering, and supervisory control and data acquisition upgrades, diversification of energy mix through solar independent power producers and small-scale embedded generation, and organizational restructuring and positioning of City Power as an energy services platform. Madam Speaker, the budget allocates approximately 28.3 billion in operating expenditure to City Power, and a capital program of 6.7 billion for the medium term. These resources will support the grid strengthening and strengthen the grid, smart metering, electricity loss reduction, informal settlement electrification, public lighting, and embedded generation and renewable energy projects. The city is finalizing the development finance linked to projects as approved by council yesterday, including the recent loan of KfW, which is worth 200 euros to support City Power's infrastructure. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the city is engaged with constructive discussions with Eskom on the current debt and recovery interventions with the support and collaborative efforts from national government, as well as regularization and working with SALGA and regulators and financial institutions. Energy reform is not optional. It is central to Johannesburg's economic survival. We welcome the ongoing and dialogue between the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Josienzo Ramakgopo, as well as the Eskom Group CEO, Mr. Dan Morokane. Ourselves in the city of Johannesburg, led by the Executive Mayor, we are saying to council and residents, a secure energy future is at the heart of building Johannesburg together, and it starts with the investments that we make today, including the intergovernmental relations that we are committed to. On water and sanitation, on water's reform, Johannesburg Water targets non-revenue, leak detection, and the progressive replacement of the most vulnerable sections of the reticulation network. The target for 26-27 is to reduce non-revenue water from 226 to below 185 megaliters per year. Every megaliter saved is a megaliter of expensive rand water bulk purchases. The valve system's capacity constraints is adding urgency. Johannesburg cannot afford to lose 40% of treated water while the source system itself is under stress. The budget allocates approximately 21.6 billion in operating expenditure to Johannesburg Water, with 6.4 billion in capital investment over the medium term. Every liter saved, every pipe replaced, these are the investments today that secure tomorrow's water for every household in Johannesburg. A clean city is a dignified city. Residents do not ask for miracles. They ask that the refuse be collected and that illegal dumping be removed. Johannesburg is running out of landfill sites. That is an honest reflection we have to make. This is not a distant problem. It is a structural risk. Pick It Up reform focuses on fleet modernization, progressive closure of the end of the landfill sites, and planning for alternative waste treatment. Madam Speaker, the operating expenditure allocated is approximately 5.2 billion, which will support landfill rehabilitation, fleet reliability, waste diversification, as well as illegal dumping removal, as well as leading programs to engage communities and educate them about the importance of a clean city. A clean city is a dignified city, and cleanliness is part of building Johannesburg together. On roads, stormwater, and bridges, every morning you have a Masichaba Tlou who leaves Soweto before sunrise to work in Sandton. When the traffic lights fail, she pays the price. When the roads deteriorate, she pays the price. The cost is not only money, it is time away from children and the stress before work, and at times lost income. Apartheid spatial planning still shapes the daily lives of our working people. This budget, Madam Speaker, allocates 1.8 billion for roads and stormwater operations, and 570 million for capital investment, supporting road infrastructure and resurfacing gravel roads, upgrades, bridge rehabilitation, stormwater infrastructure, traffic signals, the BRT, and the public transport network. A pothole in Johannesburg is not just a pothole. It is an indication and a symptom of maintenance deferred, and this budget prioritizes maintenance and renewal. We no longer treat maintenance as an afterthought. It is the quiet work that prevents collapse. It is the reliable transport we are investing in today, so that when we move, everyone is able to move and Joburg works. The inner city is the pulse of the city of Joburg. The State of the City address by the Executive Mayor identified a pipeline of inner city projects, which include the inner city gateway, High Court precinct, walkable network, rental flat renewal, Florence House, Hillbrow Hospital, Joubert Park, Joburg Art Gallery, Jack Minster facility, and De Villiers. The inner city spend is distributed across multi-votes towards precinct-based revitalization, public environment upgrades, building rehabilitation, hijacked building interventions, public lighting bylaw enforcement, informal trading, and partnerships with business and civil society. The rehabilitation of the inner city requires a multi-pronged and multidisciplinary approach which encompasses all stakeholders. Township renewal remains equally central. The budget supports the Orange Farm Renewal Program, the Jabulani Precinct upgrades, the Lufereng mixed-use development, the hostel developments, informal settlement upgrades, transit-orientated development, and inclusionary housing. The State of the City address recorded 9,188 inclusionary housing units processed and 1,364 transit-oriented development units and major catalytic projects, including the Lanzeria Smart City, Lufereng, Southern Farms, Riverside Mega Project, and Tanganani Mega Projects. And these are projects that are going to change the lives of our people. The inclusive development of Johannesburg cannot be centered only in the affluent areas. That is why this budget is an inclusive budget that must not only speak about affluent areas, it must be inclusive of Orange Farm, Alexandra, Diepsloot, Ivory Park, Eldorado Park, Lenasia, Soweto, Ennerdale, Kliptown, Rotherport, Zandspruit, Randburg, and the inner city. This is what an inclusive development and spatial justice requires. And rebuilding our inner cities and our communities and our township is spatial justice, made real, investing today so that all of them can thrive. Madam Speaker, on safety and law enforcement, every evening there is a mother who waits to return home safely. Her expectations are clear. She wants working street lights. She wants a safe park. She wants visible law enforcement, emergency services that respond, public spaces where women and children can move without fear. And these is what they deserve and need from a city of Joburg. This budget, Speaker, allocates 7.2 billion towards JMPD visibility bylaw enforcement, emergency services, CCTV, and the integrated intelligent police center, public lighting, urban management, inner city enforcement, and disaster management. The rule is not of This budget also supports the work to make sure that we deal with cable theft, vandalism, because we can no longer normalize it. This budget supports enforcement that is firm, fair, and developmental. Madam Speaker, We must also state that our infrastructure is under attack. Organized syndicates are destroying millions in infrastructure, targeting traffic signals, electricity transformers, water pumps, pipes, and road rails, and paving on our sidewalks. The scourge of illegal mining in some of our areas on the reef undermines and the structural integrity. Also is criminality which terrorizes our communities. Our investment in safety and security will immediately deal and arrest these coordinated attacks. We must claw back the significant resources we currently utilize to replace and repair infrastructure damaged, stolen by criminals. And we will continue to urge and work with JMPD to ensure that our central business districts reclaimed from the tentacles of crime and grime, and this budget allocation makes it easy for us to deal with this particular decay. Safety is the foundation on which everything else is built on, and we can only build Johannesburg together when every resident is secure. The true purpose of government is to improve the lives of our people. This budget, Madam Speaker, places a strong emphasis on community upliftment and inclusive development. Free basic services for qualifying households, indigent households, informal settlement upgrading, 2,200 additional households connected to the water, and above 3,000 to sanitation. Social housing, above 2,000 units that are going to be constructed, and 4 identified hostels to be upgraded. 2,000 new title deeds to be issued in high-density residential zones. Expanded public works program, which will assist with over 12,000 job opportunities for the 2026-2027 financial year. Social development budget of 409 million, supporting women, persons with disabilities, children, LGBTQIA+ community, and the vulnerable groups. Every household uplifted, every job created, no community will be forgotten, and no community will be left behind. On good governance and accountability, and the clean audit that we speak about and live by. Financial recovery cannot succeed without governance reform. Revenue collection without clean administration will fail, and without procurement discipline will falter. Every reform without consequence management will fail. The budget supports stronger governance through improved audit action plans, consequence management, anti-corruption interventions, internal controls, risks management, supply chain discipline, and performance monitoring. Madam Speaker, in quoting the executive mayor, he said, "Corruption must not be tolerated, and where it occurs, arrests must be made." This must not be a ceremonial statement. It must be an operating principle. This budget is not only about how much money is allocated. It is about whether the money is spent well. Underspending on capital is not a saving. It is delayed service delivery. It is stealing from the downtrodden. Poor procurement planning is not administration. It is and it must be improved in line with the framework that will require approval tomorrow. This is why the city will strengthen capital expenditure, monitoring of projects, and consequence management, and where delivery fails without justification, all responsible must be brought to book. We will also introduce and institutionalize a culture of interim financial statements, because we want to strengthen good governance, and we appreciate the support that we have received from the Auditor General in working towards ensuring that Johannesburg is in good financial state. The City of Johannesburg budget embeds a cost containment preliminary through workforce discipline and operational risks. Employee costs are managed via a 2.5% natural attrition, and contracted services are held to just 2.4% growth, operational costs to 1.1%. Procurement discipline is enforced through the SCM policy. On the revenue and asset side, the budget treats loss reduction as its most powerful cost and containment lever. City Power targets electricity losses down to 25% of bulk purchases, meter programs and prepaid metering rollouts, tackle non-revenue water and illegal connections, as well as penalties to create both deterrent and cost recovery. Repairs and maintenance are held at 8% of PPE, and 40% plus of capital spending goes to asset renewal. Both National Treasury benchmarks designed to avoid far conciliar emergency and interventions later. Underpinning all of this is an 86% debt collection rate target, active tariff reflection reviews, and a formal Treasury structural reform program. Good governance is not optional. This is the foundation and which we are building today and together. Mr. Mayor, it must be mentioned that our city has faced immense challenges. The lack of stability and political ineptitude born out of the 2016 and 2019 calamity of the then Democratic Alliance leadership under the government led by the accidental mayor. And again, in 2021 to 2023, under the erstwhile doctor who turned politician. Mr. Mayor, this has left severe entrenched challenges in the system, which are yet to be fully ventilated and exposed. I can safely say, you have laid the foundation. You have contributed in a very short space of time, including your time as MMC Finance. And for that, Mr. Mayor, we thank you for saving Johannesburg in the short space of time. Majoro, may you continue to do the work kukhongotwa ehambayo. Madam Speaker, I also wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my late comrades, Jeff Makubo, Jolidima Tongo, and Mpho Mwerane, two of whom served as MMCs for finance and later served as executive mayors. May their souls rest in peace. These three gentlemen made a significant contribution, which is being continued by the current executive mayor. They made a contribution to shaping the development and advancement of our great city of Joburg in pursuit of retaining Johannesburg as a world-class African city. Coalition governance has brought both opportunities and challenges, and the political contestation has at times produced delays and uncertainty. Yet, the city of Johannesburg continued to function under the ANC-led government of local unity. Clinics have remained open, emergency personnel have remained on duty, workers continue to serve residents. Even so, the era of coalition governance must not divert our focus on long-term planning in favor of short-term party political gains. We must consistently act in ways that show due care for sustainability and growth. The current coalition has made every effort possible against a consistent pushback from the voices of the privileged minorities to ensure we save the people of Johannesburg equitably and with requisite sensitivity to the needs and frustrations and their means. We are a government committed to serving the residents of our city, and we commit, and our actions are informed by our unwavering commitment to justice, redress, and progress. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this 97.1 budget is about laying a foundation for the future. A future where infrastructure works, where communities are uplifted, where young people can access opportunity, where government is responsive and accountable, where Johannesburg once again stands proudly as a world-class city. The challenges before us remain real, and we did not and have never shied away from them. We have confronted the challenges, yet we continue to do the work amidst all of that. But so too, it is important that we remember that Johannesburg has always been a city of courage, innovation, and a city of possibility. A city that has never been defeated by its difficulties. Through this budget, we commit 8.8 billion in capital investment for the 2026-27 financial year and a 25.3 billion over the medium term. Through this budget, we will protect core services. We will strengthen financial discipline. We will implement the Metro Trading Services reform that will transform our entities to resilient, accountable, and financially sustainable utilities. We will direct 60% of capital to historically marginalized areas. We will set measurable targets and track them publicly. As we approach the local government elections on the 4th of November, we must recommit ourselves to a politics of service rather than division. Residents alone, they know what they need to do. Residents want water that is flowing in the taps. They want reservoir builds, and the ANC-led government of local unity has already started on the program of building reservoirs, as you would have seen with the Brixton launch that was done earlier in the month. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, when we return after the 2026 local government elections, when we return after the 2026 local government elections in November, we will continue to ensure the stable, compliant, and honestly constructed financial foundation we have laid. Madam Speaker, this is the last budget before our residents return to the polls on the 4th of November 2026. They will be asked to choose between two paths. And the contrast could not be clearer. One path is the path that we offer, defined by stability, investment, fiscal discipline, infrastructure renewal, and opportunities for young people. A path where the ANC-led government of local unity has kept the lights on during the worst period of load shedding. This country has experienced in many years, and we have exceeded over 365 days, where city power, built through working together, is stabilized, where we stabilize Joburg Water, where we turn around the Johannesburg Road Agency, where we expand free basic services. That is the path residents are going to choose. They will not choose the path that is marked by uncertainty, that is marked by collapsing coalitions and service disruptions. They will not choose a path of people who choose to swim instead of confront problems. We have seen that path. We have seen how it undermines service delivery and belittles the genuine needs of our people. That path is a bad path. That will not happen here, provided the residents choose continuity and discipline in the coming elections. We believe that a working class mother in Alexandra or Soweto deserves reliable water. That a young person from Aidutwa, from Tabazimbi, coming here with a bag of dreams deserve a city that works. That a pensioner sitting in Mpumla Mkashi deserves safety and dignity. That is the Johannesburg we are building. That is the Johannesburg on the path of renewal and service to the people. This budget is about building a stronger and a more resilient Johannesburg for the future generations. If we work together, government, business, labor, civil society, faith-based organization, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. This is your city, this is our city, and together we will build the foundation for the future, investing today and securing tomorrow. I thank you, Madam Speaker, Ndiabulela. Mr. Mayor, I now present you with the budget book of the city of Johannesburg.
Open it so we can see there's no money inside.
Hey.
Thank you, councillors.
Please don't.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you so much. Thank you, councillors.
Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Can we be seated? Can we be seated? Councillor Belinda, point of order on the singing. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we are not allowed to bring dangerous weapons into this house. Councillor Kunene has just started whipping in this house. And I want
Councillor
to remind
Belinda?
this house, I want to remind this
Councillor
house,
Belinda?
the singing is there, but capacity dololo.
Councillor Belinda?
You can go
Colleagues,
and
can I rule? Councillor Belinda? Are all the other men that's sitting on the other side, are they wearing belts? No, councillor. Councillors, no. MMC, I'm not going to give you a chance. I'm not going to give you a chance. Councillor, I didn't give you a chance to speak. Colleagues, I'm not sure, but councillors, can we continue? I asked the question if any other man in the room is not wearing a belt. Please, thank you. Colleagues, no, councillors, please. You were so patient with the speech. Councillors, no, Councillor Belinda, you don't do that. I'm going to continue. Councillor,
You are biased, Speaker, biased.
I'm not biased. Thank you so much, MMC Masuku, who's also the Deputy Executive Mayor, for presenting the city's last budget speech of the political term of office. Councillor, thank you so much once again. But as we usually do, you will all be granted an opportunity to comment on the budget speech and consider the reports tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the council chamber. We have come to the end of our meeting. Thank you very much, councillors, and thank you so much to the guests in the gallery for honoring us for this day. To all the media people, thank you so much. Thank you. The meeting has been adjourned. You can all go home. Thank you.
Fellow cabinet members who may be watching, our Deputy Minister, Methandima Hambehlala, members of our provincial executive, joined by some of the MEC in particular from KwaZulu-Natal, we appreciate the support. Director General, leading our technical team, Dr. Miemi and our DDGs, chairpersons of our boards, councils and entities of human settlements, and their chief honoring those who fought for justice and establishing a vision for a united democratic society founded on human dignity, equality, and fundamental rights. A year later, the then Minister of Housing, Sankim Tembi Mahanyele, championed the adoption of the National Housing Act 107 of 1997. And I will quote her as she emphasized and asserted that housing development is about the availability of land, access to credit, about affordability, about economic growth, about social development, and about a better environment. I close quote. We stand on those pillars even today. Over the years, we have continued to build on that solid foundation laid by our predecessors, including Joe Slovo and others. Today, we remain steadfast and unwavering in restoring the dignity of our people through the delivery of sustainable human settlements. We continue to utilize a range of housing instruments, including social housing, affordable housing, fully subsidized housing, also known as our breaking new ground in the housing nation. Honorable Chair, as I table this budget policy statement, I'm reminded of Mama Bekile Mlambo, one of the KwaZulu-Natal 2022 flood victims. Umama Mlambo is a pensioner from Elovo, eThekwini, receiving her key to a newly built house in August 2025. She said, "I'm overcome with emotions." She reflected on the devastation caused by the floods and hardships endured by her community, and reminded us of her story of how important the restoration it is, not merely as a shelter, but as changing her life, restoring her dignity back, hope and security. We did not stop there. We continued in Konobi and we released land from the city of eThekwini, and we've started housing all our victims of floods starting from 2018 with the hope that we will conclude 500 TRUs also on the same site, just next door of Umhlanga. Kagnam Kondondao. Her story reminds us of a housing that is only dignity. Mama Mlambo is one of the many women whose life has changed and dignity has been restored to our housing programs. When we started that program, we do not do this obvious of the fact that continues to face persistent and complex and multi-layered human settlement challenges. Notably, our Stats SA estimates that of the 2.6 million of the latest census, it reveals that 84.1% of the households now resides in formal dwellings. That is up to from 73% of 2002. There is significant progress. 11.7% lives in informal dwelling. Programs which are meant to ensure that we restore the dignity through sustainable human settlements is what we manifest ourselves and our motto and theme of this budget. This we strongly believe housing is more than a shelter, as Umama Mlambo told us, but a tool for dignity, social justice, and improved quality of life. We believe in the human existence to ensure that we produce the means for subsistence of survival, he argued, and we also believe that we can engage in, for example, religion or art. They must firstly be satisfied by the material needs to have food, clothing, and shelter. Notwithstanding the challenges we have, Honorable House Chair, the availability of land, natural disasters, and lack of resources due to the shrinking fiscus, we remain resolute in achieving our targets as contained in our 2024 to 2029 MTDP. These targets for us are compulsory, not optional. They are an obligation coming from a constitution to heal the divisions of the past, to lay the foundation for a democratic, open society, to improve quality of life for all citizens to build a united and a sustainable, prosperous South Africa. In pursuit for these objectives, we have set ourselves below the following targets: delivery of 2,878 social units, with 2,000 units fully tenanted, registration of over 20,000 title deeds, delivery of 39,000 housing units, completion of over 25,000 service stands across our programs or provinces, unblocking 195 projects with a budget, and ensuring that 11,358 first home finance subsidy applications are approved and 9,231 subsidies must be dispersed to qualifying beneficiaries. We must eradicate no less than 6,950 mud houses. We must deliver no less than 744 veteran housing units and 11,215 solar installations to ensure that energy resilience for our beneficiaries is achieved. Despite several challenges we encountered in the financial year, we are comforted by the significant strides we made in some of our programs. These include achieving 48% of our MTDP target in the delivery of title deeds. When I started, some naysayers were saying we're at 0 and we will remain at 0, but today we are at 48%. We have brought back the dignity of the people who started owning houses merely by staying in them, but also delivering their own. While progress is being made, we've also started in dealing with the unblocking of 85 stalled housing projects. We want to eradicate 8,176 uninhabitable mud houses, as I have said. While progress is also being made in changing the lives of the people through delivery of sustainable human settlement, we remain deeply concerned about the pace of housing delivery in relation to our target of 37, because we have only managed to deal with 23,027 units. And I think we must be able to close the gap. We can't allow this situation to continue. I'm pleased by the pressure that our portfolio committee always puts in ensuring that our efforts to expand the first home ownership, we've managed to deliver 10,856 units. Our target was 5,000, and the team said we will not be able to achieve it, and we committed to surpassing it. We made a collaboration assisted by the president for a stronger collaboration with traditional leaders. We went to KwaZulu-Natal Ngcobo Traditional Council, and we wanted to pilot the rollout of first home houses in traditional areas. Some said that is just a dream, it will not be realized, but we've already relocated and accumulating houses. We're assisted by COGTA, we're assisted by National Treasury, our project steering committees and councillor engagement. We are now saying you can own a house of your own desire with a grant of government in rural communal land. It is equally encouraging that the program has primarily benefited women and young people who could give you the list, the backbone and the future of our nation. It's comforting that first home finance has benefited mainly this category. What is our MTDP priority in terms of inclusion of growth and job creation is 4,000 jobs that have been created through the construction of houses. Our HDA, we have exceeded our land-related target. It's important to listen to this one. Our target of land availability.
Special delegates as well as SALGA representatives that are in the House and on the virtual platform. I thank you all for joining us today. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. We shall now proceed to the first order of the day, and that is the policy debate on Budget Vote 33, Human Settlements Appropriation Bill B4 of 2026, which is a Section 77 bill. And I have the pleasure to call upon Honorable Minister Similani, the Minister of Human Settlements, to open the debate. Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy House Chair, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mxolisi Kaunda, our Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Methandi Mahambehlala, honorable members, fellow MECs who have joined here and some online. Ngiyabonga Mthombeni for coming all the way from KZN to support the department in person. DG, DDGs, chairperson of our boards and our entities, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before this august house to present Budget Vote 33 of the Department of Human Settlement. I deliver this budget vote speech under the theme, Restoring Dignity Through Sustainable Human Settlements. The restoration of the people's dignity is central to the implementation as mandated by our Constitution as a department. We do this mindful of the fact that this year, the country is commemorating 30 years anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of the people of South Africa. Section 26 of the Constitution enjoins us as the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources to achieve the progressive realization of the rights of the citizens of adequate housing. The Constitution teaches us human beings of equal worth. We have carried this mandate for years as a democratic state founded on the will of the people in ensuring that we achieve the progressive realization of the rights of citizens for adequate housing amidst the complex and multi-layered challenges of human settlement sector, which is characterized by rapid urbanization and housing backlog. We remain steadfast, of course, in our task to restoring the dignity of our people through the delivery of sustainable and integrated human settlement. And I would like to overemphasize integrated. The recent release of our 2025 General Household Survey by Statistics South Africa indicate that the proportion of households living in formal dwellings increased from 73% in 2002 to 84% in 2025, demonstrating the improvement in living conditions and living standards of people of South Africa. That's a giant leap of over 10% increase, meaning 84% of our population today in South Africa lives in formalized dwellings, leaving us with 11% in informal settlements. We're mindful of the fact that there's still a lot to be done to fundamentally address the challenges of human settlement sector in our quest to house the nation adequately and restore the people's dignity. Notwithstanding the challenges we have faced, such as availability of land, natural disasters, and a lack of resources, we remain resolute in achieving our MTDP targets as enshrined in our plan of 2024 to 2029. And key to this plan and the obligation of the Constitution is that we must heal the divisions of the past. We must lay the foundation for a democratic and open society. We must improve the quality of life. We must build a united and a prosperous South Africa that enables every South African to take its rightful place as part of a family of nations. We pursue these objectives looking into our responsibility and constitutional mandate, delivering no less than 2,878 social housing units and make sure that 2,000 of them are fully tenanted. We registered the registration of 21,918 title deeds, the delivery of around 39,000, close to 40,000 housing units, completion of 25,186 service sites across the programs and provinces, and blocking 195 projects within a budget availability, but also ensuring that 11,358 First home finance subsidies applications are approved with 9,231 subsidies dispersed to the qualifying beneficiaries. This is a program that deals with the gap market. We eradicate intentionally 6,950 mud houses across the rural and communal land of our provinces, particularly in the rural edges of our cities and towns. Delivery of 744 military housing units. We bow and take pride of those who fought and brought this freedom for us, that we have to bring them dignity for their sacrifice back. 11,215 solar installations to advance the resilience and sustainability of poor households. So despite these challenges which we have encountered in the previous financial year, we are comforted by the significant strides that we have made in some of these programs, as I've articulated above. These include reaching 48% of the NTDT targets in the delivery of title deeds. It is not a small feat to arrive at 48%. It brings back the dignity and controls ownership to the custodians of the people who have received social housing from government. We also want to eradicate 8,176 uninhabitable mud houses, which is closely to a target of what we had set. And out of the 212 blocked projects which I spoke about earlier in the year in the House, 85 of those stalled projects have been unblocked. We know the budget constraints is another contributing factor to us not meeting our targets. However, we send a strong message to some in our communities who often cause unnecessary delays to our projects, who receive houses and sell them and move them without following government processes as enshrined in our policies. It still remains our concerted effort to expand our first home housing ownership, where we have managed to deliver 10,856 for our gap market. In addition, we have dispersed 5,195 of the 8,183 subsidies approved applications to enable rural households to have access to formal housing. We appreciate the assistance we got, particularly from the province, through MEC Mtombeni, on the traditional leaders who have availed land for us to be able to build houses in a very viable way that we usually do in towns and cities, but this time around in rural areas. It is equally encouraging that the program has primarily benefited women and young people, who we believe are the backbone of our society and the future for our nation. In line with our priorities, our inclusive growth target and job creation of more than 4,000 jobs have been created through the construction of houses and administration of the program. If you look actually into the overall target of what we have achieved, as we wrapped up what Stats SA did, we've created over 12,200 jobs interimly in the programs that we are running, focusing on women and young people. Through the HDA, which is our Housing Development Agency, we exceeded our land-related target by acquiring 2,447 hectares in well-located areas for human settlement development against the target of 1,000 hectares. We have surpassed this target. Our intention is to bring our people closer to where convenience and livelihoods in cities is. We also would want to complete the 5 integrated implementation plan for priority PDAs, which we are running with provinces through enhanced collaboration with municipalities. For service sites, provinces delivered combinedly 24,251 against a combined target of 13,000 for 2025-2026, achieving almost 163% of the planned budget, indicating a significant aggregate performance in service site delivery. This is a target for housing of people, particularly young. They may be unemployed, they may not be qualifying as part, but we give land that is service, that have got roads, that have got electricity, that has got sewer, for them to be able to build for themselves. Key of the stumbling block to availability of housing is land. So we have ensured that almost 14,000 people have received land for free from government to be able to build for themselves. I don't know if you don't clap for this. It's another story. These achievements are critical in advancing spatial transformation, improving access to strategically located land, and strengthening the pipeline for sustainable human settlement. The demand for affordable rental housing, particularly in big cities, remains very high. But I'm happy to report to this August House that just yesterday, we handed over as a department 1,200 units to Summer Life Social Housing here in the city of Cape Town. The project is housing 1,200. But what we still have to push for, out of the 1,000 who are housed, 15,000 applications were received, which means we have rejected a whopping 13,000 people. Comforting is that already we've got two pipeline projects under Shara in the Western Cape, in the city of Cape Town, to house even more. A month ago, Deputy Minister handed over units also in Mitchell's Plain in the River Plants area to make sure that we allocate also closer to the needy and not only the usually known and comfortable. This session will be attended. We are hosting tomorrow. Of course, it's an open invitation. Investment networking session to showcase the strategic land parcels and the hectares that I have indicated earlier above in relation to the 2,444 hectares, where we want to partner and collaborate with business so that we could be able to be in partnership even financially to build this. And HDA is relating these commercially viable and socially transformative projects or possibilities open into the market so we could accelerate. We are saying we're doing that because we do not want to wait for the fiscus to increase. Possibilities of an increase of a fiscus are minimal, but we carry a responsibility and a mandate to utilize what we have in our hands to deliver more, even what the fiscus gives us. We are hoping that it will deliver no less than 3,031 social housing, which will allow us to even exceed our annual targets. Furthermore, nearly 2,800 were successfully tenanted, reflecting the sustained demand for well-located rental accommodation. The implementation of social housing projects across the country resulted, as I indicated, in 12,022 jobs. Honorable House Chair, working with provinces, we continue to make significant progress in advancing transformation, skills development, and participation of the previously disadvantaged through one of our entities, PPRA. For the property sector. In line with our budget vote of 2025-2026, where we're leveraging technologies for resilient, sustainable human settlement, we hosted a successful summit in innovative building technologies in February this year. Importantly, this was not merely a summit as a discussion platform, but we have already consolidated an IPT plan with set aside of 2% of our SDG to make sure rollout agile housing, particularly to assist and take out families that have been affected by disaster in a more faster approach. And MECs for human settlements across the country are championing this program. So the 2% of the Human Settlement Development Grant may be allocated to IBT-related housing projects in all the provinces. We're saying jointly with National Treasury, we'll assist the provinces in the implementation, but also ensuring that it prioritizes local manufacturers, emerging contractors, youth, and women. To show our commitment to IBTs, we have ensured that the 2024 White Paper of Human Settlement provides for the policy foundation for innovation and alternative building typologies. You walk around the world, you see the advancement in relation to innovative building technologies. Our housing code, norms and standards and implementation guidelines have already been developed and have been funneled through into a implementation framework in relation to what National Treasury demands. So the summit marked the end of experimentation, but a beginning of implementation. Honorable Chair, during the 2025-26 financial year, the department identified 212 black housing projects which were blocked for one reason or the other. Of these, I committed to the House that we will undertake no less than 50, but I'm here today to report that 85 of those projects were successfully unblocked. With Northwest and Free State taking a lead, followed by Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. We are sharpening our accountability ecosystem, such where contractors and officials of government fail to deliver. Honorable members reported through the NCOP week a stalled project on an N12 which they visited. The report about the contractor is already on our table with the province, and we're moving forward to make sure that we unblock that project. That is what is oversight accountability. We are proud to announce that all our rental housing tribunals are now active and functional in all our provinces. We came at the beginning of the financial year yesterday, we had all our housing tribunals having challenges. We have brought staff from the department to support them in municipalities, and we've ignited their facility for all of them. We hope that this will unblock quite a number of land availability to ensure that privately people could be able to build in sustainable and well-assessed areas of land, but it could also be that the tribunals themselves can provide free and efficient dispute resolution mechanisms to ensure that people don't lose the land, and ushering tenants and landlords operating both in the public and the private housing market. We are ramping up our efforts to address the challenges of illegal and land invasion and occupation, embedded, of course, with what the tribunals will help us. Honourable members are aware that the department has drafted and published the PI Amendment Bill Act, and it was gazetted. We are currently rounding up the country in relation to public comments over a period of 60 days. It started in May and it is closing on the 16th of June 2026. And our target as the department is to tabulate the bill in front of the August House during August this year, 2026. What will this be saying? It will be saying a land that does not belong to yours. You need to follow processes to acquire that land. But it will also be protecting a landowner, be it private or public, that you have a right that you can protect your land. Our baseline has been reduced by 20.6 billion over the MTD medium-term expenditure framework. This has resulted in the reduction of our urban settlement grant, what we called USDG, by 19.7 billion over the MTF period, with 5.7 billion in 2026-2027, with 6.4 billion in 2027-2028, and a further 7.1 billion in 2028-29 to fund metro trading services. We're not cancelling the grant as it is and wiping it away. We're saying we're doing with dedicated urban support grant into direct metros and urbanization, follow urbanization where it goes. So there shouldn't be a distortion that it is depleting and government cares less about the poor people. The informal settlement grant has also been reduced by 490 million in 2026. We have also reallocated 2.9 billion over MTF from our human SDG grant to ISUP to support non-metro provinces and small, medium provinces to upgrade their informal settlements. The allocation of 2026 MTF period will support the implementation of the sector medium-term development plan targets, including conditional grants amounting to 81 billion, with 26.9 billion allocated for this financial year. Conditional grants funding for the current financial year therefore totals to 23 billion, representing 87% of the annual allocation. And these funds are distributed as follows. Provincial departments will receive 15 billion, which constitutes 64% of the total allocation. Metros will receive 8 billion, which constitute about 36%. Honorable House Chair, as I table this budget before this August House, let me remember that this budget is not merely about allocation. It is about delivery, it is about dignity, and it is about transformation. Through these investments, we must ensure that they translate into real change into the lives of South Africans. This can only be true to the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, which is a significant milestone that we must also continue to double our collective efforts in making sure that we meet the housing expectation of the people through the delivery of adequate, safe, durable, climate resilient, and sustainable typologies of houses. I present to the people of South Africa, vote 33, the budget of the Department of Human Settlements. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your presentation of your budget. Before we call on the first speaker, I'd like to welcome all those in the public gallery and say to you, you are most welcome, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay with us and join us whenever you can. Thank you very much for being here with us. Honorable delegates, I now call upon the chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, my homeboy, the Honorable Kaunda, to present his report for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, the House Chairs, the Minister of Human Settlement in our Republic of South Africa, Honorable Simelane, also the Deputy Minister, on Mahambe Hlala, whom I always have a debate with her about her name, about invasion and all of that. But anyway, greetings to my leader. This is the programming whip, chief whip, permanent and special delegates of this House, SALGA delegation, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, it gives me great pleasure to participate in this important debate today. I would like to formally table the report of the Select Committee of COPTA, Public Service and Administration, Human Settlement and Water and Sanitation before this House. I will use this time allocated to me for the benefit of the African National Congress. The People's Movement that delegated me to represent them in this House calls for dedicated time for committee chairpersons to be recognized in the budget debates in our plenaries. Honorable Chair, allow me to dedicate this debate to one of our greatest revolutionary icons who devoted his life to the liberation struggle until his eternal rest. I speak of the former KZN Housing MEC, Honorable Dumsani Magagula Makaye, who was a true servant to our people. I have been so fortunate to work closely with him in the movement and in government. A particularly memorable occasion was his visit in Ward 57 in Bambai, in Nanda, eThekwini municipality during the early 2000s, where I was still a ward councillor. He was responsible and he was also there to officially launch and hand over the project, the first housing project of Bambai area, which became the turning point for the development of this area, which is the heart of Mahatma Gandhi settlement, and the next located next to the house of the first president of the ANC, Dr. J.L. Dube, uMafukuzela Onjengelanga. Prior to the democratic breakthrough of 1994, Bambai was one of the most severely underdeveloped informal settlements in the region, characterized by extreme poverty and deprivation. Today, however, the area has been transformed beyond recognition, boasting well-constructed access roads, traffic signals, kuna marobot lapha ehlalo. Kuna madolobha amanye angakabi nethuba lokuthola amarobot, but eBhambayi kuna amarobot, the Dube Village Shopping Center, and the two new schools established, built by the ANC-led government, namely Kastupa Gandhi Primary School and Inanda Comprehensive High School, the latter of which ranks among the best performing schools in KwaZulu-Natal. Indeed, the lives of the people of Bambai have changed considerably. Though much remains to be done to meaningfully improve the material conditions of our people, particularly on the economic front, it is this reality that necessitates the urgent pursuit of radical socio-economic transformation. In paying his final tribute, President Mbeki recalled Honorable Makaye's early involvement in the liberation struggle and his unwavering commitment to realizing the African National Congress's vision of a better life for all in the post-apartheid era. The president described him as a man of both thought and action, one who dedicatedly fought for a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. President Mbeki further noted that Honorable Makhaya has discharged his obligations with exceptionally determination, skill, courage, boldness, discipline, and also enthusiasm. It is precisely this spirit of determination, skill, discipline, and enthusiasm that underscores the great need for outstanding patriots such as Magagula. We need not one, not two, not 10, but 1,000 of Dumsan Makhayas. MEC Makhaya traveled the length and breadth of our province, tirelessly building houses in informal settlements and deep rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal. And sikubona Mthombeni uyibambe khona lapho kulelo khondolo. We are grateful of the work that you are also doing. Leaving an indelible mark on the lives of the people. His immense contribution to bringing revolutionary was exported from outside. The historical task in South Africa from outside. The historical task in South Africa is not to further constrain the forces of the national liberation, peace, and social progress, but to unshackle them. The problem is not too little, but too much opposition. I close quote. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government has since democratic breakthrough been always guided by the Freedom Charter, the foundational document that continues to inform the policy direction pursued and implemented in the Republic of South Africa in the advancement of the national democratic revolution. The clause that guides the execution of the constitutional obligation to provide decent shelter to deserving South Africans is, and I quote in the Freedom Charter, "There shall be houses, security, and comfort," close quote. It asserts that all people have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, bring up families in comfort, and that slums shall be demolished. We are very grateful with the work that the Honorable Minister is doing in her department to deal with the slums clearance, especially in the provinces where there are major challenges. The ANC-led government has therefore decided to shift its mandate from housing to human settlement in order to move beyond merely building detached houses, but the holistic human settlement approach that prioritizes spatial integration, economic inclusion, and reliable access to social amenities like schools, roads, clinics, and transport nodes. This policy shift was further inspired by the wise and visionary words of President Nelson Mandela, who proclaimed, and I quote, "We owe it to all the peoples of the subcontinent to ensure that they see in us not merely good leaders waxing lyrical about development, but as the front commanders in the blast furnaces of labor, productive investment, and visible change." I close quote. Honorable Chair, the social wage that the ANC-led government has presented to the people of South Africa can never be matched even by the developed countries in the world. Notwithstanding the challenges that still persist, including poverty and the emergence of corruption as a scourge that intends to reverse our gains, which we are not going to allow it. That is why this government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, here in the Republic of South Africa. Basic services like water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse collection for the poor communities is a testimony of the pockets of intervention that have been put in motion to achieve better human settlements. The ANC policies have ensured that We live in a democratic country. Prior to 1994, state-sponsored economic and spatial exclusion kept the African middle class artificially suppressed and exceptionally small. And after 1994, after we've ascended to the positions of power, South Africa saw a dramatic explosion of the African middle strata. Upward mobility driven by progressive legislations, affirmative action, and broad-based black economic empowerment transformed the middle class from the white domination to the black African domination. The big elephant in the room remains, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, we can't agree more with you on your analysis and policy posture that requires reforms. In each corner of our country, we are now observing building of new mansions, I call them, even in rural areas. Migration of people who used to own properties in suburbs are now coming back to both semi-rural and deep rural areas. These present economic opportunities, but if not guided, it will reverse the work done in transforming our spatial setup. Municipalities should be engaged by COGTA and human settlement to fast-track the process of fully integrating traditional authority areas of Amakosi into the spatial development framework for land use management purposes. The most pressing challenge that remains is the deracialization of the economy, whereby fundamentally altering the patterns of wealth ownership and the means of production by dismantling the untransformed economic structure that continues to exclude the majority of our people, particularly Africans and blacks in general. Without these fundamental changes, our total liberation cannot be fully realized. It is encouraging to note, however, that through the implementation of free education and early childhood development towards university education, significant strides have been made in turning the tide in favor of our people. Honorable Minister, we are in full agreement that with your analysis and the policy reforms that you have outlined before us as the committee. As we proceed, we therefore call upon the minister to look at the issue of these land use management interventions to ascertain that in areas of Amakosi, at least there is land, and the land audit must be conducted to reserve the land for schools, clinics, malls, parks, and recreational facilities, worship sites, and other social amenities that need to be implemented to ensure that we have fully fledged human settlement. We may be running a risk of building houses of people who do not need such interventions, who just need to be allocated service sites to build a top structure. So we welcome your intervention to emphasize to municipalities the allocation of service sites instead of building houses for communities who may not be in dire need. But we also urge the department to continue to intervene to the poor communities to give the full package of the settlements. We have been observing the emergence of new developments in our communities. Konopia in Durban, as an example, is the real testimony of human settlement development, which embraces spatial changes, which have presented a new city in Durban, which is a mixed-use development where houses are being provided, new school, new clinic, sporting facilities, parks, mini industrial zone, a new mall, the state-of-the-art infrastructure, bridge, roads, which is also complemented by both the provincial department and SANRAL on N2 Mount Ashcombe interchange. I therefore commit that will bring members of the Select Committee to conduct oversight in the development, Honorable Minister, to see the good work your department is executing. In KZN and in the country, there are catalytic projects that have been implemented, and some of the planning stages are planned in bigger numbers. Honorable Chair, the journey we have traversed in bringing about material changes to the people's lives is undisputable. Since we ascended the position of power after 1994, the ANC continues to take pride to its service delivery record, which we have delivered more than 4.3 houses in the country. Also reserved 1.3 million service sites, as well as 13 million South Africans who became beneficiaries today. They own houses and also being provided with title deeds to ensure the security of tenure. There are challenges on the implementation of this noble program in different municipalities. Among factors that influence delays include availability of land, as you have mentioned them. I would like to encourage all South Africans, especially the youth, to seize the opportunity to get registered on the 20th and 21st of June on the open
Thank you very much,
registration by
Honorable
IEC.
Founder. Your time
I thank
has
you,
expired.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I submit.
Honorable delegates, it now gives me pleasure to call upon another one of my homeboys, and that is the MEC for Human Settlements and Transport from KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Duma. Ntombeni, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, there we go. I'm always automatically getting antagonistic. Thank you for that. On a lighter note, let me greet your good self, Honorable House Chair. You're not delivering, you are being offensive. Let me also greet the Minister, Makucho, Mpembeka Lokotwayo, the DM Mambehlala, Honorable Member Kaunda, and we are very honored. I think I must just highlight this first, that this department is led by two colossus women. They complement each other. They know the new dimension of how we lead. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Indeed, when you give them a chance, it's always strategic. Thank you so much, Minister, for gracing our shores and presenting this authentic and stronger, restoring dignity. In case I sound like Honorable Kaunda, in case I sound like Honorable Minister, we are singing from the same hymn book. We are deducing this from Freedom Charter, 1955. So it's something that is encapsulating that theorem. So we are not monolithic. It's the reality that we started dreaming about this thing during oppression and during the bad time of our country. Minister Smilane has already discovered a very strategic intervention in fighting against the global warming. This year, on the February the 3rd and 4th, there was an innovative summit, technologies dealing with the issue of building a new intervention. It's something that I thought also deserves a serious round of applause. On behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we thank you, Minister, for all the supporters on executive authority responsible for ensuring that we house the nation. Through your support, we constructed more than 8,835 houses in the last financial year. With this year's allocation, we are aiming at accelerating the construction of houses that we put on hold as a result of the shortage of funds. In addition, the Minister has demonstrated a clear understanding of the fact that many major cities are facing challenges caused by urbanization. In this regard, Minister welcomed 9 billion allocated to metros from Urban Settlements Development Grant. This will undoubtedly strengthen effort aimed at speeding up the provision of bulk infrastructure and service sites. In particular, the victims of flood in eThekwini municipality benefited immensely from the Urban Settlements Development Grant. I don't think the Minister is able to blow her own horn on the role of what has happened at Konopia. This is the only square kilometer area where you are able to find in terms of the structure, you are able to find those who are oriented or discovered or identified as capitalist class. You are able to find the middle class. You are also able to find those who are vulnerable, who couldn't afford the ordinarily. Honorable Kaunda has already elaborated the semantic understanding of that era. Also, the Minister also contributed. It was in the year 2024, Minister, you came into the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you visited that area, and you said we are going to make it happen. Indeed, you've already delivered. Already 113 families are already there, and we are pleading the indulgence that you must come and open that big project that has been identified, coming with the president in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I've already highlighted that those families were affected by the devastating flood of April 2022 are now living in that area. And already on top of that, you went extra mile by identifying and giving us the grant on taking the new project called Montclair, the procurement of that, so where we're able to custom and house our people. We started last week that the relocation of these families to this upmarket area is a display of an efficient integrated approach involving all spheres of government. The Konopia Integrated Human Settlement is being developed on a strategically located land parcel and is 14 years into development cycle. It was also decided to establish the Dube Trade Port, which incorporates the King Shaka International Airport. Importantly, one of the key strategic reasons for the relocation was to establish an integrated multimodal logistic platform that will link the national road and rail systems and to support the seaport of Durban and Richards Bay, with the added value of air infrastructure to accommodate intercontinental widespread. Critical, the basis of the decision to relocate the airport was research that revealed that airports had the potential to shape business location and urban development in the 21st century. We're able to highlight this thing today, Minister, as a result of that. Honorable Mbimbi, Honorable Kaunda has already mentioned that the late ANC spokesperson, who was then the MEC, may his soul rest in peace, Ushombela Dumsan Makai, together with former Mayor of eThekwini, champion efforts to build decent houses in Konopia. Fast forward to 2026, we're accelerating the eradication of legacies of the Group Areas Act of the apartheid system. This act effectively prevented 9 whites from owning properties or even running their business within developed white-owned areas. To date, has been mailed. To date, is harvesting the result. Together with the Minister of Human Settlements, we are changing all of this. I do want to pass a special thank to His Excellency, the President Matamela, on the issue of Presidential eThekwini Working Group. Honorable Minister, in particular, co-chairs, Mr. Mike Mabuyakul and DDG, the presidents, Ms. Baleni, for ensuring this become a success story. Project of this special type, Konopia, is the only geographical landmark, as I've already highlighted, that is able just to give us the dream where President Mandela spoke about that it is possible that we could cohabit together as one nation. Phase 1 in Konopia is largely completed with 2,762 breaking new ground houses completed and occupied at 99% transferred. 232 affordable housing units are still to be built, and the balance of 9 residential sites is being developed as we speak. However, I must caution, Honorable House Chair, there is a new thing that is coming where the issue of beneficiaries are able to occupy these houses, but some of them are selling these houses. And some of them are also renting to drug lords, and some of them are even given to illegal immigrants that are doing a lot of things, including the criminal activities. We've already started, we've formulated a team of inspectors who will do covert operations in identifying all the culprits. And at eThekwini, as we speak already, there is one lady who's already been arrested, is in court as we speak, and there were 3 Mozambicans who were arrested last week as part of these fraudulent activities in the department. In addition, to provide much needed housing of scale consisting of various typologies that include full subsidized unit, particular subsidized gap, affordable housing, rental opportunities, and targeted open market, it is estimated that 43,000 permanent and 387,000 construction jobs will be created over the next 15 to 20 years, Honorable Minister. There were issues where you'll find that the project have been halted for different reasons. Amongst of those projects is the issue of Thubaletu. Minister also came there in that era, and she came with a proper solution, because you'll find that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, probably in the country called South Africa, there are issues that are roles and functions of the municipalities. But we can't just fold our arms and say that the municipality failed when they fail to issue bulk infrastructure. We must do something in terms of the interventions. We've already done that at Thubaletu. A certain portion has already been occupied. There is also the issue of Alfred Duma, the issue of Josini, Nkosi Mtuba, all those areas we have just intervened in ensuring that there is a project. Some of our projects for the 2026, as I draw forward this thing, in the financial year, we intervene where district municipality had failed dismal to provide funding for the provision of bulk infrastructure, which is why I was already highlighting the issue of Melmort under Mtonjane local municipality. We visited the area and the minister has already given us the grant. And in that process, 19 million for the construction of water infrastructure in the area. We've invested millions toward the provision of electricity. As a department, we've already spent 350 million to more than 1.1 billion providing bulk services, which is actually a municipal function. I've already highlighted the issue of Mbulwane, which is in the area Asian Alfred local municipality. We unlock bottleneck there by allocating 9 million for the upgrading of sewer pump. In conclusion, we commit to do work I've highlighted because we know that another requirement of a developmental state is to demonstrate capacity to implement the planned project in time and in an accurate form. The developmental state has a responsibility of ensuring a united focus in the achievement of the outcome for the success story. We understand, Honorable Minister, that the year where there are local government elections become very cumbersome. There will be serious rhetoric. There will be those who will be masquerading as revolutionaries and they are pseudo and they are correct. They won't be coming with any solution. They will be just be saying that they are going to do 1, 2, 3, which is a hogwash. Some have been given a platform and they've failed dismal because it's a financial year that encompasses local government. They will be trying their luck. A luta continue. This government is going to provide now and provide after. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Duma. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's the Honorable Dr. Skrio Kokel, who has 7 minutes.
Medulla Sestulo, Honorable Minister, fellow members, and my fellow Suid-Afrikaners, goeiemiddag. Minister, about a year ago, many of us stood in this house calling for your resignation. Many of us were part of that crowd. Now we call on you for accountability, for those who failed to provide everyone with the opportunity to access to adequate housing. The DA, we entered into the government of national unity for one reason only, to help rescue South Africa. We are here to ensure South Africans receive the dignity promised to them in the Constitution adopted in 1996. That is why we are here. Members of this House can stand on this podium and grandstand to play to the crowd, but that will not put a roof over the head of a single South African family. The fact is, Chairperson, since 1994, billions have been lost due to corruption, no consequence management, and poor performance. Now, Chairperson, let me put that money into perspective. Close to 100,000 houses were not built because officials and politicians did not care. Minister, we can debate line items in this budget for hours. We can argue about percentages, allocations, expenditure patterns, but South Africans do not live inside spreadsheets. They ask simple questions. Do I have a roof over my head? Do I have water in my tap? Do I have electricity? Can I drive on safe roads? Can I find work? Can I raise my children with dignity? In Ibibo, in Nigeria, they say, one tree does not make a forest. So without services, you don't have dignity. But at the center of these questions is the Department of Human Settlements, township establishment, informal settlements upgrade, correcting apartheid spatial planning. They are imperative. But none of these progress indicators have value if we do not give South Africans dignity. Minister, regardless of constitutional competencies, spheres of government, you are the head of human settlements in South Africa, and leadership carries responsibility. And every South African understands this principle. If you're 18, if you're 8, if you're 100 years old, when the parents speak, you listen. Responsibility, leadership with accountability. You have the privilege and the authority of leadership. When a report lands on your desk that municipalities are failing, you have the privilege to pick up a phone and say, Executive Mayor, why is this not being fixed? You can call a mayor and ask, why is the family in Kuma still living in asbestos after 11 years without proper water and electricity? You can call the Premier of the Free State and ask, why is G Hostel still not completed after promises that it will be completed in 2024? Why are projects like Dark City and Silver City in Mangaung still incomplete while people continue waiting for dignity? That is your responsibility, Minister. Human settlements is not merely handing over RDP houses and holding ribbon-cutting ceremonies. The real strength of human settlements is ownership. It is a title deed. It is a dignity of saying, this house belongs to me. I'm also working towards that dream of one day saying, my home fully belongs to me. That's dignity. That's security. That's ownership. That is what South Africans dream about. And millions of South Africans are still waiting for this opportunity. So this budget cannot be about how many houses were delivered. It must be about whether we're restoring dignity and creating ownership. Because a title deed changes a family's house, family forever, and impacts generations. Minister, we visited projects in the Northwest where over 1,600 housing opportunities were promised, yet barely over 200 were completed. It further proves that the district development model has failed because there was no cooperative government between departments, and who suffers? The people of Matlosana. But there's another reality that we must confront. Contractors continue failing projects, province after province, yet
Good afternoon, honourable members and special delegates. We seem to have lost connectivity to the chamber, but ICT and Sound and Vision are attending to it. We apologise for the inconvenience. Thank you.
Opportunity, correcting the spatial injustice of apartheid, and ensuring that every South African has access to a decent standard of living. For many of our people, particularly those living in importance as well. Section 26 of the Constitution guarantees the right to adequate housing. The obligation requires government to progressively realize this right within available resources. Despite the fiscal pressures facing our country, the budget demonstrates government's continued commitment to improving the lives of vulnerable communities through housing deliveries and infrastructure development. The department annual performance plan aligns with the medium-term development priorities aimed at reducing poverty, tackling the high cost of living, and building sustainable human settlement. One of the key priorities of the budget is accelerating housing delivery and informal settlement upgrading. The department has committed itself to supporting all 9 provinces and 8 metropolitan municipalities in the upgrading informal settlement through phases 1, 2, and 3 of the National Housing Code. This is critical because informal settlement continues to grow as a result of a rapid urbanization and increasing housing demand. Communities living in informal settlement deserve more than temporary solutions. They deserve dignity, safety, and access to services. Dignity begins with access to clean water, proper sanitation, electricity, roads, and refuse removal. The focus of this budget must therefore not only be the number of houses built, but on the quality and sustainability of human settlement housing development. Must include schools, clinics, transport networks, recreational spaces, and economic opportunities. A house without services is not dignity. A settlement without opportunity is not development. Another important issue addressed by this budget vote is the challenge of housing backlogs and delayed projects. Communities across the countries are frustrated by incomplete housing projects, poor workmanship, and long waiting periods. Some families have waited years for promised housing opportunities while projects remain stalled because of contractors' failures, poor planning, corruption, and administrative delays. The budget recognizes the needs to unblock stalled projects, strengthens oversight, and improve accountability in housing services, housing delivery. We must ensure that the public funds are used effectively and that contractors are held accountable for poor performance. Communities cannot continue waiting decades for promises that never materialize. Deputy Chairperson, the issue of title deeds also requires urgent attention. A title deed is more than just a legal document. It represents ownership, dignity, economic empowerment, and security for families. Without title deeds, beneficiaries cannot fully enjoy the economic value of their homes or transfer wealth to their future generations. The department's commitments to supporting provinces in accelerating title deed registration is therefore welcome. However, stronger coordination is needed between human settlement departments, municipalities, and deeds offices to eliminate administrative backlogs and ensure that qualifying beneficiaries receive legal ownership of their homes. A house without a title deed limits economic empowerment and generational wealth. We must also acknowledge the growing impact of climate change and disaster of human settlement and infrastructure. Floods and severe weather conditions continue to destroy homes, roads, bridges, and municipal infrastructure, particularly in vulnerable and poor communities. Climate change is no longer a future threat. It is already affecting communities today. This budget focuses on disaster response and emergency housing. Interventions is therefore important. However, government must move beyond reactive measures and invest in climate-resilient infrastructure and better settlement planning. Infrastructure development remains central to sustainable human settlement. Housing delivery cannot succeed without supporting infrastructure such as roads, water system, sanitation networks, electricity, and public transport. Housing without infrastructure is incomplete development. For this reason, coordination between human settlement, public works, municipalities, and other sectors of government is essential. Too often projects are delayed because departments operate in silos. Approvals are delayed or infrastructure planning is poorly coordinated. Government must function as one integrated system of communities to see meaningful and lasting change. We also welcome the department commitment to strengthen monitoring system, data integrity, and accountability. We cannot manage what we cannot measure. Improved beneficiaries management system, stronger grant monitoring, and real-time project tracking will help eliminate duplication, corruption, and ghost beneficiaries while improving transparency in housing allocation and project implementation. At a time of budget reduction and fiscal pressure, every rent must be accounted for. Every rent lost to corruption is a house lost to a deserving family. There must be a zero tolerance for corruption, weak oversight, and wasteful expenditure. Despite the challenges facing the sector, the budget vote demonstrates a clear commitment to improving the lives of South Africans through housing delivery, infrastructure investment, and integrated development. However, success will not be measured by reports and targets alone. Success will be measured by families moving into safe homes, communities receiving reliable services, young people accessing opportunities closer to where they live, and vulnerable households finally experiencing dignity and security. This is not time for business as usual. We need urgency. We need accountability. We need capable institutions. And above all, we need delivery. Chairperson, the budget before us represents hope for millions of South Africans who are still waiting for decent housing and basic services. Let us therefore choose delivery over delays, accountability over excuses, and people over politics. For these reasons, we support the human settlement budget vote. Mote Prefeta Wabalala, Wabarua Khomo, Retsana ka ona. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabebo. We now move on to the next presenter who is on the virtual platform, and that is Honorable MEC for Human Settlements, Public Works and Infrastructure from the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Mani Lusisti, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Health Chair. Greetings to yourself, to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister, all the MECs on the platform, honorable members of the NCOP, representatives from provinces, all government and NCOP officials. Indeed, it is an honor and a privilege for us as the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, the home of legends, to participate in this important debate of the NCOP on the budget vote of the Department of Human Settlements as presented by the Honorable Minister. From the onset, allow me to indicate that the budget and the minister was clear. It was honest, realistic, firmly anchored on the lived realities and the material conditions of our people. The budget vote tabled by the minister reflected a deep appreciation of the daily struggles confronting workers and the poor of our country, while simultaneously presenting a practical path towards restoring dignity of our people through sustainable integrated human settlements. In many respects, it gave a true meaning to the long-standing progressive principle of from the people to the people, a principle that demands that governance must always emerge from the aspirations, challenges, and hopes of the masses we serve. We participate in this debate fully conscious of the historic and the transformative responsibility carried by human settlements portfolio in our country. This debate is not merely a procedural parliamentary exercise, but a strategic national platform through which we collectively reflect on the progress we are making in restoring the dignity of our people, in advancing the vision of a just, equal, and humane society. Honorable Deputy Chair, this year marks 30 years since the adoption of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa, a constitution born out of struggle, sacrifice, and the collective aspirations of millions who longed for freedom, equality, justice, and human dignity. Our democratic constitution remains the supreme expression of our values, of our liberation struggle. It commits us as a nation to heal the division of the past and to build a society founded on the democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, a point correctly and firmly articulated by the Honorable Minister. When the first democratic president of the Republic of South Africa, Utatu Nelson Mandela, signed the Constitution into law 30 years ago, it was not merely an administrative or a ceremonial act. It was a profound political and historical moment that entrenched the obligation of the democratic state to progressively realize the basic rights and freedoms of our people, especially the poor, the marginalized, and the historically dispossessed. It affirmed that the dignity, equality, and freedom of South Africans will no longer remain abstract ideals confined to speeches and declarations, but would become enforceable constitutional commitments backed by the authority of a democratic state. Central to this constitutional commitment is the right of every citizen to have access to adequate housing and to live in conditions consistent with human dignity. The democratic government understood that the struggle for liberation could never be separated from the struggle for land, shelter, and decent living conditions. Housing, therefore, is not simply about brick and mortar. It's about restoring dignity, advancing social justice, and fundamentally transforming the spatial inequalities created by colonialism and apartheid. It is therefore fitting that 30 years later, we gather in this august house to reaffirm the centrality of human settlements in the broader project of social transformation, nation building, and inclusive development. Human settlements remain a strategic instrument through which we confront poverty, inequality, unemployment, and the apartheid spatial legacy that continues to reproduce exclusion and underdevelopment in many of our communities. The Human Settlements Budget Vote remains one of the most important instruments at the disposal of the democratic state in confronting the enduring legacy of colonialism and apartheid spatial justice. For decades, the apartheid regime relegated the Black majority to overcrowded townships, underdeveloped rural villages, and marginalized settlements located far away from the centers of economic opportunity. The democratic government inherited this painful spatial configuration, characterized by inequality, underdevelopment, poverty, and social exclusion. It is therefore through this budget vote that we continue to give practical expression to the aspirations of our people as captured in the Freedom Charter, which declared that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The work of building sustainable integrated human settlements is fundamentally about restoring dignity, creating sustainable communities, and ensuring that our people live closer to economic opportunities, social amenities, healthcare facilities, schools, and transport networks. The delivery of integrated human settlements therefore becomes an important pillar of the transformative program led by the democratic government as it brings hope, dignity, social stability, and the tangible dividends of freedom to the millions of South Africans. Human settlements are not merely about construction of houses, they are about building communities, stimulating local economies, creating jobs, empowering women and young people, and fostering social cohesion. In the Eastern Cape, we continue to intensify our efforts towards accelerating the delivery of dignified housing opportunities to our people, particularly the poor, vulnerable, military veterans, persons living with disabilities, women-headed households, and victims of disasters and gender-based violence. Despite the prevailing fiscal constraints and economic pressures, we remain resolute in implementing catalytic and people-centered human settlements programs across the province. Amongst the work we continue to undertake are rural housing projects aimed at restoring dignity in historically neglected communities, the upgrading of informal settlements, the issuing of title deeds to rightful beneficiaries, rectification program, and the revitalization of blocked and stalled projects to ensure that communities finally receive houses that have been delayed for years. We are also prioritizing the provision of bulk infrastructure to unlock sustainable human settlements development, ensuring that housing projects are not delivered in isolation from critical services. Honorable Deputy Chair, one of the strategic interventions we are driving in the Eastern Cape is the strengthening of the collaboration between the Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure under the leadership of the Merge Ministry. This institutional arrangement has enabled us to unlock strategic areas of coordination and integration between infrastructure delivery and human settlements development. Through this collaboration, we are leveraging public infrastructure investment to support integrated spatial transformation, stimulate local economic development, and support Black contractors and emerging enterprises, and expand opportunities for artisanship and skills development amongst our young people. The alignment between the two departments is also assisting us to improve our planning, land identification, project implementation, and infrastructure coordination. In advancing this strategic alignment, the province has also established the Joint Human Settlements Property and Real Estate Forum, which serves as an important platform bringing together government, industry stakeholders, financial institutions, property practitioners, developers, and the built environment professionals. The objective of the forum is to strengthen collaboration in unlocking human settlements investment, addressing barriers to property ownership, expanding access to affordable housing opportunities, promoting inclusive participation within the property and real estate sector. This forum is becoming an important catalyst in driving conversations around spatial justice, investment mobilization, transformation within the property sector, and sustainable urban and rural development. It further assists in strengthening partnerships required to advance the mixed-use development, student accommodation, social housing, township revitalization, and integrated precinct development within the province. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the Eastern Cape, we support the budget vote tabled by the Honorable Minister because it continues to advance the historic mission of building a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and spatially just South Africa. We further welcome the continued support towards informal settlements upgrading, title deed restoration, and the strengthening of institutional capacity within provinces and municipalities. As we move forward, we must continue to strengthen accountability, improve project management capacity, fight corruption and construction mafias, accelerate beneficiary administration systems, and ensure that every cent allocated towards human settlement reaches the intended beneficiaries. The task before us remains enormous, but our collective commitment as a government must remain unwavering. Together, we must continue to build sustainable human settlements that restore dignity and deepen democracy and improve the quality of life of our people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for your inputs in this debate. We now move on to the next speaker, who is also on the virtual platform, and that is Honorable Kennedy, who has 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members in the House. and honorable members on the virtual platform, fellow South African. Honorable Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed human settlement budget vote. The EFF rejects the budget vote of a department that is known only for its planning documents, while millions of South Africans continue to live in shacks, asbestos houses, and structures, overcrowded hostels, hijacked buildings, and unsafe informal settlement. This is from a department that is mandated to provide dignified human settlement, special justice, and secure tenure. And on that question, this department has failed. Chairperson, it has been 32 years after democracy, yet the housing crisis continues to deepen, leaving millions stranded in informal settlements and hazardous structures that continue to expand faster than the state can respond. Thousands of housing projects remain blocked, incomplete, abandoned, or structurally defective, and communities across all rural provinces continue to live under collapsing mud houses while government officials sit in air-conditioned boardrooms drafting yet another framework and review process. Honorable Chairperson, this department claims to want to build sustainable and integrated human settlement, yet apartheid spatial geography remains intact, and the poor are still pushed to the periphery, far from economic opportunities, transport networks, schools, clinics, and social amenities. And the so-called integration agenda has become nothing more than policy rhetoric, while land in urban centers remains captured by private interest, properties, speculators, and historical privilege. Chairperson, the EFF maintains that genuine human settlements transformation requires radical state intervention in land ownership, urban restructuring, and public housing development, for the market cannot resolve the housing crisis. Banks cannot become instruments of social justice. Private developers cannot be entrusted with the constitutional obligation of housing the people. Honorable members, this report correctly raises concern about blocked and incomplete housing projects, but it fails to appreciate the scale of the crisis. Across all provinces, communities are trapped inside unfinished developments with collapsing walls, leaking roofs, absent sanitation infrastructure, and unsafe electrical connections. We know this to be true, as in Mpumalanga, residents there continue to suffer from incomplete projects and poor workmanship. In Steve Tshwete local municipality, there are informal settlements and housing backlogs that remain unresolved while the department continues recycling promises. In Amakazeni Extension 11, incomplete housing projects stand as monuments of state failure. And in Limpopo, a province that is predominantly rural, a major ongoing crisis is the presence of unsafe mud houses, which are highly vulnerable to extreme weather. Limpopo keeps getting hit by heavy seasonal rains and terrible floods, which damage or completely wash away homes, especially the ones built right near riverbanks. This, while the provincial government shifts its limited housing budget away from long-term projects to fund emergency shelters, temporary housing, and complicated relocation plans. Chairperson, recent legislative and oversight reports indicate that the Limpopo provincial housing backlog currently sits at over 96,000 units, a figure that continues to grow due to budget constraints and delays caused by non-performing contractors. The backlog is so bad that reports note that it will take nearly 2 decades for it to clear at the current rate of delivery. And our people are frustrated because of system loopholes and cheating on the housing waiting list. And across the country, communities wait years for the deeds while corruption syndicates manipulate beneficiary lists. Chairperson, Limpopo's backlog is part of a much wider issue, as reports from this department estimate that South Africa's overall housing backlog affects millions of households, with over 3.4 million registered on the National Housing Needs Database. The EFF, therefore, further raises serious concern regarding the continued deaths and injuries caused by unfinished and unsafe infrastructure. Children continue to die in sinkholes and hazardous construction sites because of state negligence and poor project management. These are not accidents. They are the consequence of corruption, poor oversight, and political incompetence. Chairperson, the report touches on construction mafias and extortion, but the response remains weak and cosmetic. The emergence of criminal syndicate in construction is directly linked to the collapse of state capacity, weak law enforcement, tender corruption, and political patronage networks. Communities are now trapped between corrupt contractors, criminal extortionists, and a paralyzed state. Honorable Chairperson, this department often also speaks about disaster management and emergency housing, yet community affected by floods and fires continue waiting years for intervention. The centralization of disaster funding has created bureaucratic paralysis. Provincial and local governments lack capacity, while affected families remain displaced indefinitely. The EFF, therefore, outrightly rejected the continued building of houses on floodplains, wetlands, and riverbanks without proper spatial planning and engineering assessment. And we reject the budget of a department which treats people as disposable population, relocating them to environmentally unsafe areas while affluent communities enjoy properly planned infrastructure. Climate change demands a new housing approach. South Africa requires climate resilient housing with proper drainage system, energy efficiency, durable materials, water harvesting infrastructure, and integrated public transport planning. Yet, this APP contains no bold and measurable climate adaptation program for vulnerable communities. Chairperson, the continued existence of asbestos roofs and mud houses in this 2026 is a national shame. It is an indictment against the democratic state. Asbestos continues to expose poor families to deadly health risks, while government delays eradication through endless pilot programs and fragmented intervention. To this effect, we demand fully funded national asbestos eradication program with annual provincial targets, emergency replacement of all mud schools and mud houses in a rural province. We demand direct labor-intensive state-led construction programs employing local communities and the establishment of state-owned construction entities to reduce dependency on private entrepreneurs. And on immediate blacklisting of contractors' response for defective and incomplete housing. We demand public release of all forensic investigation reports into housing corruption and criminal prosecution of all officials involved in maladministration and irregular expenditure. We call for mandatory post-project structural audits before houses are handed over to beneficiaries and value for money assessment on all catalytic projects. We demand a national contractor reliability index to prevent recycling failed contractors across provinces. Honorable members, the issue of title deeds cannot be separated from economic freedom. Without secure tenure, Black working class families remain excluded from meaningful economic participation. Yet government continues treating title deed restoration as a bureaucratic exercise rather than an urgent socio-economic intervention. But even title deeds alone are not enough. The EFF warns against reducing housing transformation into ownership transfer without ensuring economic infrastructure, jobs, transport connectivity, healthcare facilities, schools, recreation spaces, and industrial development around human settlement. Human settlement must not become warehouses for the poor. Chairperson, the review of the PI Act must also not become a reactionary mechanism to criminalize poverty and homelessness. The rise in land occupations reflects the failure of the state to provide adequate housing and urban land access. Poor people occupy land because they are desperate, excluded, and abandoned. The EFF support dignified and lawful urban management, but we reject any attempt to weaponize legislation against the poor while the state itself fails to meet constitutional obligation. Until the housing question is approached as a revolutionary instrument for economic emancipation rather than a narrow welfare function, South Africa will continue reproducing apartheid geography under democratic management. The EFF reject the budget vote and this whole performance plan. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. We now move on to the next participant in this debate, and that's the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs from Limpopo, the Honorable Makamu, for 10 minutes, also on the virtual platform.
Thanks very much, House Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Methembu Simelane, to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Kaunda, my colleagues from executive councils from other sister provinces which are here virtually and physically at the NCOP House, honorable members of this august House, fellow South African. It is an immense privilege to stand before this plenary today to join the policy debate on budget vote number 33 of human settlement. I stand here to speak for the resilient people of Limpopo, a province that is no longer a sleeping giant, but fully awake, active and moving forward into a trajectory of growth and dignity. Our work on the built environment is guided by our historical convent. 32 years into our democracy, we carry the weight of promises made by the giants of our liberation struggle. We remain firmly anchored in the immortal words of the Freedom Charter, which declares there shall be housing, security, and comfort, as also said by MEC Duma in this platform. To understand the soul of our mission, we must look back at the vision of the very first Minister of Housing in our democratic dispensation, the late Comrade Joe Slovo. Minister Slovo famously reminded us that housing is not just about putting a bricks and mortar together. He insisted that our housing program must be an instrument to break back the poverty, create employment, restore human dignity. Today, as we debate this appropriation bill, we are here to declare that the spirit of Comrade Joe Slovo lives on in villages, townships, and towns in Limpopo. Honorable House Chair, I'm proud to report that the Limpopo legislature has turned the corner. Our country is no longer yet one of the recovery. It is a story of accent. It is in the previous year. I stood before the provincial legislature and committed that our department will deliver 2,923 housing units across rural and urban landscapes. Today, I bring a message of victory to this national house. We did not just meet the target, we shattered it. Through hard work, dedication, and strategic injection of additional funds from the provincial treasury and from the National Department of Human Settlement, we completed 4,532 quality housing units, surpassing our target by almost 1.6. These are not just numbers on the ledger or on paper. These numbers represent human lives transformed. They represent child-headed households that have now roof over their heads, the grandmothers who no longer sleep in fear. Our focus is strictly on quality. Earlier this year, heavy thunderstorms tore through Mbaula village, destroying privately built structures. Yet, our government-built houses stood tall and firm against the wind and rain. This proves that we do not compromise on the safety and dignity of our people. Furthermore, we delivered 1,962 sites, as the minister was talking, directly improving the access of basic water and services and providing land. This performance is backed by stellar fiscal discipline, as we spent almost 99.8% of the Human Settlement Development Grant and full 100% of our informal settlement upgrading partnership grant. We are the department that spends its budget on its people. Our Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, has consistently charged us with a clear directive. She reminds us that development is about people and that public office is an opportunity to look our citizens in the eye and deliver on the promises we have made. In line with her call for caring and response government, we have made great strides in restoring human dignity through major flagship projects. Look at the Also State project, Joe Slovo Integrated Residential Development in Lipalan. The massive catalytic project is designed to address diverse needs through the multi-phase strategic approach. We have successfully completed 200 housing units that now our people are occupying. We are busy working with the services. We're also moving with speed to address density and urbanization. The installation of engineering services to our Chikota Community Residential Project in Makado has reached 95% complete and will yield 118 high-quality units. In Marapo, 514 community residential units are at the final completion stage. With street paving currently underway, we also registered and hand over 1,500 title deeds to our people through our Title Deeds Friday, as led by our capable minister. Honorable Speaker, our drive to build a better communities is also enriched by global insights through our participation in the 13th World Urban Forum held in Baku in Azerbaijan, focusing on the theme, Housing the World, Safe and Resilient Cities and Communities. South Africa, led by Minister Thembisi Milan, engaged in robust international knowledge sharing on sustainable urbanization. We have brought home global best practice, focus on smart infrastructure, resilient urban planning, and inclusive community formalization. We are actively integrating these lessons into daily operations in Limpopo to improve our provisions of human settlement. This is an international benchmark. Ensure that our housing solution are not immediate shelters, but forward-thinking, resilient communities capable of thriving in a rapidly growing world. In fact, of this tragedy, the people of Limpopo showed the true definition of spirit of Ubuntu. As President Ramaphosa accurately noted, that the response to the disaster requires everybody else. We cannot do this work in isolation with the Department of Corporate Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional. We knew that our local government is the front line of our democracy. We are working hand in glove with our municipalities to ensure that they have the capacity to build sustainable human settlement. Honorable Minister, the Limpopo Province government values your leadership, your presence, and your continued support. The budget presented today provides the necessary resources. Limpopo completely and unequivocally support the budget vote 33 for human settlement. Let us match our words with action. Let us protect the dignity of our people, and let us continue to build a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Makamu. We then move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that is Honorable Nsimande for 8 minutes.
No, good afternoon, Minister and the Deputy Minister. Ngibingelela abahlezi phezulu, ngibingelele umphakathi olalele le debate. Namhlanje inkulumo empikiswane ingokuthi le budget vote 33 izoshintsha yini impilo zabantu. Usukuleleke ubucwembana mangabe wena usakhuluma ngebaseline information. Njenge-speaker nje siqeda ukukhuluma. Sisiza for as information for planning. I-debate yethu ke thina siwumkhonto izolala ekuthenini sikhombise ukuthi le budget vote ngempela ayizuyishintsha impilo zabantu. It presents fundamental weaknesses that attracts impossibility for continued performance improvement. Honorable Chairperson, the crisis of housing settlement in South Africa revolves around poor planning, inadequate budgeting and execution of the plans. The plan before this August House. In fact, it evades accountability. The obligation of the department is reduced through these plans to provide support, monitoring, and to reports, instead of measurable service delivery outcomes such as actual houses delivered, title deeds issued, and informal settlement upgraded. This occurs whilst millions of South Africans continue living in informal settlement, backyard shacks, and mud houses. Millions of rands were wastefully spent on abandoned incomplete projects. The APP confirms that the reduced targets are due to their own choice of tightening the belt. Uyabona mangabe ubona bebala bekuvumela okwazi minister ukuthi hayi konakele. Uyabona bavele baphuma bonke nje ngobala labo basebeshiya abantu abanebali efana nathi. Mangaqalaza nje angazi noma benza i-workout noma benzani. The NDP integrated sustainable human settlement close to economic opportunities is a dream deferred. Fully subsidized housing delivered drops to just 28,000 houses in 2025 from more than 41,000 previously. Service sites also declined sharply, and at the same time, when our people bezakhela nje izindlu, lo hulumeni wenu ohambisana nalabantu abamhlophe ngengisabasho uvele nje uyodilisa izindlu zabantu. Siyakhala ngabantu, sinani bantu baseTon Ville, sinani bantu base Pretoria West, sinani bantu base Bhongweni le Eastern Cape. Angithi phela sebalala ngube yenye nalabantu. The plan sets unrealistic targets. Oh, what a contradiction. Setting ambitious targets against 20.6 billion budget cuts. The sharp reduction affecting USDG signifies unrealistic planning. The department's own document reveals static expenditure growth over the MTF period, whereas construction costs continue rising. urban migration increases, land and housing demand are rapidly growing. The budget does not match the scale of crisis. The department also continues to increase operational expenditure while the delivery slows down. Millions continue being spent on consultants, travel, and advisory services while communities continue living in unsafe conditions. When the minister responded to my question in March 2026 on a breakdown of mud houses per province, the minister provided a breakdown, but with the exception of KZN and KwaZulu-Natal. And the reason was that they had not conducted enumeration to determine the number of uninhabited inhabited mud structures, meaning no approved plans for these provinces. Despite the absence of credible data, the minister herein affirmed that for Eastern Cape, 1.1 billion is set aside over MTF period to deal with mud houses. How will the financial accountability be done in the absence of plans? Costing plans without credible data is done for malicious compliance. Yabona le genuine agency and proper planning in dealing with disaster. Awubuke nje lapha KwaZulu-Natal from December 2022 to December 2025 kwasetshenziswa imali ngaphezulu ku-1.3 billion for imindeni nje o-1062. Leyo mali ngabe yenza imizi eminingi kakhulu. The APP further lacks strong accountability measures, risk mitigation strategies, and clear explanation on how targets will be achieved under reduced cut budget. Several grammar formatting, I don't want you to get to it when you look at the plan. No professionalism. The document failed to provide sound outcome-based indicators, clearer implementation plan, and a more convincingly delivered narrative before being presented to Parliament. The informal settlement upgrading partnership grant declined drastically over the medium term while informal settlement continued expanding. Ubhekele KwaZulu-Natal, ubheke eMpumalanga nala Western Cape. There's a clear misalignment between output and output indicators throughout the APP, and consequently overall objectives of the department cannot be achieved in a situation like this. Owing to limited time, let me just raise few important points. Program one ubuke nje ngendlela bayikhawutshe kabi ngakhona. This is an enabler program. If it's incorrectly couched, department cannot achieve its core objective. There is a clear misalignment between the output and output indicator. Annual finance statements free from errors and mismanagement cannot be an output of an output indicator for unqualified audit with no material findings. The latter talks to cooperative governance and promote financial accountability in the broader sense, unlike the annual statements free from errors and mismanagement and misstatement. Similarly, quarterly assessment conducted on performance of human settlement grant metros ISUPG, and so as its own output indicator, both incorrectly couched, and is intended to evade accountability. The correct output should be produced quarterly assessment report conducted on performance of human settlement grant metros ISUPG. Then the correct and sound output indicator is a number of quarter assessment reports produced on the performance of human settlement grant conducted. Clearly, that shall provide sufficient and relevant information for accountability, including quarterly expenditure report on the specific grant-related project. This is to track expenditure on the grant provided. Ngoba sengishawe isikhathi, ithi ngivele ngikusho lokhu ukuthi sasithi masicula nabo laba kuyoba njani sesihleli noThambo sesiwabona beginqika. Ngihlangane noMantashe ehambela no SG wenye inhlangano sebecula bethi kuyoba njani bebona umkhonto uginqika sebehleli no Fairfoot.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. Unfortunately, we can't hear the end of that particular story. Good afternoon, honorable delegates. The next speaker at the podium is the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, and we'd like to welcome the Honorable Mohammed Lala.
The new speech or the same as last year?
It's my PhD, yes.
The new one.
It's there now. It's my PhD proposal. You must listen to it. It's very nice.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Honorable Mxolisi Kaunda, the Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Thembisi Melane, all MECs present, honorable members in this august house and on the virtual platform, the DG of National Department of Human Settlements, Dr. Alec Moemi, fellow South Africans, Mandini Bulise Ngalenjigalanga. Honorable House Chairperson, today as we gather beneath the democratic mantle of this august house, South Africa marks 30 years since the adoption of our democratic constitution, 50 years since the historic Soweto Youth Uprising of 1976, and 70 years since the historic Women's March of 1956. These defining milestones remind us that the struggle for freedom has always been inseparable from the struggle for dignity, land, shelter, and inclusion. Human settlements, therefore, remains one of the most powerful instruments of social and economic transformation, through which government continues to dismantle apartheid spatial patterns, expand access to opportunity, and empower women, youth, and emerging enterprises to participate meaningfully in rebuilding our nation. At its core, the work of human settlements is about reversing the legacy of exclusion and inequality imposed by the apartheid. It is about ensuring that poor and working class communities are no longer pushed to the margins of development, but are integrated into centers of opportunity, economic participation, and democratic life. Honorable members, as we debate Budget Vote 33, our hearts remains with the families affected by devastating floods and severe weather conditions across parts of the country, particularly in the province of the Western Cape. It would be remiss of me not to place on record our appreciation to the officials of the National Department of Human Settlements who acted with agency and compassion, cutting through bureaucratic delays to bring relief to affected communities. We equally extend our gratitude to the gift of the givers for their continued humanitarian support through the provision of hot meals, blankets, clothing to vulnerable households, etc. These disasters are a stark reminder that climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality, confronting poor and vulnerable communities every day. Through the emergency housing program, we continue to provide temporary accommodation, relocation support, and the restoration of damaged structures beyond emergency response. However, our responsibility is to build climate-resilient human settlements capable of withstanding future disasters and protecting the dignity of our people. Through the innovative building technologies, the Department of Human Settlements is embracing fast, safer, and more sustainable methods of construction. The recent Innovative Building Technologies Presidential Summit confirmed that these technologies are no longer experimental alternatives, but a necessary component of modern housing delivery. Our government is now institutionalizing these technologies within the mainstream human settlements program to accelerate delivery, strengthen disaster response capability, support localization, and create economic opportunities for women, youth, and emerging enterprises. The value of innovative building technologies is evident in Limpopo, where 2 IBT houses withstood severe disaster conditions that destroyed surrounding structures, providing safe and protection to the families they sheltered. Honorable House Chairperson, we are encouraged by the recent progress in KwaZulu-Natal under the stewardship of MEC Siboniso Duma. Following the commitment made by all three spheres of government to provide permanent solutions for victims of 2022 floods, tangible progress is now being realized. Last week, we witnessed the relocation of 113 households from transitional emergency accommodation into permanent homes in Konobia. These are families who endured immense hardship following the floods of 2022. Plans are further underway to complete an additional 450 housing units in Konobia by March 2027. To reduce over-reliance on private sector in disaster response interventions, the department, through the Housing Development Agency, acquired the Transnet-owned Montle Lodge facility. Its refurbishment and operationalization will provide dignified emergency accommodation while strengthening the province's preparedness and response capability in the face of increasingly unpredictable weather patterns affecting our country. As we commend KZN's response to the 2022 floods, we urge the Western Cape Provincial Government to follow suit and ensure recent victims receive decent permanent shelter without delay. Despite a constrained fiscal environment and reductions across parts of human settlements budget, we remain firmly focused on delivery, implementation, and accountability. House Chairperson, our people do not live in policy documents or reports. They live in communities. They wait for houses, service sites, title deeds, water, sanitation, electricity, and safe living conditions. For the 2026-2027 financial year, we will accelerate delivery across the entire human settlements value chain, including the completion of more than 38,000 housing opportunities and over 25,000 service sites across provinces and municipalities. The Department of Human Settlements is also intensifying efforts to unblock blocked projects. And blocked projects represent more than delayed construction. It represents delayed dignity, trapped public resources, and broken promises to communities. We therefore move projects from planning to occupation with agency, discipline, and consequence management where necessary. Honorable members, we remain committed to the upgrading of informal settlements through the Informal Settlements Upgrade Partnership Grant. This program is not merely about infrastructure provision. It is about restoring dignity, strengthening social cohesion, and ensuring that poor communities are not excluded from opportunity and development. Title Deeds restoration remains central to the program of social justice and economic empowerment. Through the Title Deeds Friday campaigns, the department has handed more than 81,000 title deeds to beneficiaries across the country. A title deed is not simply a document. It is security, ownership, dignity, and generational wealth. Honorable members, SHRA continues to demonstrate that affordable rental housing is central to spatial and inclusive economic growth. During the year under review, SHRA delivered more than 3,000 social housing units and facilitated over 12,000 job opportunities whilst expanding access to dignified rental accommodation for working class. A few weeks ago in Mitchell's Plain, Walterfred and Valley, we launched the housing units. This occasion was not only a celebration of a completed housing project, it is a demonstration of government in action, working deliberately to fulfill its constitutional mandate to progressively realize the right to access adequate housing for all. Regent Villas Extension 2 stands as a clear outcome of the policy direction set out in the White Paper of Human Settlements and the Social Housing Program, which seeks to restructure our cities, integrate communities, and bring people closer to opportunities. This development affirms that our work is not abstract. It is tangible, measurable, and directly felt in the lives of our people. This project, located in Weltevreden, as I said earlier, forms part of a broader phase approach to development, Phase 1 delivered 104 units, Phase 2 60 units, Phase 3 contributed an additional 110 units to the housing stock of this community. This steady expansion reflects a deliberate programmatic approach by our government to scale delivery in a sustainable and coordinated manner. The total project investment of over 50 million, supported through the Consolidated Capital Grant, National Housing Finance Corporation funding, and equity from Povicon, demonstrate the strength of our funding model. It reflects how national government and development finance institutions collaborate to leverage resources for maximum impact. This is especially evident in the story of a young family, both parents just 30 years old, who had recently moved into their home with their one-year-old daughter, a moment that truly embodied the impact of this project. Similar, NHFC continues to expand pathways to home ownership for missing middle working South Africans who earn too much to qualify for fully subsidized housing, yet too little to access adequate finance without support. Through First Home Finance and related programs, thousands of households continue to access affordable opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, following the George Building collapse, we committed through the NHBRC to implement every recommendation in the report. That plan is now 67.5% complete with all interventions. Transforming the real estate industry remains our priority, and it requires both public and private sector commitment. Through the programs implemented by PPRA, we have partnered with KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environment Affairs, Service SETA, and Smile Property Group. We launched a real estate training program targeting women, youth, and persons with disabilities. It is the first of its kind in the province and creates structured pathways in the property sector. We also running professional designation support programs to prepare new entrants for the PDE level 4 exams while embedding ethics, standards, and sustainable. Building on this success, we will replicate the model in the province of Mpumalanga this year. Honorable members, our democratic state continues to honor those who secured its freedom. Housing for qualifying military veterans is not charity. It is recognition, gratitude, and the fulfillment of a moral debt. We continue to work with the Department of Military Veterans under our MOA. This year, we reaffirm our commitment to delivering dignified shelter for those who fought for our freedom. As Minister Simelane and Minister Motshekga stressed at the recent KZN handover, this work demands agency and administrative discipline. Our veterans deserve more than thanks, they deserve visible delivery. Honorable Chairperson, the struggle for housing justice has always been deeply political. It is about restoring humanity to those who apartheid sought to dispossess and marginalize. It is about affirming that the children of the poor deserve safety, dignity, ownership, and hope. As the late Joe Slovo reminded us that, I quote, "It is not enough to remove the shuttles. We must build new structures," close quote. This budget vote is therefore not merely an allocation of resources. It is an investment in dignity, transformation, and the future of our people. It is for this reason that we urge honorable members to support Budget Vote 33 of Human Settlements, not reject the budget vote and later make demands. It is very much contradictory. It can never be done. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, the next debater will be participating online. It's the Honourable Wessels who is the Western Cape Province's chairperson of the Standing Committee on Infrastructure. Honourable Wessels, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honourable Members. The Western Cape welcomes this opportunity to participate in today's Human Settlements Budget Vote debate. This debate takes place at a critical moment for South Africans' housing and infrastructure environment, because the pressure of human settlements are no longer isolated pressures. They are converging pressures. Population growth, rapid urbanization, infrastructure backlogs, fiscal constraints, migration into economic centers, informal settlements growth, land invasions, construction inflation, and even an uneven municipal capabilities. All of these pressures are colliding simultaneously, and it's becoming increasingly clear that South Africa's housing challenge can no longer be approached through a fragmented short-term response alone. Chairperson, the Western Cape's position is clear. Human settlements delivery must increasingly become infrastructure-led, systems-based, and readiness-driven, because housing delivery cannot be separated from bulk infrastructure, transport systems, water security, sanitation capacity, economic access, and long-term spatial planning. If these systems are disconnected, delivery slows, projects stall, costs escalate, and communities lose confidence in government. That is why the Western Cape has increasingly focused its reform agenda on integrated infrastructure coordination and a long-term pipeline planning. Chairperson, one of the most important lessons emerging from across the country is that funding alone does not guarantee delivery. Readiness matters, planning maturity matters, governance matters, implementation capability matters, and increasingly, infrastructure funding must align with credible, sequenced, implementation-ready project pipelines. That is why the Western Cape continues advancing in a single infrastructure pipeline approach that strengthens coordination from project conception to feasibility, to approvals, financing, procurement, and implementation, because fragmented planning produces fragmented outcomes. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is proving that this approach works. In the 24-25 financial year, across the Western Cape, Department of Infrastructure delivered 6,515 title deeds against a target of 2,900. A massive overachievement driven by advanced efficiencies, data-driven processes, and improved project management. Between 2015 and 16 and 24-25, the province has delivered a total of 78,851 title deeds. For the 26-27 financial year, we aim to transfer nearly 4,500 title deeds, allocating nearly 25 million to this purpose. Chairperson, this is what readiness looks like. This is what delivery capability produces. Chairperson, the Western Cape also believes that procurement reform must become a national priority. Communities do not experience policy frameworks. They experience whether projects are completed or not. Delays caused by procurement inefficiencies, weak contract management, disputes, fragmented approval systems, and implementation bottlenecks affect service delivery outcomes. This is why the Western Cape continues to support procurement modernization, stronger project preparation, improved reporting systems, real-time monitoring capabilities, and enhanced implementation oversight. Because ultimately, budgets only matter when it becomes delivery. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is delivering on the ground. Five major inner-city housing projects are progressing well. The Lulu precinct will deliver 853 housing opportunities, which includes 353 social housing units. Founders Garden, 1,476 social housing opportunities and 1,162 open market opportunities. The PPTL development will deliver 310 housing opportunities, including 120 social housing opportunities. Helen Bell, 458 housing opportunities, including 302 social housing opportunities. And the Tafelberg site is expected to deliver approximately 440 units, including 220 social housing units. Critically, occupancy is expected within 3 years following the handover to these developers. In the 24-25 financial year alone, the Western Cape has delivered 2,188 affordable housing opportunities through the social housing program and the first home finance subsidy. Chairperson, the Western Cape believes that South Africa must begin engaging more seriously with the future structure of investment of infrastructure and housing grants. One of the greatest contradictions within the current system is while housing demand continues to rise rapidly, municipal conditional grant underspending remains persistently high. At the same time, many high-growth secondary cities continue to carry enormous pressure from inward migration, informal settlement expansion, bulk infrastructure constraints, and increasing demand for service sites and housing opportunities. That is why the Western Cape has actively advanced discussions around targeted reform of the Urban Settlements Development Grant, the USDG. The Western Cape believe that there is growing merit in exploring performance-based allocation approaches, while target pilot windows for high-growth secondary cities or limit top-slice models linked directly to delivery capability and infrastructure pipeline readiness, because funding should increasingly follow demonstrated readiness and implementation capability. That is not about weakening accountability. It is about improving the delivery outcomes. It is about ensuring that infrastructure investment translates into service sites, accelerated delivery, economic inclusion, and restored public confidence. Chairperson, the Western Cape further believes that capable municipalities with strong governance and proven delivery records should increasingly be empowered to accelerate infrastructure-led development. At the same time, municipalities facing capacity constraints require strong. This means municipal support and coordination mechanism must improve substantially. And Chairperson, the Western Cape is demonstrating what capable municipalities can achieve. The Mossel Bay desalination plant, commissioned at 200 million with capacity to produce up to 10 megaliters per day, provides a critical safety net through drought, supplying nearly 45% of the municipality's daily water consumption. This is forward-thinking governance and climate resilience. The Provincial Housing Rental Tribunal has resolved more than 13,250 complaints since 2020, with nearly doubling from 1,900 to 3,330 over the past 5 years. This is accessible justice for tenants and landlords. The Provincial Department of Infrastructure facilitate over 189 million rand in direct benefits to small, medium, and micro enterprises through 2,143 infrastructure projects, with 13 supply engagement events connecting 1,166 service providers. This is inclusive economic growth. The province overhauled 488 kilometers of provincial road network in 2024 and 2025, a distance longer than a trip from Cape Town to Knysna. The Roads for You mobile app empowers residents to report road damage directly. This is a citizen-centered infrastructure management tool. and more than 48 million rand has been invested in youth development programs, providing 3,288 young people with opportunity in the built environment.
Thank you very much, Honourable Wessels. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honourable delegates, staying online, we'll now go home to Gauteng, and it's the turn of the Gauteng MEC for the Human Settlements, the Honourable Motara. Honourable Motara, also 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, to members of the NCOP, the Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, my colleagues, MECs from the various provinces, special delegates, Chief Whip of the NCOP, members of the media, good afternoon. The human settlement sector continues to sit at the center of some of the most pressing challenges facing our country today. Every year, more people arrive in Gauteng in search of opportunity, work, safety, and a better future for their families. With that reality comes the growing demand for housing, basic services, and communities that are properly planned and connected to economic opportunity. For many of our people, the question of human settlements is still deeply tied to dignity. It speaks to a young family raising children in a safe environment, an elderly resident finally holding a title deed in their own name, and communities in informal settlements who should not feel forgotten while waiting for proper sanitation, safer roads, water, electricity, and long-term housing solutions. More than 30 years into democracy, the spatial inequalities created by apartheid still shape the daily realities of millions of South Africans. Many working-class residents still live far from places of work, economic activity, and social services. As government, we therefore cannot treat housing delivery as just the construction of top structures. We must continue using human settlements as a tool for spatial transformation, economic inclusion, and social justice. That is why our work as the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements stays centered on building integrated communities where people can live closer to opportunity, public transport, schools, healthcare, and economic activity. The reality facing provinces today also requires stronger coordination between national, provincial, and local government. Many of the challenges affecting delivery, including land availability, bulk infrastructure constraints, township establishment processes, and municipal approvals, cannot be resolved by one sphere of government acting alone. As Gauteng, we therefore continue supporting stronger intergovernmental coordination to improve planning, implementation, and accountability across the human settlement sector. Within the current budget framework, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has been allocated resources to continue implementing housing programs, upgrading informal settlements, and supporting communities across the province. We have a responsibility not only to account for the resources allocated to us, but also to show meaningful progress in improving implementation capacity within the sector. In Gauteng, the department has continued working to strengthen governance, stabilize project delivery, and improve operational performance across key programs. In the last financial year, the department exceeded its annual housing delivery target by delivering 7,976 housing units against a target of 7,503. The department also exceeded targets relating to work opportunities, construction-related jobs, and municipal engineering services. These improvements do not suggest that all challenges have been resolved. However, they do indicate steady progress in rebuilding institutional capacity, improving financial management, and strengthening implementation within the department. Allow me to highlight a few areas where the funding will continue to make a difference. On our informal settlements, one of our greatest realities confronting government today is still the growth of informal settlements and the increasing demand for basic services. For many residents living in informal settlements, of which Gauteng accounts for many, the immediate concern is not only access to permanent housing, but access to sanitation, roads, drainage systems, electricity, and safer living conditions, while longer-term housing solutions are being implemented. In Gauteng, the department continues supporting upgrading interventions, temporary municipal engineering services, and sanitation programs in partnership with municipalities and affected communities themselves. The continued investment into informal settlement upgrading remains critical if we are serious about improving living conditions while simultaneously addressing the broader housing backlog facing provinces across the country. Chairperson, the question of housing is also linked to economic inclusion and ownership. For many families, receiving a title deed represents long overdue recognition, security, and the transfer of a meaningful asset to future generations. It allows working class South Africans to participate more meaningfully in the economy and strengthens long-term household stability. While government continues facing challenges relating to township establishment processes, municipal approvals, and beneficiary verification, the restoration of title deeds remains an important area requiring continued collaboration across all spheres of government. Honorable members, the condition of many hostels and older rental housing stock across the country also continues to reflect the deep inequalities that still exist within our urban spaces. As a department, we will continue to revitalize the hostels that we own and with maintenance interventions aimed at improving living conditions and restoring dignity to residents who have historically experienced neglect and overcrowding. These interventions are important not only from an infrastructure perspective, but from a social perspective as well, particularly in ensuring that urban renewal programs contribute towards safer and more dignified communities. The human settlement sector also remains an important driver of economic activity and employment creation. Across provinces, housing and infrastructure projects continue creating opportunities for contractors, artisans, SMMEs, and local labor. The department exceeded targets relating to both construction-related jobs and EPWP-linked work opportunities during the previous financial year. At the same time, more work still needs to be done to strengthen the participation of township businesses, women-owned enterprises, and youth within procurement opportunities linked to the sector. A lot of progress has been made within the department over recent years, which shows the importance of strengthening governance, improving financial accountability, and supporting institutional stability within the public sector. Annual performance has continued improving compared to previous years, while expenditure performance has also strengthened significantly. Communities expect government not only to develop plans and policies, but to implement effectively, spend responsibly, and deliver visible improvements in people's daily lives. That responsibility continues resting on all of us across every sphere of government. Chairperson, the challenges facing the human settlement sector remain significant, but so too does the responsibility placed upon government to continue driving spatial transformation and improving the living conditions of our people. As provinces, we must continue working together with national government, municipalities, and communities themselves to ensure that human settlements delivery remains responsive to the realities confronting our society today. Ultimately, the work before us is about restoring dignity, expanding access to opportunity, and ensuring that future generations inherit communities that are safer, more inclusive, and better connected to economic opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Motara. The debate will now return to the chamber, and it's the turn of the Patriotic Alliance's Mr. Farmer. Honourable Farmer, 5 minutes, sir.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, I greet you in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Chairperson, this is deeply personal to thousands of South Africans, and in particular the people of the Western Cape, who every winter live with fear that firestorms and collapsing structures will take away the little they have left. This has become clearer in the recent storm disasters that have devastated parts of the Western Cape. Honourable Minister, we have seen severe weather systems hit communities across Cape Town, George, Matsikama, Knysna, and surrounding areas, causing widespread flooding, destruction of infrastructure, electricity disruptions, and damage to thousands of informal structures. In George and the broader Garden Route, disaster management teams had to remain in high alert as roads flooded, settlements were threatened, and vulnerable communities had to move to safer ground. In Cape Town alone, recent storms affected more than 26 informal settlements and damaged over 10,000 structures, impacting more than 41,000 people. And honourable members, when we speak about structures, let us remember what that really means. It means families losing everything overnight. It means municipalities now spending millions again on temporary relocation, emergency materials, electricity restoration, stormwater repairs, humanitarian relief, blankets, food parcels, and plastic sheeting. It means replacing structures again and again because the pace of delivering permanent housing, especially in the Western Cape, can no longer be tolerated. Honorable Chairperson, this is exactly why this budget vote matters. Housing is not just a social program anymore. It has become a disaster management, survival, and dignity issue. The reality is that informal settlements are often located in low-lying, flood-prone areas, near rivers, and unstable land, railway lines, and dangerous infrastructure because people simply have nowhere else to go. And every year, disasters expose the same painful truth. Our people cannot continue waiting endlessly on housing lists while conditions worsen around them. Minister, the Patriotic Alliance supports the targets in this budget vote, but we say implementation must now become urgent because people are tired of waiting on promises of houses that will be built, especially around election times. Meanwhile, storms arrive before the houses do. Honorable members, the housing waiting list must move faster because when disasters strike, poor communities suffer the most. Minister, the sending back of housing budgets by the Western Cape government to National Treasury needs to be seen for what it is. How can such a huge need for housing exist yet since 2020 to date? Close to R1 billion has been sent back by this DA government. It's not incompetence, nor a systems failure, but a blatant political refusal to give free housing. They allow for social housing projects that deliver rentals to their developer bodies, feeds the speculation on who fund their election campaigns. In the 24-25 financial year, the Western Cape DA government delivered 9,632 total housing opportunities, of which only 3,046 are RDP houses, less than 1/3. This Western Cape government's failure to build resilient communities today results in billions being paid tomorrow for disaster recovery, rebuilding, emergency relief, and infrastructure repairs. The recent storms prove that. Chairperson, we must stop the politicization of housing. Housing opportunities must not depend on who you know or whether you wear a blue t-shirt or not. Housing lists must be transparent and corruption-free. Honorable Minister, the people of South Africa do not want endless promises. They want safe homes, secure ownership, and communities where children can sleep safely when winter storms arrive. The Patriotic Alliance supports this budget vote because our people desperately need housing. And when the storms come, it is always the poor who pay the highest price. Honorable Minister, Munibaizani Masukan, salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable delegates, we go back to the virtual platform, and it's now the turn of the Northwest MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honourable Molapisi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of the session, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Trifilium Tsening, the Select Committee Chair, Honourable Kaunda, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Moimang, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, MECs for Human Settlement from across the Republic, all Honourable Members present here, representative of SALCA, DG and senior officials, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, our communities across our beautiful country. Good afternoon. Chair, let me extend our greetings from the people of Bokoni Bophirima as we rise to welcome and support the budget vote 33 of Human Settlement as delivered by Minister Simelane and Deputy Minister Mahambe Hlalo. The budget demonstrates an unwavering commitment and alignment to a promise made, the commitment that was made 71 years ago in the Freedom Charter, that there shall be houses, security, and comfort for our people, as indicated by MEC Duma. we are continuing to undertake the commitment as made by our forebearers. The 2026
Honorable Molapisi, your network has failed you. If you can hear me, I'm going to suggest that you turn your video off and try to continue with your speech, please.
I hope I'm better now, Chair.
Thank you. That sounds much better. Please go ahead, sir.
Chair, in support of the budget, we will provide a frank, constructive and progressive view grounded on the lived realities of our people. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to say that no one must stand before this House today and claim that our people do not appreciate the work done by the ANC to restore their dignity by providing sustainable human settlement since the dawn of democracy. As such, no democratic government can lay claim that its service delivery record compared to that of the ANC because there is none, especially delivery of houses, provision of water and sanitation and electrification of our homes. Unequivocally, it is only the ANC that declares in its manifesto that they will tackle the high cost of living by maintaining and expanding subsidies, basic services like water, houses for the poor, and indigent policies in our municipalities. Honorable Chair, the numbers presented by the Minister can be corroborated and they speak for themselves. In the Northwest for 2025-26 financial year, the Department of Human Settlement planned to complete 3,405 housing units. And I'm proud to report that we actually completed 3,487 housing units. Honorable members, we also paid 154 individual subsidies to beneficiaries with a slight increase as well by 4 as we had planned for 150. We serviced 3,778 sites. We registered 3,181 title deeds. We unblocked 2,678 stalled units. Be that as it may, our communities decried the delays caused by largely blocked and incomplete projects, budget constraint and system failures, which addressed in the department's budget speech for the previous financial year. In our last interaction with the community of Ward 20 in Orkney, Matlosana municipality, over 40 families were recorded on the human settlement system as having received their houses. To the naked eye, this is not true as no houses were ever built or constructed at their yards. We are hard at work together with the National Department to address such anomalies as they send a wrong message and negate the numbers of delivered houses within our communities. I have directed the HOD, Ms. Khomotso Mahlobo, to conduct a review and look into the system in the province to confirm what has been recorded against what is on the ground. Our people deserve better accountability to these lapses in the system. We'll get to the bottom of these issues, give feedback and deliver on the commitments that we have made. Honorable Chair, we welcome the hard line taken by the Minister directing that where contractors fail, there must be consequences. Where infrastructure constraints exist, coordination must be escalated urgently. Where unlawful disruption occur, government must engage communities honestly while ensuring lawlessness does not affect service delivery. We can testify that this is not a paper exercise. The Department of Human Settlement continues to engage municipalities across the province on the challenges facing the sector in general, and in particular budget constraints. We have met almost all our municipalities in the province on this issue. We'll also be embarking on intensive discussion with the House of Traditional Khoisan leaders in the province. This is what the district development model expects us. We must bring together all spheres of government and stakeholders under one roof for solution-oriented service delivery. Through the district development model, the Northwest is collaborating with municipalities to address bulk infrastructure capacity, water and electricity, which so often delay housing projects. The Northwest Province believes and appreciates the role played by social facilitation in the construction of the project. To support the National Department strategy to deal with the identified block projects across the country, we are beginning to witness results of our strategy, from initiating new projects to fixing existing ones to ensure value for money. We have reported in more than one occasion in this House on this remedial action. We are utilizing the 80% of our provincial human settlement budget to unblock stalled, incomplete housing projects across the province, with only 20% reserved for new developments. This will go a long way to resolve the backlog and deliver on service delivery mandate of our government. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we are all aware that people of our country are tired of the commitment that are made and they are not being undertaken. They have hoped in the ANC to deliver on the commitments. Honorable Minister, we appreciate the honesty in this budget and believe fiscal discipline is the way to go. Like us in the province, we must maintain the achieving of the 99% expenditure I have registered for the 2025-26 financial year. We have no excuse and we commit to achieving 100% expenditure. The people of the country are not happy with the progress that we are making and would need to move with a faster pace. The province stands ready to work with the National Department. We commit to putting the needs of our people above the convenience of contractors. We have listened to the submission during the occasion of taking Parliament to the people by the National Council of Provinces. We continue to heed to the advice and directive of the esteemed Portfolio Committee and respect guidance of this August House. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molapisi. The next debater will be debating on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, and it's the Honourable Badenhorst.
Honourable House Chairperson, Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. Listening to Honourable Molapisi speaking just now, one has to find something profoundly wrong in a country where government departments can spend tens of billions on plans, frameworks, presentations, support provided, and yet ordinary South Africans still sleep in structures unfit for human habitation. And nowhere, honourable members, is that failure more visible than at Kuma Temporary Relocation Area in Matlosana, which we visited recently on taking Parliament to the people. Honourable Sithole, you know that area very well. It's your constituency. It started in 2014 when the then President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the Kuma hostel and reportedly was dumbfounded by the state of hostel, which was dilapidated and unsuitable for human habitation. He made an executive order which saw the residents move to an alternative site, into asbestos temporary houses without sanitation, without electricity, and with 2 water taps for 200 structures. Let that sink in. 12 years later, what do we have? Families still trapped in temporary accommodation, promises, delays, excuses, endless feasibility studies, endless processes, but still no dignified permanent housing. This encapsulates the real tragedy of human settlements in South Africa. Under the ANC, government has become exceptionally good at managing failure instead of solving it. When one studies the department's APP and budget, one sees the same pattern repeated throughout. The department measures support provided, monitoring reports, assessments conducted, and guidelines developed. But the people of Kuma cannot live inside a quarterly assessment. They cannot raise children in a monitoring report. South Africans do not need another presentation. They need houses. And before the minister blames budget cuts for delivery, consider this. The budget in 1998-99 was close to 4 billion rand and built 235,635 units. Fast track to 2024-25, with a budget of 32 billion rand, the department only built 38,453 houses. And again, before the minister quickly shifts blame, adjusted for inflation, the 1998-99 housing budget would sit at 16 billion rand. So, Minister, before you start crying about cutting your budget, maybe you do your job with what you have. At this very moment, South Africa faces exploding informal settlements, housing backlogs and urban migration pressures, and this department is retreating from delivery. The painful reality is this. The ANC-run departments no longer have the institutional capacity, the political discipline, or ethical credibility to solve the housing crisis it helped to create. And that brings us to the minister. Minister Simelane stands before this House asking South Africans to trust her department with tens of billions of rands in public funds, while serious allegations regarding her own conduct continue to cast a shadow over her credibility. Because the crisis in human settlements is not only about budgets, Minister. It's about ethics, it's about leadership, it's about whether citizens can trust those entrusted with their public money. Because when corruption enters government, the poor always pays first. Every rand diverted through corruption is a service site not built. Every corrupt contract is another family trapped in a shack. Every politically connected deal is another Kuma hostel resident abandoned in temporary asbestos accommodation for over a decade. It is difficult for this House to speak credibly about restoring dignity through human settlements when allegations linked to VBS and even coffee shop payments continue to follow the political leadership of this department. The residents of Kuma, Honourable Minister, do not need cappuccinos in Sandton and political favours. They need houses. The ANC has normalised this decay. While ANC ministers drive from one scandal to the next in their gifted Chinese cars, the Western Cape continues to demonstrate what capable government actually looks like. In the Western Cape, housing delivery is not perfect. No honest government would claim that. But there's visible movement, planning certainty, infrastructure coordination and accountability. The Western Cape continues to lead on title deed restoration, integrated human settlement planning and informal settlement upgrading, despite severe budget constraints.
Honourable Badenhorst, please take your seat. On what are you rising, Honourable Nonkanyana?
Chair, I rise in accordance with Rule 6(9).
Yes.
On a point of order, read with 62 subsection 2. The Honourable Member is reflecting on the honour of the Honourable Minister in his speech. Yet, Rule 6(2) subsection 2 clearly indicate that you can only do so by proposing a substantive motion for her removal from the office. I therefore submit, that the Honourable Member is out of order in reflecting on the honour of our Minister, and I ask you, Chair, to rule accordingly.
Honourable Nonkanyana, the section of Honourable Badenhorst's speech that I heard dealt substantively with matters that are in the public domain. And if there's anything other than that you'd like to draw my attention to that the Honourable Badenhorst mentioned, perhaps you can do so. But with matters that are in the public domain that have been well ventilated already, I don't believe that a substantive motion is necessary in that regard. Would you like to substantiate your claim further?
Chair, briefly. The Honourable Badenhorst is telling this Honourable House, as well as the people of South Africa, that this House seeks to approve a budget, billions of rands, that are entrusted under the stewardship of the Honourable Minister, who can never be entrusted with that. I'm saying, when he says so, he's reflecting on the honour of the Minister. And in so doing, he can only do so by way of a substantive motion as set out in the rule I've cited.
No, I can't agree with you on that, Honourable Nonkonyana. It is a matter for debate. We are here to debate a budget, and I think that your motion is there, or your point of order is therefore overruled. Honourable Badenhorst, if I can ask you to continue with your speech, please.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much. I think the President agrees with me because that's why he moved from one department to the next. While other provinces collapse under mismanagement, projects in the Western Cape are more likely to reach implementation because governance and ethical leadership matters. The difference is not geography. The difference is government. The difference is that DA-led administrations understand that dignity cannot wait for cadre deployment committees, internal ANC faction fights, or politically connected contractors. That is why Kuma matters. Kuma is not merely a local project failure. It's a symbol of a state that announces interventions with fanfare, but lacks the competence to complete them. A government that relocates people into temporary asbestos structures and then quietly leaves them there for 12 years. A government that has mastered the language of compassion while delivering administrative paralysis. House Chairperson, the people of South Africa are tired of hearing that government is monitoring, supporting, and assessing itself. The people of South Africa want outcomes. They want title deeds. They want service sites. They want functioning municipalities. They want safe communities. And above all, they want dignity. The DA believes human settlements must become more than a transfer payment machine with weak oversight and politically compromised leadership. Like the Department of Infrastructure in the Western Cape, it must become a delivery-focused department driven by measurable outcomes, capable municipalities, and infrastructure integration and clean governance. The people of Kuma were promised homes. Instead, they received delays, excuses, and another decade of ANC failure. I informed them on our visit that they can fix this on the 4th of November. And they certainly don't have to believe the ANC anymore. And they agreed with me, and they will vote DA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable delegates, it's now the opportunity to hear the voice of local government as represented by the South African Local Government Association, represented in this House today by the Councillor Mabale Khuma. Councillor, you have 10 minutes, please.
Much, Honourable Chairperson, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Honourable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Members, Honourable MECs, greetings to you all. Honourable Chairperson Salga welcomed the opportunity to participate in the Human Settlement Budget Vote debate today. Human settlement is a very critical sector in the country that impacts the life of our communities directly and has the potential to make meaningful impact in people's daily lives. The Honourable Minister is taking the lead in a service delivery project that we all co-own. Human settlement is as much about housing units, it is about whether the units have water, electricity, access to efficient mobility, job opportunities, etc. Intergovernmental in human settlement on person, while the national and provincial government to deliver housing, local government has a key role in that.
Councillor, can I ask you to pause there and just turn off your video to assist with your signal? Your speech is breaking up ever so slightly. It'll be much more impactful if you turn your video off and continue as soon as you're ready. Thank you, Councillor. Honourable delegates, it looks like we've lost the councillor. The signal indeed gave way fully then. I propose that we move on to the next debater and then come back to the councillor if she's able to rejoin with a more stable connection. Let's go then to the Freedom Front Plus, represented by the Honourable Breert, with 5 minutes to speak. Honourable Breert.
Thank you, House Chair. Voorsitter, 'n huis is nie net 4 mure en 'n dak nie. dit is veiligheid, dit is waardigheid, dit is hoop. Maar vir duisende mense in die Vrystaat en regoor Suid-Afrika bly hierdie hoop nog net 'n verkiesingsbelofte. The department speaks about livable neighborhoods, integrated planning and spatial transformation. On paper, it sounds impressive, but communities in places like Dark and Silver City in the Free State are still waiting for their basic dignity. Mense leef sonder dat daar basiese infrastruktuur, sonder voldoende sanitasie, sonder sekerheid oor hul toekoms is. Families word jaar na jaar beloof dat ontwikkeling op pad is, maar al wat hulle sien is nog studies, nog planne en nog konsultasies. En dit is presies die probleem. Hierdie begroting praat baie oor support provided, monitoring reports and assessments conducted, maar Suid-Afrikaners kan nie in verslae woon nie. They need houses, they need basic serviced sites, they need title deeds, and they need a government that can actually deliver. Die departement erken self dat daar reuse begrotingsverlagings was. Meer as 20 miljard rand oor die mediumtermyn. Tog moet ons vra, hoe effektief is die geld wat wel beskikbaar is? Ek dink agbare Badenhorst het dit ook gesê. Because South Africans are tired of hearing about billions allocated while projects remain incomplete, contractors disappear and corruption flourishes. Die VF+ glo dat menswaardige behuising begin by verantwoordelike regering. Ons beleid stel dit duidelik, openbare geld moet beskerm word, projekte moet betyds voltooi word, gemeenskappe moet inspraak hê en munisipaliteite moet aanspreeklik gehou word. Dis ons tyd om dienslewering eerste te stel. Dis ons tyd om korrupsie te stop. Dit is ons tyd om weer trots te wees op funksionerende dorpe en stede. Voorsitter, one of the most painful realities is that many beneficiaries still do not.
As we were looking at the work and during the times where government was battling with finances, there would have been reduction on allocation, both in the Department of Justice and in the OCJ. So as we said, let's go back and look at what would bring to full capacity, to OCJ to function effectively, for the department to function effectively. What is it that we need? And out of those, then we've come to say to the National Treasurer, this is what we are shortfall of. If we are to hand over this machinery to the OCJ completely when it becomes independent administratively, we've got to have closed all those gaps, and that's the intention. And our commitment is to continue to engage with Treasury to ensure that we do not hand over a limping car to OCJ, but to make sure that fully functional, and that's why I can talk about how we've capacitated the private offices, how we are improving in terms of staff complement, because we have challenges of legal researchers, but also we are looking at the issue of how do we deal with the issue of the compliance with public service and administration, because it's not able to comply with what the judges are looking for in terms of administration. So we're also looking at transitional mechanisms. All those things are a support mechanisms that we are acknowledging as the executive to say we need to give to the judiciary fully so that they can function effectively, including, that's why we had to close the gap in some of the issues, interventions, including training. When you look at the CARA funding, does not look only on the machinery that we have done, but also capacitation in terms of the judiciary for specialized courts matters. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we now move to question number 474. Which has been asked by Honorable M.R. Mohlala to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, what are the reasons that magistrates and lower court officials are still excluded from adequate and affordable medical aid support, including access to the government employee medical scheme, when many are unable to afford private healthcare on their current salaries and are therefore forced to rely on overcrowded government hospitals? And what urgent measures has the department taken to ensure that officials responsible for administering justice have access to proper health care? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The magistrates are public office bearers and entitled to such salaries, allowance and benefits as determined by the President in terms of Section 12, subsection 1 of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993 by notice in the Gazette, taking into consideration the recommendation of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Furthermore, Parliament must, before the publication of notice, approve the determination, whether in whole or in part, or disapprove it. Medical benefits are part of the benefits recommended under the purview of the Commission, approved by Parliament, not the Minister. Currently, each magistrate are allowed to structure the benefits in the manner is suitable to them. I must indicate that magistrates have been indicating that they are not happy with their current packages and their benefits. The IRC published for comments a major review on the salaries, allowances, and benefits of all public office bearers, including that of magistrates, which includes their medical benefits amongst other benefits. I'm informed that this process has not been concluded by the Commission. Similarly, lower court officials are public servants within the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development are appointed in terms of Public Service Act 1994 as amended and Public Service Regulation 2016. All lower courts employees qualify for medical assistant benefits. Employees are eligible for membership of government employees medical scheme and also qualify for government subsidy. I do not have a role as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to determine medical benefits or any other benefits for employees or magistrates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have been informed that the first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Shikwamban in accordance with Rule 137. Honorable.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, it is unacceptable that the very people who keep the lower courts functioning are expected to administer justice while being denied basic dignity in their own condition of service. A justice system cannot claim to value the rule of law while magistrates and lower court officials are pushed into financial strain and overcrowded public hospitals because affordable medical aid support remains unresolved. Has the department conducted any assessment on the extent as to which financial distress, medical debt, and lack of health care access amongst magistrate and lower court officials may expose vulnerable officials to corruption, external influence, or compromise judicial independence? If not, why has the department neglected such a serious institutional risk? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, like you, I'm very concerned, but you are more powerful than me because those are determined by Parliament, not the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, because the recommendation of the Commission comes to Parliament. So Parliament has, as members, you have powers to either accept or reject, or even make recommendation to changes. I would be happy, I know magistrates will be happy to hear what you are saying, because if Parliament agrees, then Parliament has the power to change those conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Joteti.
Thank you very much. Now, Minister, given that there is an independent commission to look into to review the benefits of public office bearers, the question is whether the department has made a submission advocating in particular for the magistrates, and whether you are able to give us a sense of what are the proposals that you would have made if the department has made a submission to this independent commission. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As per the process, what the department gets to be, it's when the commission has finalized its process, then they send us to make comments at the end. But because this part of the process has not been completed, we are waiting for them to make those recommendations, and then once they do, and ask formally for our comments, we'll definitely do as department. I do think, as I say, we support the issues raised by magistrates. We do believe that is of concern, and including, that's why one of the issues that we talk about, honorable members, is that when we deal with single and independent judiciary-led administration, we do understand it will be able to articulate all these issues. That's why we are consistently advocating and pushing for this. But beyond that, we do not have a legal standing or legal mandate to be able to do anything else. Would be happy to do if we had legal mandate to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Litchfield Shabalala.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Minister, judges are not elected representatives. They do not constitute part of national parliaments or provincial legislatures. Ke mehopolo le menahano e feng e ileng ya fitlhela hore ba nyehlisi ke mehopolo le menahano e feng e ileng ya fitlhela hore ba kenywe hara parliament to the exclusion of magistrates who bear the brunt of the criminal justice system in terms of caseload and the high-paced court environment. How, in the past 30 years, have we allowed this injustice in a justice democratic period to go on? It's a classist system.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The issue of magistrates, it comes very far, because if you look at their condition of employment between them and judges are separate, yes. Because if you look at the magistrates, they are now determined under different legislation and judges under the different administration. And that's why our call is for single judiciary, where we are now working on legislation to bring them under one roof. But we still don't have an agreement on that amongst themselves. So they are still consulting each other and will be able to. And I think if we look historically, honorable member, quite a number of things we might have thought that this would work better. This is what can work better. And also, remember, part of the issue was to ensure that we lower the barriers of entry so that you don't have a sector that is exclusionary, doesn't allow for transformation, doesn't allow for many people to participate. And sometimes we can accept that sometimes certain things have unintended consequences in terms of that. When you look at the magistrate, I agree. They bear the brunt of frontline services. They get threatened more, but they get accused of corruption. And you look at the salaries, for example, one of the issues that we were talking about, we were comparing, I was doing analysis of comparative of salary of magistrate and prosecutors. You find in certain instances, prosecutors even earn more than magistrates. And it's an anomaly that when we do an analysis of why we end up in some of the problems that we have, you understand that first it's condition of employment that you've got to improve and ensure that you treat people who are doing most work with the decency that deserves. So I advocate for the better environment and better conditions for magistrates. That I think we all agree.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kana. He's not here. Okay. We then pass. I will then ask the last supplementary question, which will be asked by Honorable Shikwamban.
Thank you very much, Minister. You see, the magistrates and the officials of the lower court are working every day in the morning. They go to work and perform their duties to make sure that our lower courts function and work. So just last week in Pretoria, Mr. Silas Novella, he was at his work, performing his duties and responsibilities. He got sick and was taken to hospital in Kalafo. Unfortunately, he died. And this issue, it has been long, and we know all of us that it is incorrect that we keep our magistrates and the officials of the lower coast not to be given the medical aid. Maybe if he had that chance of having a medical aid, he could have been taken to a better hospital. Today we are going to speak of something different. But you keep on saying that you don't have legal obligation to enforce these matters to be brought to Parliament and be discussed.
Honourable
But my question will
Shikwambani.
be, to what extent do we have an influence to the
Honourable
Commission
Shikwambani.
to finish their process and bring this matter
Your
here
time
in
has
Parliament
expired.
and Parliament approve and give these people their medical aid? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Member, the officials because the officials in lower courts are staff members of the Department of Justice. So they are public servants. Officials in OCJ are staff members in the department. They are public servants, like any other public servant. So if an individual chooses not to use a medical aid, it's a choice. Remember, the Constitution says that we can't force people. It's only us here in Parliament who are forced to permit. But in terms of public servants, they are not forced. They are not forced. So it's there. Now, the official would have, and some of the people, what they do, they say, I am on a medical aid of my spouse. Therefore, I don't have to take this medical aid. Now, the department would not be able to see when that medical aid lapses or something happens to it, because the person has made a declaration to the department to say, I am not in this medical aid, I am on my spouse medical aid. That's the first thing. So they have support from the department as employees of the department. Then with the magistrates, currently, magistrates, because of the package, all of us are public office bearers. So you work out your package in a manner that it caters for your needs. So there are those magistrates, for example, if you interact with them, they do have medical aid. They've been able to structure their packages and their benefits to include medical aid. What we are advocating for, it's that type of permit, because many of them are saying they want to be part of permit. As magistrates, they've been saying that to us, that they want to be part of PAMET because PAMET has better benefits for long term. That's what they've been advocating, not what I think you have. The issue of magistrates' petition, what they've raised with me as the minister, is their involvement not on any other medical aid but PAMET. That's where we are sitting. Now, I think that's what I wanted to explain, because I think maybe the information you got is not exactly what they have made in submission in writing to me as the minister.
Thank you. Honorable members, we move to question number 502, which has been asked by Honorable W.T.D. Blakis to the Minister of Correctional Services. The question is with reference to his department's learnership program and its implementation, what measures have been in place to ensure that stipends are paid timelessly and consistently to learners in the program, and what steps have been taken to intensify the implementation of the learnership program going forward to ensure that the program runs smoothly overall? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Firstly, to ensure that learnership stipends are paid accurately, consistently, and in accordance with public service regulations, the Department of Correctional Services relies on a combination of strict administrative controls and legally binding frameworks. Stipend payments are legally contingent on active participation in the program. Furthermore, to ensure payments are executed correctly and only to eligible active learners, the department utilizes localized verification structures such as regional monitoring for the workplace learning phase, the practical component conducted at our centers, local human resource branches, and center coordinators maintain strict attendance registers. As far as academy tracking is concerned, during the theoretical training phase at colleges, daily attendance logs are cross-referenced before monthly payroll runs are approved. This ensures that learners who abscond or withdraw are immediately flagged, preventing fraudulent or erroneous payouts. The third aspect is the PERSOL has also built-in validation to prevent the payment of stipends to learners who are employed elsewhere in the public service. The department has registered a new NQF Level 5 Higher Occupational Certificate for Correctional Officials with the South African Qualification Authority. This will replace the current NQF Level 4 Further Education and Training Learnership, which expires in June 2026, through student enrollment for the Level 4 program will remain open until 2027. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Plakis.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Minister, on a follow-up, what contingency funds or immediate localized relief intervention exists within the management area to assess learners when regional administration fails to process their stipend files on time?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, as I said, we have these three methods of ensuring that the correct people get it. It's part of our budget to ensure that we have the funds. And can I say to the honourable member that at present, as we speak, we have 1,033 learners. So we do it in phases. We had a group 1, a group 2, and a group 3, so that we comply to the budget constraints we do have, but we ensure that they will receive what they are entitled to.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Engelbert.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, with the department's 11.7 billion budget cut over the next 5 years and its reliance on the 26-27 allocation of 30.93 billion, how will the department move from its current limited intake of 1,033 learners to the required 3,000 learners per annum to reach the 2030 target of employing 12,950 new officers, especially when employee compensation already accounts for over 70% of its spending, leaving only 9.3 billion for all other operational costs? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, firstly, let me say it is worrying that, for instance, if we take our complete budget, that almost 70% of our budget is for compensation of employees. For me, that is very worrying. Not that I say that our officials should get less, but that must be considered when we ask for money in terms of our budget. We are, however, in the medium-term development plan of the GNU, said that we must try to create jobs, and we do have vacancies that we have to ensure that in future we can fill those vacancies. That's why we started with this learnership. And can I say to the honourable member that he would know that we envisage that from 26 to 2030, we do hope that we can accommodate 12,950 of the learners. But it's a phase one, as I said. And of course, part of the savings the department is trying to obtain by self-sufficiency, we do ensure that there is money available, because this is a very important component for the future.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Gasa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, will you admit that the learnership program is broken due to ongoing stipend delays? Explain what penalties will be imposed on officials or service providers who miss payment deadlines, and commit to an independent forensic audit of all stipend payments since the program started, potentially scrapping and rebuilding the outsourced payment system.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There will always be some allegations when you start with these learnership. Can I mention to the Honourable Member, then when we advertised for this learnership, the department received 1.2 million applications. And you can think for yourself, the administration, to go through 1.2 million applications to ensure that qualifying people are identified and be accommodated. If the Honourable Member is aware that there are certain matters of corruption or irregularities, is welcome. Come forward. I will not shy away from that. And I said before that if it is necessary to have a forensics audit, we will do so. But we must also remember that forensics auditings are very expensive. So you must make sure, if you want to spend the taxpayers' money, that you have enough evidence to justify such forensic investigation. I thank you.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Van Staden.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Minister, dit is toch sekerlik algemene praktyk dat die meeste werkgewers nuwe aanstellings op 'n proeftydperk aanstel, gewoonlik oor 'n tydperk van 3 maande, maar in die geval van u departement beloop die tydperk 1 jaar. En dit is van my oogpunt wel goeie praktyk om sodoende te verseker dat die regte mense in regte posisies aangestel word. Kan u vir hierdie huis aandui die bedrag van die betrokke toelaag wat betaal word, die aantal leerlingskapprogramkandidate wat tans in hierdie program is, dat dit die bedoeling is dat al hierdie kandidate by einde van die dag in diens geneem word, asook of daar vakatures is wat gevul moet word in die betrokke departement. Ek dank u, huisvoorsitter.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Ek wil vir die agbare lid sê dat die bedrag wat betaal word is R4.774 per maand. En die agbare lid is ook reg. Dit is 'n jaar tydperk en in daardie jaar moet daar verseker word dat die leerders die kursus behoorlik voltooi, dat hulle eksamens slaag en dat hulle dan kwalifiseer om dan opgeneem te word as permanente werknemers. Die bedoeling is dat almal wat slaag wel opgeneem word, want daar is vakatures wat beskikbaar is. Ons sit veral op lae vlakke wat ons 'n probleem het wat te min mense het. Ek kan maar vir die agbare lede sê, ek het eendag 'n besoek gebring aan Westville se korrektiewe sentrum en 4 bewakers moes toesig hou oor meer as 600 prisoniers. Nou dit is 'n onbehoorlike situasie dat so min bewakers oor soveel mense moet toesig hou. En my uitgangspunt is, en ek het dit ook in die departement gesê, dat ons moet begin om die laer vlakke wat ons dan moet bemagtig om meer mense te kry. Ek is ook besig intans om te sê dat alle hoofde van tronke sal nou jaarliks 'n eksamen aflê om te verseker dat hulle hulle pligte behoorlik ken, dat hulle die wet op korrektiewe dienste ken, want die wet verwys net na 3 persone, die minister, die nasionale kommissaris en die hoofde van tronke. Ons moet ons standaard verhoog en dit is deel van die proses om te verseker dat ons mense op die regte standaard is en toegerus is om hulle werk tot die beste van hulle vermoë te kan lewer. Ek dank u.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Blakis.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Minister, for clarifying some of the matters. But, Minister, I think we agree that there is problems with the issue of stipends to the students and the learnership, as much as we appreciate it. Can the Minister therefore clarify whether the department utilized direct electronic funds transfer to individual learners' account, or if any third-party agency handles the payroll and administration? If a third party is doing it and is involved, how much administration fee are paid to them in percentage? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't have the specific percentage at the moment, but I will investigate and I will then comply and ensure that the Honourable Member receives that specific amount. And let me say to the Honourable Member, yes, I agree. There is problems, and when I started, I said there will always be problems. And I invite the Honourable Member, come forward and let's see how we can solve it. I agree with him, and I also want to ensure that I have his agreement that we're going to solve the problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we now move to question number 491, which has been asked by Honorable Skikaling to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether, given that communities in the Republic are terrorized by violent crime, while the SA Police Service appears to be consumed by its own corruption scandal, procurement irregularities, and internal power battles, he has found that the government and the SAPS have lost control of the leadership in policing services. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The government and the South African Police Service have not lost control of the leadership in policing services. Following the developments referenced, Lieutenant General Dimpani has been appointed as Acting National Commissioner with effect from 23 April 2026 and will serve in this capacity until further notice. This appointment ensures continuity of leadership at the highest level and prevents any vacuum in authority within the South African Police Service. In order to mitigate the risk of institutional paralysis and to maintain operational stability, SAPS has adopted a collective leadership approach whereby the Acting National Commissioner is supported by an experienced executive management structure across the organization. This includes the delegation of responsibilities across senior management to ensure that operational, administrative, and strategic functions continue without disruption. Further measures have been implemented to strengthen institutional integrity and address concerns relating to corruption and infiltration within senior ranks. In this regard, the SAPS has commenced with the process announced by the President during the 2026 State of the Nation address to subject all senior managers to vetting and lifestyle audits conducted by the State Security Agency. This process prioritizes leadership in critical positions and is intended to reinforce accountability, restore organizational credibility, and ensure that those entrusted with acting responsibilities meet the required standards of integrity. Where senior members are implicated in allegation of misconduct or are subject to ongoing investigations, interim acting appointments have already been effected to ensure that key leadership functions remain operational. This approach ensures continuity while simultaneously allowing investigative and oversight processes to proceed without disruption to service delivery. SAPS has the necessary capacity institutional knowledge and experience to ensure continuity of operations in the absence of a permanent national commissioner. Operational continuity is currently maintained under the leadership of the Acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Dimpani, who brings extensive experience in policing, financial management, governance, and strategic leadership. Her appointment is supported by an established executive structure with institutional memory and operational expertise across all levels of the organization. The prioritization of filling critical posts, including the placement of acting incumbents where vacancies or investigations exist, ensure that leadership gaps do not translate into operational disruptions. This structured approach to leadership continuity, combined with the support of the Ministry of Police, enables SAPS to maintain stability, sustain service delivery, and continue executing its constitutional mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Minister, what objective indicators, performance metrics, or evaluation framework does government currently use to assess whether the instability within the SAPS senior leadership is affecting crime prevention, intelligence-led policing, and investigative outcomes? If no such indicators are used, sir, why not, and when will they be introduced? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, we do that, and it is clear even in terms of what is happening currently in the country, that investigation work is not disrupted by the situation we find ourselves in. Policing is taking place, intelligence is doing its work, and this is demonstrated by the discoveries that we made under the current situation, like the drug bust in Northwest, and arrests that are continuing currently within South Africa that has to deal with high crime activities that are committed by criminals. The work is going on, and was convinced that this situation we find ourselves in will not disrupt policing. Investigations, arrest, and law and order will be maintained in the country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sokopo.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, given the ongoing investigation into allegations of corruption affecting senior leadership of the police, what are the steps in the ministry taking to ensure that the police itself remains stable, operational, and capable to continue doing what they must do, combating crime, while the investigations are underway? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Sokopo, for the question. As the ministry, we had made sure that affected individuals are suspended, and in their place, we have appointed people to make sure that there are no spaces that are not occupied. Besides that, we have interacted with management, indicating that the areas where you have got posts that are vacant, those posts must be filled. In crime intelligence, for instance, there was a communique to the effect that appointment should be halted. We have put aside that, and we have interacted with management that they must fill up all funded vacant posts within intelligence, and we believe this decision will assist in stabilizing the organization and ensuring that service delivery is not affected by the situation we are going through. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo Ngqongqoshe, kuba yini kungabanga njengoba wazi ukuthi ukurarana kwesipholisa nokungazinzi kuhle kuthoma lapha phezulu esipoliseni. Yingani ningahonanga ukuthi ningenelele njengo ministry ukuthi nibe nenthuguluko enizenzako ukuthi kungabi nento le esitholako yokuthi abantu beSouth Africa basanathemba ngokuzinza kwesipolisa nokubuyisa ukuhlonipheka kwesipolisa isitshaba siluze khulukhulu lapho. Lami lokugcina ngithi ke masandawana siyanithokozisa ngokuwina i-Champions League namabhakaniya siyanithokozisa ngokuwina nasa i-league noma ke bankorele siyathokoza mgcini isihlalo.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I'm sure the last, it was just a comment to congratulate the big teams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Skosana. We were not spectating as the events unfolded within the service. It's on record that the suspended minister did take action to try and assist in mediating on the tensions that existed at that level. And of course, unfortunately, what has happened, and I think it was necessary that South African police go through this process so that it can assist us to reset. I'm quite confident that the Commission of Madlanga and the ad hoc committee, those processes are going to assist greatly to reset policing in South Africa so that it become effective and an instrument to defend and protect our democratic project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Makri.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Acting Minister, given that mob justice rates have risen in a response to suboptimal efforts by SAPS, what practical measures is the department taking to ensure that law enforcement remains in the hands of officials, particularly in rural and under-resourced communities? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Mani. Indeed, in a situation where communities don't find joy or people don't find joy where crime takes place, you tend to have emergence of mob justice, people taking law into their own hands. And that is, if we are to stop that, SAPS must do their work. Where crime occurs, we must ensure that we respond and the perpetrators are brought to justice. And when people come to report cases in stations, they should get an appropriate reception that will give them confidence that they are being respected and their cases must be taken seriously and follow-ups be made, and they should be updated on developments in their cases. And once this is done, people will be able to have confidence in what we are doing because we give them updates and justice get done. Through that, we'll be able to ensure that we reduce mob justice in our country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to disagree with you today because I think the 58 people that were murdered in South Africa today and the 109 people that have been raped and the countless other citizens that have been affected by crime today that have lost confidence in the South African police services is vastly going to disagree with what you said to us today because you haven't answered the questions properly, sir. I'd just like to know what specific operational interventions have been implemented since the emergence of the leadership instability, and what actual evidence can you give us that demonstrates the impact to date? And if there is no evidence available, why not? Because nothing you've said today has actually given us impact and evidence that there's a change. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Shikeling. It's true that we have had major crime bust in the country. I gave an example of the drug lab in Northwest. It happened this financial year while the Madlanga and the ad hoc committee are taking place. If you say this is not evidence enough to demonstrate that policing is taking place in the country, I don't know what form of evidence are you looking at, Honorable Shikeling. Because police are doing work currently with the acting National Commissioner, General Dimpani, and there is evidence in that direction. There are arrests that have taken place in the current past few weeks, which clearly demonstrate that police are at work, despite the fact that we are going through these challenges that we are confronted with. We acknowledge them, but work is proceeding. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we move to question number 504, which has been asked by Honorable M.S. Chabane to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is whether, with reference to the new facility inaugurated recently in Sydney, Australia, to streamline passport and birth registration for South Africans, a similar initiative will be introduced in other cities outside Australia. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details, and whether are there cities specifically on the African continent that have launched similar service centers? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of the second part of the question, the service center in Maputo in Mozambique will open on Monday. According to the department's research, Mozambique is the only country in Africa with over 20,000 South Africans living in the country. So that will be the first African country to get this service, followed by Zimbabwe later in the year. In terms of the first part of the question, the decision to open passport and related services abroad is really based on the size of the South African population living in that particular country. The South African population in Australia, for example, is estimated to be over 200,000, the USA over 150,000, New Zealand over 100,000, UAE over 100,000, and Canada around 52,000. In Australia, as the member points out, the centre was opened in Sydney, but also in Melbourne and Perth, aimed at streamlining passport and registration services for South Africans abroad. Indeed, similar initiatives are being rolled out around the world, not only in Mozambique and Zimbabwe, but also to date we have additional facilities that have opened in New Zealand, the United Arab Emirates, Germany, France, the Netherlands, China, Canada, and the USA. These centres are intended to improve access to civics services and critically, Chair, to reduce turnaround times. In many cases, before the launching of these centres, South Africans had to wait as many as 12 months to get a passport processed once their South African passport had expired. In many of these centres, it now is a matter of weeks rather than months to get a new South African passport. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I've been informed that Honorable Modise Mpia will take charge of the first supplementary question on behalf of Honorable Chabane in accordance with Rule 137. Honorable Modise Mpia.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, how much does it cost to open and operate these offices overseas? And do you think it is valuable and necessary whilst our people in South Africa, mainly in the poor communities and rural, are struggling to access home affairs services? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The good news is that opening these services does not cost Home Affairs anything additional. What you will find is that this is part of the existing contract with a service provider that also manages visa application intakes in South Africa. And they have these centers located all around the world. So they already have the facility. They often service visa applications in those particular countries. And all we're doing is basically piggybacking on the existing infrastructure to roll out this service. So there's no trade-off here. There's no loss to anyone else. It's not an additional expense. What I would, however, point out, Chair, is that the digital partnership model that we launched with the banks recently in South Africa are a revolution for access in poor, underserved and rural communities in South Africa. 167 bank branches have been added to this network within the last 9 weeks. Over 129,000 South Africans have already obtained replacement ID cards through this new service, where it only takes 5 minutes in some cases to apply for your replacement ID. Additionally, Chair, many of these places are located in the likes of Iduchwa, Lusikisiki, and many other rural parts of South Africa. So really the enhancement of access to Home Affairs smart ID services is at a different scale thanks to our reform efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Bolman.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in light of the department's ongoing digital modernization initiatives for South Africans abroad, is consideration being given to incorporating citizenship renunciation functionality into the online citizenship confirmation portal in order to streamline administrative processes and reduce turnaround times for applicants overseas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The online citizenship reinstatement portal has been an incredible success. Tens of thousands of South African citizens have used it. Thousands have had their citizenship reinstated following the ruling by the Constitutional Court requiring us to do so. And I think it is a very powerful example of how a focus on innovation and digital transformation can deliver a whole new kind of service experience to South Africans. No one had to fill in a form for us to comply with this process. No one had to stand in a queue. Instead, they are able to access the myhomeaffairsonline.dha.gov.za webpage, and through the uploading of a selfie, facial recognition technology, we are able to match their record against the population register, and within a matter of minutes, if they qualify, we are able to reinstate their South African citizenship and update their ID number accordingly. I think it's an interesting proposal to think, could we do the renunciation function through this portal as well? It's something that we'll take forward and explore as part of our broader digital transformation initiative. But indeed, it is in keeping with the principle we are trying to adopt, that we are going digital first. We're not replicating and introducing more forms, more paperwork, and more queues, and we're using what technology has to offer to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ngubane.
Honourable Minister, other than the offices that you've opened in Home Affairs in Australia, how many other offices of similar nature in other countries like Canada, USA, London, and other countries? In which other Western or European countries have you opened Home Affairs offices? If not, why not? If so, what are the details? And has it been the norms of Home Affairs to open offices in the Western countries or European countries since the dawn of democracy? Or this is just started with the 7th administration that you are the minister of currently?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I certainly don't think that the UAE or China would consider themselves to be Western countries, but that's up to them to decide. The truth is we've expanded this service to dozens of countries around the world, including the UAE that I mentioned, New Zealand, France, the US, and a litany of others. We have a link on our website, Honourable Member, dha.gov.za, where you will find the full list of all the cities, including the new ones that we are launching on Monday, as I mentioned. Chair, I think, as I said in the first part of the reply, we have to serve South Africans where they are. So we're looking at countries with particularly large populations. That's where we have the biggest impact when we introduce better services. But this is certainly not the end of the process. And as we continue to modernize our services, I think there are opportunities for us to move beyond even physical infrastructure. Members might be aware of the digital ID system that we are developing. The draft regulations for that are currently out for public comment. And this would serve South Africans around the world, regardless of where they live, in South Africa or anywhere else, by introducing the option of having their enabling documents available in secure digital format. And we can look at the success we've had in the digital partnership with the banks to potentially also introduce a more streamlined model to these physical locations abroad. So indeed, Chair, South Africans around the world are receiving much better services as a result of this initiative. Really our constitutional mandate is to serve all South African citizens, and that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. You know, Minister, the frustration faced by South Africans when they are applying for their passports or they lose their passports when they are abroad is really something that can be resolved urgently. Now, to wait for a period of 6 to 8 months, which is the turnaround time of the department to get South Africans their passports when they are abroad, is really frustrating because of the manual processes that have to be followed, where a South African applies at DERCO, and then DERCO takes it, submits it to Home Affairs sends it back to DERCO sends it back to the mission. It's really frustrating, Minister. So what measures have been put in place to address the persistent backlog with the manual processing of passports and other civic services at various foreign missions? And can we do something to reduce the turnaround time to get your passport when you're applying, when you are already abroad? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I must commend the Honourable Member. She's perfectly described the problem. That's exactly the issue. You'll often find that even some of the officials working in the missions are not Home Affairs officials. So you have to transfer between DERCO to Home Affairs. And then often one of the biggest delays is that we have to wait for the so-called diplomatic pouch to fill up. It's literally a bag that DERCO moves documents around the world. And often the passport is ready within a few weeks, but we have to wait for this bag to fill up. It's really not a very efficient way to do things. That is exactly, Honourable Chair, why we have opened these service centres. So the countries that I've mentioned, number of cities across the world have gotten access to these new dedicated service centres where South Africans can go to lodge an application which is then couriered immediately. So we don't have the delay associated with that diplomatic pouch. We don't have the movement between different departments. We simply courier it to Pretoria where the administration is done, the passport is produced, and then it is couriered back to the client. And that indeed has dramatically cut turnaround times. As I said, it often was a painful experience of over 12 months. And if you go to a mission to apply, you probably will still have that experience. But more and more cities now have these dedicated service centers around the world, which has indeed reduced it from months to weeks. I think it's important to say, Chair, we are looking, as I mentioned, at how we can take the model we've built with the banks, where we are able to have a South African applying within a few minutes for a new smart ID, and whether we could potentially also extend that to the service centers or other locations abroad to bring that same kind of quick turnaround time. But certainly, many South Africans have experienced the difference that these service centers are making compared to the arduous process that the Honourable Member outlined. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Modise Mpia.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, why are you not expanding the similar model that comes at no cost overseas, as we have made mention of, to poor communities in the country, other than the bank branches that you've alluded to as an alternative to access to rural areas? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That's exactly what we're doing. It is exactly the same model. The difference, of course, is in a city abroad, we don't have a South African bank operating there. So we're working with the service center from the provider. But in South Africa, we have the banks that we are partnering with. So the question really is moot. This is exactly the model that we are rolling out. So what it means for South Africans abroad is that you're able to go to this dedicated service center to lodge your application. What it means for South Africans in country is that you're able to go to your local bank branch to lodge your application. At this stage, it is for smart ID replacements. If you want to replace your green ID book or if you've lost your smart ID, you can walk into any one of these 167 bank branches. Our goal is to have it at 750 branches by the end of the year, Honourable Chairperson. If you compare it to the fact that Home Affairs previously had only 349 branches, you can see that we are tripling the footprint and access that South Africans enjoy to these services through exactly this partnership model, through digital transformation with the banking sector. So if anything, it is South Africans in those poor and underserved and rural communities that are seeing the biggest impact. It was in Orange Farm that we launched the very first one of these new digitally transformed bank partnership branches. And it was incredible to be present when we helped the very first lady, a gogo there, who was on her way to do some shopping, and suddenly she saw that she could get a smart ID around the corner, and she was able to be helped within 5 minutes. That's the power of our digital transformation process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we now move to question number 475, which has been asked by Honourable L.M. Ngobeni to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is, what actions have been taken against the head of the Presidential Protection Unit, Major General Wali Rood, and Constable Rikhotso, arising from the findings of the 2023 Independent Police Investigative Directorate investigation that was initially classified but has since been declassified? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. In respect of Major General Ruode, a departmental investigation was conducted and disciplinary steps were instituted in line with the applicable recommendations. Following the conclusion of the disciplinary process, Major General Ruode was found not guilty. Similarly, in respect of Sergeant Rikhotso, a departmental investigation was undertaken and disciplinary action was pursued. Upon finalization of the process, Constable Rikhotso was also not found guilty. The investigations were initially conducted in line with the recommendations of the Public Protector and were subsequently expanded to incorporate the findings and recommendations of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, received on 9 October 2023. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honourable L.M. Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Deputy Minister, given the damning findings by IPID, as you have alluded, including allegations that members of the Presidential Protection Unit that you've mentioned refused to cooperate with investigators, falsified documents, incurred irregular expenditure, unlawfully detained suspects, and even invoked the President's name to pressure officials, how does the Minister justify the not guilty outcome of the disciplinary hearings without creating the perception that there's one law for ordinary citizens and another for those who protect the President? And are you prepared to table the full record of decision of these disciplinary hearings before Parliament and the South African public, or must we once again, as we did before, resort to strong-arming the department through a protected legal service and/or request the Madlanga Commission to intervene? Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Ngobeni. As I indicated, the two officers went through a process that was attended to by the administration, and upon the conclusion of those processes, the officers were not found guilty, and it is not because they belong to the Presidential Protection Unit. it is because of the due processes that were followed that arrived at that determination. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Muela.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, given the fact that the DPCI was running a parallel investigation on the matter, did they make any findings on any of the officials involved in this particular regard? Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Muela. The DPCI were investigating the criminal case of what happened at the farm, and that process led to the arrest of those who were involved in that process. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Skikaling.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Minister, I really think it's time that the SAPS takes IPID more seriously because they clearly know more than what we think. In relation to the Presidential Protection Unit, what accountability mechanisms are in place regarding leadership decisions taken under Major General Wally Rhoda, and how does the SAPS ensure transparency where concerns or allegations have been raised? Because this is a serious matter, and the Presidential Protection Services receives a large amount of the SAPS budget every month. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Shikeling. The South African Police management takes very serious the issues that are brought before them either by IPID or any other organ of state. The process of DC of the two officers were held in line with the disciplinary code that the South African Police use, and there were no favoritism in this regard. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The fourth supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Shangase.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, given that IPID recommended disciplinary action against Major General Rode and Constable Rakgotso, why were both found not guilty in the SAPS hearing, and will the Minister release the hearing records? Because abantu bafuna ukwazi ukuthi why laba babili bengazange balandele imigudu efanele amadola esethathiwe lapha ePhalaphala. Siyabonga sihlalo.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Shangasi, for your question. Yes, the IPID did make their investigation on the matters and arrived at a determination and made a recommendation to the South African Police. And as I indicated, that the processes of the DC that affect the two officers looked at the public protector and subsequently was expanded to incorporate the findings of IPID. And that process, as indicated, found the two officers not guilty of any wrongdoing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Deputy Minister, it's very sad because your response to me doesn't actually answer what I asked. What I initially asked was whether you would be willing to divulge or to provide the record of decision of the disciplinary hearings for us and South Africans to see what is it that justified the not guilty finding. May I please get a response to that question? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for that follow-up question. And the question was with regard to the processes affecting Major General Ruode and Constable Ricordo. I indicated that the processes of DC was conducted by the South African Police, which was as a result of the public protector and subsequently incorporated issues that were recommended by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. And these processes led to a no guilty finding for the two officers. And there was nothing untoward with regard to the processes, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 507, which has been asked by the Honorable N.E. Mutau to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, in light of the growing number of law graduates who are not able to secure articles for at least a period of 3 years post-qualification, what practical transformational steps has her department taken to broaden access into the profession, especially as it relates to the service of the articles? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has implemented a number of targeted initiatives to address the entry barriers faced by law graduates. Together with key justice sector institutions, the department has implemented a range of targeted and complementary initiatives in partnership with institutions such as SACITA, PCITA, etc., aimed at broadening access to the legal profession. This includes candidate attorneys, articleship and internship programs within the Office of the State Attorney. 406 have been recruited there. Legal Aid South Africa currently has recruited 1,063 candidates. National Prosecuting Authority, through the Aspirant Prosecutor Program, provides for 111 candidates, 111 LLB graduates, and also at SIU, 45 LLB graduates, which collectively provide structured practical legal training while advancing transformation and access to justice. These initiatives are designed to provide workplace exposure, skills development, and mentorship within specialized legal, investigative, and litigation environment, while balancing transformation objectives with operational security and capacity considerations across the justice sector. While the offices of the State Attorney remains the primary placement sites, entities such as SIU, Legal Aid, and NPA continue to support transformation through structured workplace exposure, skills development, and mentorship of legally qualified personnel within investigation or investigative and litigation support environments, such as subject to mandate-specific and resource planning. The Office of State Attorney, Master's Office, SIU, Legal Aid, and NPA supports as well internal capacity building and career progression for legally qualified employees, recognizing that transformation of the profession must be balanced with operational sustainability and the specialized nature of the investigative work. Furthermore, SIU has established an internal legal practice called SIU Law Firm from the 1st April 2026, which will contribute to transformation and capacity building of legally trained professionals within the state and provide more exposure for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mutau.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, while the current programs have largely accommodated graduates of law, how many of these programs are designed to assist the graduates to meet the stipulated entry requirements into a legal profession of either 1 or 2 years service of articles as stipulated by the Legal Practice Act before they can be recognized as admitted attorneys?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutau. All of them actually assist the candidates to be able to enter fully into the workplace. If we look at the aspirant prosecutor program, you'd see that these are individuals that are trained to become prosecutors, and they eventually get to complete, once they graduate and they get the certificate to say they've met minimum requirements, they become full prosecutors. Similarly, at SIU, you'd note that those are trained specifically into investigators and be able to assist in terms of the work that is needed within SIU and are fully absorbed. Then in the state attorneys, what we do, for example, you find that an employee in another department within the state has completed a qualification of law. We are able to absorb them. Some of them move from administration and become law students and graduate. You are able to absorb, they are seconded to state attorney offices so that they can conclude and be able to fulfill the requirements so that they are admitted attorneys. So it's part of the work, and then we take graduates from the streets as well who have graduated. We open the process through SASITA so that they can be absorbed fully. And once they are done, they are able to be admitted as attorneys of the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Klopper, you may ask the second follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, given the enormous influx of graduates who cannot find placement for articles, how do you justify the fact that the National Prosecuting Authority, a severely undercapacitated institution, only trains 100 graduates per year in its aspirant prosecutor program?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Klope. I think we'd love to do training more. We'd love to absorb more. One, it's the capacity. Remember, in terms of training, you don't look at the amount of money you pay the graduates as stipend or whatever income they will have to. You've got to have mentors that are going to be able to support them. So the placements must match the person that is going to support them. Otherwise, the program might be falling off and not meet the requirements because they would not have the exposure, they would not have the mentoring and coaching that is required. So it has to be matched based on the numbers that you need to have. Secondly, it's on the basis of available budget, what we can be able to absorb as part of training. If we are given enough budget, we've got enough people that are able to coach, we'll be able to absorb more. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matewane, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. At a time when youth unemployment remains catastrophically high and thousands of qualified graduates are sitting at home with law degrees but without articles, the legal profession is increasingly becoming inaccessible to poor and working class black graduates who cannot survive years without placement opportunities. The reality is that many young people complete expensive qualifications only to enter a profession where access is determined by networks, privilege, and affordability rather than merit and capability. You have mentioned, Minister, that you are absorbing law graduates into state entities and departments for training. Now, what is the retention rate? Because what we have witnessed with the government is that graduates are kept in perpetual internships or training programs. You move from one program of 2,500 per month. When your contract ends, you move to another. So are there plans to retain them within the state?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The state is struggling with the
Your time
legal
has now
issues.
expired. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. In terms of retention, when you look at what NPA, SIU, and legal aid, the retention is higher compared to what you would have in state attorneys and departments. So it depends what they've been placed. I think Honourable Member is speaking as well broadly on internship, on administration, because we do have those. So the question focused mainly on the legal graduates. So you do have other form of graduates that you would have. I think for legal graduates it's far better because once they do, the intention is to have them to be admitted. So when you give them that exposure, it helps them to be fully recognized that they can either go out and open their own practice or absorbed as attorneys in various companies. So it gives them far better opportunities compared to those that do not have this opportunity in terms of absorption. But I understand what you are raising in terms of broader internship program, where you find that, for example, because we do even have that in various areas, whether it's ICT and others, and the absorption rate in those areas, yes, I acknowledge, they are very low because in terms of the exposure and the work that you need. You are actually giving them experience so that they can be able to be absorbed, including by private sector. So government plays a developmental role in this regard, in taking the responsibility of training and being able to invest in those individuals so that they can be marketable and can be absorbed by the market itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth opportunity has been allocated to the Honourable Nkwangu.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, what practical interventions are being implemented to widen access for unemployed law graduates to train at the bar and qualify as advocates in order to advance the transformation in the profession?
Honourable Minister.
Specifically because bars are not linked to the department, but broadly in terms of access, for example, what we do as the department is provide briefing patterns, change briefing patterns, brief those who are entering the space, for example, as junior advocates, so that they can be able to grow within the space. One of the issues that I've announced during the budget vote was that we want to do, for example, what is done in the construction sector, where you have categories and you have those who have 2 years competing with those who have 2 years, and then you start briefing differently, because currently the system gives those who are being briefed, for example, you find that an advocate who is 2 years is given a brief to compete with somebody with 20 years. They don't have opportunity to grow, and therefore the opportunities will continue to be given to those who have more years. So we've decided as the department it will be issuing those directives and guidelines in the coming months, 1 month or two, where we start to say within the state attorneys, briefs of those who, for example, who are below 3 years are given in terms of competing amongst themselves. We do believe that this will increase in terms of transformation, but also ensuring that those who are juniors or those who are entering in pupillage to become advocates can be able to grow and have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Motahung, we return to you for the last follow-up. Is there a last follow-up from the Honourable Motahung?
Thank you, House Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 483 has been asked by the Honourable Roos to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is regarding the rollout of live capture services of his department to bank branches. What progress has been made towards the medium-term target of live capture functionality extended to 1,000 bank branches by 2029? And what are the total setup costs of live capture terminals in bank branches? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Indeed, very significant progress has been made on this project. As the Honourable Member correctly says, the target in the medium-term development plan was to get into 1,000 bank branches through this new digital partnership. As at Friday, the 15th of May, a total of 167 bank branches were operational under this new platform. The rollout has already enabled more than 129,000 Smart ID replacement applications within approximately 9 weeks of implementation. Participating banks currently include FNB, Standard Bank and Capitec, with a number of others in the final phases of testing. The department also continues to engage the banking sector regarding future expansion plans. We have set a target and we've moved our target forward because we are actually well ahead of schedule to reach 750 branches by the end of this year, even though the MTDP target was 1,000 by 2029. So I think, Chair, you can see just how rapidly we are changing the face of Home Affairs civic service delivery. We are also expecting updated implementation plans from participating banks over the next 30 days. and this will inform the anticipated rollout trajectory for the remainder of this financial year. The department will accordingly align the future implementation planning and governance arrangements to the rollout plans once these have been finalized with the participating banks. The current implementation approach leverages existing banking infrastructure through a digital partnership and API integration model, eliminating the need for the department to establish expensive standalone live capture setups within the branches. In short, Chair, our expectation is that the banks must use the infrastructure they already have, the cameras, the fingerprint scanners, as well as their existing integration with Home Affairs systems to carry the costs of the physical infrastructure, while Home Affairs continues to manage the back-end infrastructure and invest in the software capabilities we require going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Roos.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, what steps has the Department of Home Affairs taken to ensure that the bank branch rollout moves beyond pilot and metropolitan areas to achieve equitable national coverage, including rural and peri-urban communities?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Member. The entire premise behind this partnership is to bring Home Affairs services to areas it's never been before. We call this Home Affairs at Home. As a result, the 167 branches that are already in existence, you'll often find them either in high traffic areas, in urban environments, or, as I mentioned in the previous question, some of the most rural parts of South Africa. And already we are seeing the benefits of this in the fact that people no longer need to travel a great distance to get to their local Home Affairs offices. I think about a place like Kathu in the Northern Cape or Idutshwa in the Eastern Cape, both of which now have smart ID replacement services within their own communities, eliminating the need to travel great distances. As we move forward, we are also specifically targeting, Chair, the 101 locations where Home Affairs branches themselves are not even yet modernized. In other words, out of the 349 existing physical Home Affairs offices, 101 don't even yet have live capture facilities, which means they can't produce smart IDs and they can't produce some of the quicker turnaround times on passports. Those 101 areas are being deliberately targeted through this bank project so that we can ensure that all of those communities get access to smart ID services. And as we continue towards the goal of 1,000, we will continue to prioritize these particular areas to make sure that we deliver Home Affairs at home, in your own community. No need to travel a great distance, even if you live in a rural area. As long as there's a bank branch, we can bring our services to you. Thank you very much.
Honourable Ngubane, the next follow-up has been allocated to you.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, with these bank branches of Home Affairs in progress, what is the cost structure that will be of benefit to banks by taking over some of these Home Affairs work? How much are they going to charge the government? If not, why not? If so, what are the details? B, in terms of staff training and skilling on the basic special work of Home Affairs processes and procedures, have these bank employees been trained enough to do this work? How are they going to be measured in terms of split work of the bank's work versus the Home Affairs work? And if not, why not? And give details if it is so.
Before I recognize the Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, you're reminded that follow-ups not supposed to have subsections, but I'm quite sure the Minister will give it a go.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to give it a go. I think the first point to make is that the premise of Honourable Ngubane's question demonstrates the problem. We're not interested in processes and discretion for officials. That is why we have the many failures in Home Affairs that have been well documented over the years. As soon as your application is reliant on the discretion of an individual, you open the door for manipulation. These bank branches have no space for that whatsoever. If you were to go and visit one of these 167 branches, all you will find there is a machine with a camera and a fingerprint scanner. You put your finger down on the scanner, you look into the camera, we instantly verify your identity against the population register, and you select on the screen or on the computer terminal the service that you are looking for. That's it. If your face matches, if your fingerprint matches, you proceed. If it doesn't, there's no space for you to bribe anyone, there's no space for you to interfere, and there's no space for inefficiency. So the entire model is completely revolutionized compared to what came before. As I mentioned, Chair, in terms of one of the subsections of the question, there's no charging of government. The real incentive, I think, here, or as I said, it's actually the other way around. The banks are expected to use their infrastructure. They must provide all of the devices while we control the back end and the software. But there is an important part to this equation, Chair, which is the reduction of identity theft and fraud. Our financial sector loses billions of rands every year to people, particularly using the Green ID book. If you lose your Green ID or someone steals it, they manipulate the photograph and they assume your identity. And they could open a bank account in your name, by way of example. That is exactly what we are working to eradicate by making sure that we get smart IDs in the hands of every eligible South African, and by making sure we move away from those paper-based documents as well as manipulatable processes. That's the change we are bringing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Mshlongo, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. You know, Minister, given that Capitec is one of the biggest funders of your political party, the Democratic Alliance, does the partnership with Capitec not create a conflict of interest for the minister? And why was this partnership agreement only concluded a year after the minister assumed office under the GNU?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the allegation, therefore, is that all of these banks, FNB, Standard Bank, Absa, Nedbank, Capitec, are they all somehow implicated in this question? It's absolute nonsense, Chair. We are bringing services to people at a scale and at a pace that has never been seen before. We are doing it in a way that does not cost the government money. We are doing it in a way that eliminates the scope for fraud, that brings efficiency, including applications done sometimes within as little as 5 minutes. That is what we are delivering, and the conspiracy theorists must step aside while we do so. Thank you.
Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Mente?
Yes, House Chair, I think you should have called your member out. He cannot be addressing another member and say he's talking absolute nonsense.
Yes.
You should have called him out and he must withdraw that. And the question is about Capitec, which then influenced him to include other banks so that that can
Member,
be a
I got
smoke
your
screen.
point of order. I think I got your point of order. I don't think you need to go into the merits. Honourable Minister, at some point, has been ruled unparliamentary and other instances not. I would request you, for the sake of progress, to withdraw that statement.
Gladly, factually incorrect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
That's not a withdrawal. That's not a withdrawal,
Honourable
that's an
Minister,
insult. And we're not going to be
just
insulted
withdraw
by
the
some
statement.
white small boys here.
Honourable Member. No, let the Minister first just withdraw unconditionally.
Withdrawn unconditionally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Nodada, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you so much, Chair. I
Order,
rather, Chair,
please.
that the Honourable Mentor mentioned a derogatory term here. And I'd like you to rule on that, and she withdraws the statement that she made. I know it may be offensive that we're doing well in government, but they must just take it because we're helping the people they're trying to fight for.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Nodada, just please repeat.
Cadre deployment, basic education, we are doing well.
Honourable member, we're not going to have that. Please don't unmute and speak without being recognized. Honourable Nodada, my apologies, the sound is not good. What is the
substance of the point of order, Chair, is that Honourable Mentor said a derogatory term to the Minister of Home Affairs. And she must withdraw that because it's unparliamentary language, and she must withdraw that.
What was?
She spoke about
Okay. Honourable Mente, you referred to the minister as a, well, white, I don't know whether that's insulting, but a small boy. Please withdraw those words. Please withdraw those words. For the sake of progress.
First say for the sake of progress.
I did say that.
Say it loudly.
Honorable Mente.
Chair, you know, you must not do that.
No, Honorable Mente.
You must not qualify the statement when you speak to your party,
the
and you
words
don't qualify your statement when you
boy.
speak to other people.
Are you withdrawing?
Firstly, let me correct Honorable No Dada.
No,
I'm not Honorable Mente.
Honorable Mente, I'm going to give you
Honorable
one more
Mente.
opportunity.
Yeah, I withdraw.
Thank you. Honorable Garner, you may ask the next follow-up question. Is the Honorable Garner with us? Honorable Member, why do you now want to be recognized?
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngifuna ukubuza sihlalo ukuthi is it parliamentary that iGNU lengapha ayincedisi leya GNU engapha. Insizwa le ensundu yakithi ilwela abamhlophe kodwa iGNU lengapha ayibancedisi. Uyunity usho ukuthini?
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. Please sit down. Don't do that. We move on and we return to the Honorable Roos for the last follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, currently smart ID and passport applications can be made at bank branches, but this still means going to Home Affairs branches for other services. So what other services can we expect to be rolled out through live capture services at bank branches, and what are the timelines?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So at the moment, it is only the Smart ID replacement service. So if you have a green ID book and you want to transition to the more secure document, or if you've lost or your existing Smart ID has been stolen, you're currently able to do that replacement service. And that's where we've seen about 129,000 applications. Next in line is to bring in passport applications, again, working along the same principles. As well as the first-time ID applications is one of the categories we're currently working on. I think, Chair, a very exciting service for South Africans to look forward to is for the very first time ever the option that we are looking at now of introducing secure home delivery of your enabling documents. In other words, the days of standing in long Home Affairs queues just to collect a document is coming to an end, because we will introduce technology that can actually securely deliver that document to you and make sure it reaches the right person. If you put that basket of services together, Chair, by the end of this year, indeed, Home Affairs at Home will be delivering a service delivery revolution for the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Members, question number 445 has been asked by the Honourable Nomvalo to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, given the serious allegations of fraud and corruption involving officials at the Mthatha and Pretoria High Courts, and considering that corruption within court administration directly comprises public confidence in the integrity of the justice system, what steps has she taken against implicated officials, and what is the total number over the past 3 financial years of criminal investigations that have arisen from corruption within court administration? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Office of the Chief Justice treats all allegations of fraud, corruption, misconduct, and unethical conduct within court administration with the utmost seriousness, because such conduct undermines public confidence in the integrity of justice system and the administration of justice. Hence, the OCJ has incorporated a zero-tolerance approach on fraud and corruption. The matter relating to the Mthatha High Court remains under investigation. As part of the investigations process, lifestyle audits were conducted on officials alleged to be involved. The investigation team is currently in the process of handing the matter over to DPCI for further criminal investigation. The investigations relating to the Pretoria High Court involving 4 officials and have been concluded from an internal investigation perspective. 3 officials have since been dismissed from employment. 1 is currently still going under DC process. A criminal case in this regard has been opened with SAPS for further criminal investigation. In addition, 1 official attached to the Johannesburg High Court was dismissed following allegation related to the issuing of fraudulent court documents. The consequence management process instituted over the past 3 years in matters involving allegations of fraud and corruption relating to the issuing of fraudulent court documents resulted in the dismissal of 5 officials. 4 officials were dismissed during the 2025-26 financial year in matters involving those fraudulent documents, while 1 official was dismissed during 24-25 financial year. Over the past 3 financial years, a total of 75 matters arising of allegations have been investigated, and many of them have been handed over to law enforcement agencies. Just a breakdown in terms of criminal investigations after criminal elements were identified during internal investigations are as follows: 32 cases in 2023-24 financial year, 26 cases in 24-25 financial year, and 18 cases in 25-26 financial year. These matters relate to various forms of alleged criminal conduct identified during investigations, including fraudulent court orders, corruption, financial misconduct, abuse of official processes, and other irregular activities affecting court administration. DPCI has confirmed that these matters are in different stages of investigations and they are better placed to provide progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. In terms of Rule 137.10a, the Honourable Buthelezi will take charge of the first follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. I stand in for Honourable Mkongi raising this question. Minister, sorry about that. Minister, beyond the initiation of internal investigations or precautionary suspensions, how many of the implicated officials at the Umtata and Pretoria High Courts have actually been dismissed or criminally prosecuted to date? And what specific obstacles, whether procedural, evidentiary, or related to judicial independence, have prevented faster finalization of these cases? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
But I've answered the question. I gave numbers per court. I said 4 in Pretoria.
I didn't get the answer, Minister, so you can please do the honors and answer
let me repeat. I said in terms of the Mtata, all of the investigation, what we have done is that we've done lifestyle audit and DPCI has taken over. So there is it's criminal cases. In terms of Pretoria, we've dismissed 3, 1 pending in DC. In Johannesburg, 1 has been dismissed. And then the others in terms of criminal records, criminal cases that have been opened, 32 in 23-24 financial year, 26 cases in 24-25 financial year, and 18 cases in 25-26. So we don't have precautionary, but dismissal and cases have been opened.
Honourable Lorimer, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, the President tasked you with ridding the justice system of corruption, and you failed. He tasked a panel of which you were the chairperson to find a new National Director of Public Prosecutions, and you failed at that too. South Africa demands that all those implicated in the findings of the Zondo Commission be prosecuted without delay. You haven't exactly succeeded therein either. Will you succeed in improving anything in your department before the end of the 7th Parliament?
Honourable Minister.
I'm not so sure which planet this member lives in, honestly. I was appointed Minister of Justice the 3rd of December 2024. I have 1 year in office. I have dismissed several officials as minister in justice. I have given report in terms of the work that has been done in the Zondo Commission report. I don't know where you live. We've given you records of and issues of, now, it's a new question, that's why I've got to go. So I'm going there. But the issue is, that's what I'm saying, I'm not so sure where he lives, because the reports of Zondo Commission are submitted to Parliament by President quarterly. Now, if member doesn't read, that can be me coming back to teach him how to read as a member of Parliament, honestly speaking. It's beyond my job and beyond my pay grade.
Honorable Shikwambana, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, corruption in the court of South Africa is not an ordinary maladministration. It is an attack on justice itself. When court officials are accused of fraud, record disappears, cases are manipulated, and poor people are forced to suffer delays. The courts become a marketplace for those with money and connection instead of a place of justice. So my question is, has the department conducted any broader forensic audits into possible syndicates and systemic corruption operating within court administration, particularly involving case allocation, disappearances of court record and procurement, and the manipulation of the court processes? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We've given the incidences of what has happened and the action that has been taken. In superior courts, that's why the introduction of court online, because we do believe that it allows for transparency, it allows for people to be able to see where their cases are, and therefore there can be an administrator that, or a registrar that can actually push a case beyond what the people can and take money. So that is being attended to. In terms of literally you saying that it's broad, it's not broad, because if we look at the Johannesburg, it's 4. How many employees do we have in the Gauteng South Court? How many employees do we have in the Gauteng North High Court? And versus what we have been able to charge, and we are not taking it light. That's why you can see where there has been discipline, it's not even an issue of warning or docking of the salary. It's literally dismissal, because all fraudulent cases we do, and we are doing the same with lower courts. For example, I can give you, since I've been in the portfolio, we've not dismissed, actually the dismissal of officials in the lower courts who have been particularly, because this is an area where we are finding that they are actually colluding on maintenance money. They pay the fathers not to pay the children's money. And therefore we've been finding them, we've been dismissing. 35,000 officials since I arrived and now have been dismissed in the Department of Justice for those fraudulent cases, especially on maintenance, because we do understand the importance of children getting their money. So we are taking the issue of corruption serious in the department, and where we are able to act, we act decisively in this. For fraudulent, it's non-negotiable, it's a dismissible offense, and we are not taking anything beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. We return to the member standing in for the Honorable Nomvalo, was it Honorable Buthelezi, for a final follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. I'll excuse myself. They didn't brief me.
Thank you. Honorable members, we now move to questions that has been transferred from the written question paper for oral reply in terms of Rule 146(1). An additional half an hour have been set aside for those questions. Question number 512 has been asked by the Honorable Cameron to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether for each of the top 30 high crime police stations, as per the most recent national crime statistics, any requests for additional equipment were declined. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, on what grounds was each request declined? Who authorized the refusal in each case? And what total number of such requests were approved? And whether the station commanders of the specified police stations formally reported equipment and or staffing shortages. If not, what is the position in each case? If so, on what dates was each report made? What written responses were received in each case? And what steps were taken, including instituting disciplinary action against the specified commanders for failure to ensure operational readiness? And what are the relevant details in each case? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There are 35 high contact crime stations countrywide. Note that the SAPS uses the principle of the 30+5 high contact crime stations to accommodate police stations which regularly migrate into and out of the list of the top 30 high contact crime stations. The response regarding the requested information are provided as the table below. Province of the Eastern Cape, 1, no requests were declined. Not applicable, that is B. And with regard to C, 1 application was approved. In Gauteng, regarding A, no requests were declined. B, not applicable. C, 4 applications were approved and 1 was deferred to the following Provincial Integrated Resource Committee meeting. With regard to KZN, no requests were declined. A, B, is not applicable. C, the requests from 7 high contact crime stations in the province were approved. In Limpopo, no applications were declined. B, not applicable. C, the 2 high contact stations were capacitated with additional desktop computers and laptops. Mpumalanga, no request from the high contact crime stations was declined as no requests were received. B, not applicable. C, no requests from the high contact crime stations were declined. Northwest, the Northwest Province could not process 2 requests from the high contact crimes. None of the demands of the high contact crimes in Rustenburg were declined. No additional requests were received. Western Cape, 1, no additional requests were received. 1 request not processed. Application could not be processed due to cost containment measures. And C, no applications could be processed. With regard to 2A, it needs to be mentioned that the demand process within SAPS is done annually and is coordinated by the supply chain management capability within each key business unit, including each of the 9 provinces. Demand plans are submitted by all business units, which are then consolidated at provincial level and provided to the national division supply chain for consolidation at a national level. The table below provides the requested responses regarding each of the top 30+5 high contact crime stations. Starting with the Eastern Cape, the requested equipment for the station through the annual demand plan process, which was received on 15 January 2025. A Roman figure 2, the stations was provided with additional vehicles, bullet-resistant vests, and laptops as per its request during August and October 2025. A Roman figure 3, no disciplinary action
Thank you,
was...
Deputy Minister. The time has now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
In terms of Rule 137.10A, the Honourable Schikkerling is recognised for the first follow-up.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. It looks like the Deputy Minister and I are having a one-on-one today. Honourable Minister, I hear what you're saying, but you know, when you do oversight to police stations, more than 50% of the vehicles are not working, so the supply chain management's red tape is really causing trouble, and I don't understand how there can be corruption in South Africa with all the red tape the police have. But nevertheless, whether any independent audit has been conducted to verify the operational readiness of the top 30 high crime police stations, particularly regarding the availability of vehicles, forensic equipment and personnel. If not, why not? And if so, what were the findings in each case? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Honorable, for that. Yes, indeed, the issue of vehicles, we have observed it as a problem because of the contract that was entered into centrally through the National Treasury. In this regard, we have taken a decision that provinces should be responsible for the fixing of vehicles, and we have found that this decision is assisting us greatly to have vehicles repaired on time and being made available to stations. However, we are aware that the system is not as effective as we want it to be, but we are confident that moving forward, there will be improvement because provincial commissioners have committed to ensure that the processes work, and it's in the interest that this matter of vehicle maintenance is decentralized for ease of services to the stations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Shongwe, you may ask the next follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given that the station commanders at high police stations have reportedly submitted repeated requests and formal reports regarding critical shortages in both equipment and staffing, and considering the levels of violent crime recorded at these stations, what specific failures in the department's internal chain, budgeting, prioritization, and oversight mechanism have resulted in these documented shortages persisting without resolution? And what consequences management have been implemented against senior officials within the SAPS or head office and provincial supply chain structures who were responsible for ensuring that these operational needs were acted upon timelessly and not left compromising the frontline policing of Amaphoyisa wethu elokishini?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Shongwe, for that question. We have discussed this matter and did take a firm decision last week when we were doing crime state release that we will be taking a tour of all the high contact stations to look at the challenges that they are confronted with, and we have agreed with management that there must be consequence management in this regard. Those station commanders or district commanders who are not coming to the party, who are not fit to do the work that they are supposed to do, we will first try to ensure that we capacitate them, and those who don't respond appropriately, there will be consequences in this regard, because it's unacceptable that we will have a situation where we have the same problem day in, day out without it being resolved. And we are confident that with this approach, together with management, we'll be able to overcome this shortcoming. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next supplementary has been allocated to the Honorable Basson. Is there another member standing in? Thanks, Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, can you explain why commanders facing impossible operational conditions are being threatened with disciplinary action for lack of readiness when the department itself allegedly failed to provide basic tools, staffing, and resources required for them to perform their duties effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't get the first part of the question. She was very soft on the mic. Yeah.
Honorable Peterson, just repeat.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, can you explain why commanders facing impossible operational conditions are being threatened with disciplinary action for lack of readiness when the department itself allegedly failed to provide basic tools, staffing, and resources required for them to perform their duties effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Basson. There will be no commander who will be taken through a DC for things that they have not done. As I said, we have resolved that with management and ministry, we should visit these high contact stations to check what are their difficulties and work with the station commanders and district commanders to resolve the problems. Disciplinary action will only be taken upon a commander who is not responding to the intervention despite the assistance that they will have offered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Schikkerling, we return to you for a final follow-up.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, you've just confirmed that since you have decentralized the fixing of vehicles to provinces, the turnaround time is so much quicker. Would it then be fair for me to say that you are admitting as the ministry that it is now a viable option to look at expanding policing powers to capable provinces and municipalities and metros as a viable option to make sure that policing in provinces is rolled out effectively? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks, Honorable Schikkerling. You know, policing is not affected by how SAPS is structured, Chairperson. The provinces and the metros have outlined responsibilities in terms of the Constitution of the Republic. As policing and the security forces in general, their responsibilities and functions are outlined in the Constitution. And it is in the same Constitution wherein it clearly indicates that provinces have a role to play in policing. And there is nothing that is inhibiting provinces from doing their responsibilities with the current arrangement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 517 has been asked by the Honourable Breitenbach to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether he will furnish Advocate Breitenbach with a year-by-year breakdown of the total resource allocation for the South African Police Service Diving Unit in the past 10 financial years, indicating for each year the budget allocated, the number of funded and filled posts, the rank distribution and the number of diving sets and related equipment, the boats or other support assets, and the locations of operational bases in each province. If not, why not in each case? If so, what are the relevant details in each case? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be sure that I answered the right question. You said question 517. Thank you very much. The border policing sea teams, which are part of the South African Police Service Specialized Visible Policing Capability, specifically the border policing capability, operate within the coastal and maritime border environment to address transnational organized crime, whereas the water policing and diving services, which are part of the conventional visible policing capability, operate on inland freshwater environments and are primarily focused on diving, search and recover functions. The financial information reflects annual harbour level allocation for the Western Cape Sea Point environment, Eastern Cape Sea Point environment, KwaZulu-Natal, Harbour and Durban. The combined allocation for these seaports are as follows. For the Western Cape, 2016, 2017 up to 2025, 26, they were allocated various amounts with 5,987,015 million was allocated for the 25-26 financial year. Eastern Cape, they were allocated 3 million. .089237, and KwaZulu-Natal 10,865,029. Subs water policing and diving services. Water policing and diving services within the subs is performed as an ad hoc function by members within provinces. These members are performing primary functions at police stations and/or units within the provinces. The dive points within the provinces are under the command of the provincial commissioners who are responsible for the human or physical resource at dive points. The dive points within the provinces are under the command of provincial commissioners who are responsible for human and/or physical resources. Do not have a dedicated budget, therefore they are reliant on provincial budget. Below is a breakdown of funds allocated to this unit from provincial budget for the last 5 financial years. The information for the 2018 to 2019 financial year is not readily available, and therefore what we have that we have presented, Chairperson, is 2020-2021 financial year, which is 2.7 million. 2021-22 financial year is 3.9 million. 2022-23 financial year, 3.1 million. 23-24 is 3.2. 24-25 is 4.3. 25-26 is 3.6 million, giving a total of 20,992,601.55 cents. Subs border policing C teams, the table below reflects the total funded posts versus actual capacity at the various border policing C points. Eastern Cape, the capacitated percentage at Seaport East London Harbour is 91.8%. Port Elizabeth Harbour is 68%. Ngqura Harbour is 49%.
Honourable Deputy Minister, unfortunately the time for the first response has run out.
Thank you.
Is there a member taking charge of the follow-up? Honourable Lorimer.
Thanks, House Chair. Minister, it's quite clear that specialist units are underfunded from what you've said, which would explain why they are dysfunctional and lack capacity. Minister, how do you expect this unit to respond to drownings, floods and accidents and to retrieve evidence if SAP specialized units are in crisis?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honourable Larima, for the follow-up question. We do agree that the units are not appropriately funded, and we are doing everything possible to ensure that despite this, the units must be operational. I must say, Chair, that despite this, the units are being able to be given resources from time to time to carry out their responsibilities, and we can see them during the time when they are needed to do their work, that they do respond despite the constraints in terms of resource allocation. We have seen them doing a good job during floods in the affected areas throughout the country. We have seen the units doing a sterling job intercepting those who are drug traffickers in the inland. There were arrests that were conducted, particularly in the area of Western Cape, because of the good work that these units are doing, despite the resource constraints that they have. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Shongwe, you may ask the next follow-up question.
Minister, in view of operational importance of SAPS diving unit in recovering evidence in murder and drowning investigation, supporting disaster response, and ensuring evidentiary integrity in serious criminal cases, what specific failures in the procurement planning, asset maintenance, and personnel allocation have resulted in the apparent difficulty of department being able to readily account for the diving unit's full operational capacity over the past 10 financial years? And how does the minister justify Parliament having to request basic readiness and capability information that should form part of the standardized annual performance reporting and audit compliance for the specialized high-risk operational unit? And the uphi ubaba wezwi lo uKhashala?
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Thanks, Honorable Shongwe, for the question. We have discussed the organizational structure of SAPS when we have made recommendations together with the leadership, with management, and there were wide consultation. We believe the new organizational structure of SAPS will be able to respond to the challenges of the day. With regard to the issue that you have raised, the reset agenda that the Minister and the Acting National Commissioner have put forth as a consequence of the processes that we are going through in the Madanga and the ad hoc and other recommendations that came from other committees, and the need for us to ensure that the key units like the seaborne units that we are talking about receive the necessary resources and support within management. We are convinced that through this reset agenda, we'll be able to emerge with a situation where in this division, the sea teams are appropriately funded. I fully agree with you as reflected on the response that we have outlined here, that they don't have a dedicated budget, but they are given budget as and when it is necessary. This reset agenda and real prioritization that we are going to emerge with will make sure that the sea division is given the necessary resources that it can continue to do the work that they have been doing despite the resource constraints. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Van Wyk, you may ask the next follow-up.
House Chair, thank you very much. I just want to know from the DM, can you please indicate whether any operational...
Honorable Van Wyk, my apologies. Sound doesn't really travel well from that side of the house to the front. Just speak a bit harder, please.
Okay, cool. I'm going to start. Okay, Chair. DM, can you please indicate whether any operational bases have been downgraded, under-resourced, or left without adequate boats and diving equipment during the past 10 financial years, and what impact this has had on response times, recovery operations, and the overall effectiveness of the unit? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Van Wyk. Yes, indeed. SAPS as an organization have been severely affected in the past years because of the resource constraints that generally we have experienced. So the C unit was also affected by that. But however, despite the resource constraints that were there and the fact that within the security cluster itself, the budget were affected over time. The administration, from the sixth administration to the current, there has been a realization for the need for the security cluster to be appropriately resourced so that it can perform its responsibilities. I'm quite certain that this realization and the support is led by the President will ensure that units like this receive the necessary and appropriate resources that will enable them to carry out their responsibilities. Because yes, indeed, given the geographic position of our country and the fact that we have got a greater part of the ocean that is the responsibility of the country, and in that space, SAPS must have appropriate capability in order to do policing work in that environment. And we believe the reset will appropriately place this unit together with the resources that they will need in order to do their work. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Lorimer, we return to you for the last follow-up.
Deputy Minister, considering the increasing juniorization within the SAPS, how many senior experienced SAPS divers are currently available for duty?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Lorima. I might not be able to give you the exact figures, but it is not necessarily correct to say there is juniorization within the South African police, and because senior members are not there, is not correct. Yes, we do have people leaving because of age, but we do have a sizable number of experienced police officers that are in the space who are capable and able to do the work that SAPS need to carry out to ensure that law and order is maintained in the country. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable members, the time allocated for questions has now expired. Replies to questions we've not been able to deal with will be printed in the Hansard. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.